T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Flavor and size. I'm tired of hearing it. It started a fire. Don't let the devil take you alive. Evil is legal, everyone's blind. I see a land divided and conquered. It's all a plan, just follow the dollar. I know the wounds that we gotta heal. Yeah, we'll tough conversation, but we keep it real. Don't get fooled by the dollars. The separator make us all heartless. Wanna talk about love, but it just one blood. Drown you down in the darkness. I know that they dig in the trenches. Hashtag raising the tensions. All the trolls on the road, but they go for the gold, cause I know what's trending. I know that the pain is real. The streets like a battlefield. America's bleeding, down on the knees. They would've known how it feels.
We need a new kind of light. Something to break this divide. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run. Then we will live through
chaos. It's no easy ride. So who's gonna save us and turn on the lights? Negative minds thinking alike. We're on the edge of losing the fight. Nobody's winning, but those out of sight. Lies are spinning, innocent dies. I know those issues, but we gotta talk. Yeah, history spoken, they come with a cost. Yeah. Don't fall for the deception. They get used like tools of aggression. They wanna shake your faith and escalate, exploit all the hurt and oppression. Yeah, breaking the silence now. We're hearing the sirens loud. While the birds in the wild preach to the choir, can't find common ground. I know that the trauma's rough, but we need a higher love. I say that I know, but I don't know enough. I don't know enough.
We need a new kind of light, something to break this divide. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run, and they will live through the times. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. Against all odds, another comes and the war is won. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today is Spring Cleaning in the Summer. I really don't want to go over this for very long, and I actually had told at least one or two people that I wasn't even going to talk about it for the day today, but I'm just going to mention this real quickly here. Probably since I actually know when I first started. Well, it was before this, but one of the major points in time where I really saw it starting to become a real problem was about the time the ants trades kind of showed up, and it's not ants trades. It's not him that's not the problem. There's actually other problems that are happening out there, but we had people who are kind of actively just poking fun at people within the community and just having a good time at other people's expense. And it kind of carried over to other places as well. And then there started becoming a narrative of that, some people were trying to push And I don't really want to get into that because I really just don't care. I really don't care. One thing I've always told you guys, I've always said, it's your money, it's your choice, it's your shares, it's your choice. You do what you want to do. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money. Anybody, and I don't tell anybody else what to do with their money or their positions. That's up to you. You get to decide. That's the beauty behind all of this, is that I don't tell you what to do. You don't tell me what to do, and we just coexist, right? But the idea that there would be people within our community who would think that it's okay to go behind people's backs and make fun of them and other discords, and then other people who were seeing that, stuff going on, were going like, what the hell's going on here? Like, we can't actually say anything that we can't go into your Discord and be who we want to be or say what we want to say without being judged by others. And we're, there's all this, judging going on and all this, that, and the other. And it's just like, and I was just kind of like, look, I'm not kicking anybody because, I just don't, I don't want to start this thing where it's like, everybody's gonna be like, oh, Casey's not for freedom of speech, this, that, and the other. And it's just like, I'm not kicking anybody. They can say whatever they want to say, sticks and stones, right? Well, it got to be a little bit worse than that. There were some bullying tactics that were going on, and they were targeting individual people and doing certain things with the targeting of those people. And I just kind of said, you know what? It's time to do some spring cleaning. So I did my spring cleaning in summer. I should have done it in spring when I first knew about it, because it was back in spring. I should have done the spring cleaning back then, but I didn't. And that's my fault, and I take ownership of that. I should have stepped on this a little bit sooner than I should have. Then I shouldn't have waited for it to kind of get out of hand and then just blowing up. But I'm almost positive that we're going to have tons of people coming in here trying to disrupt today. And if I'm wrong, great. I hope maybe I put an end to it by doing what I did. But I started booting people and banning them off the Discord. And I was just like, look, if people can't feel safe, if people are coming to me and saying, I don't feel safe talking in your Discord, I'm leaving, I got a problem with that. It's not because I want to try and keep people there. It's because I have a problem with the idea that people can't feel like they can talk freely. And that's a major problem for me. So I got to do the spring cleaning. And if there's people who are standing to the side like I was and not choosing to stand up to those people and saying you're wrong about targeting people and bullying people the way that you're doing, then they're a part of the problem too. And I just don't want anybody to feel unfree about being able to have freedom of speech or being able to talk openly about whatever is the issues. There's some people that come into my Discord and they talk about cars, or they talk about pets or rocks or other stocks. It doesn't matter what it is. They should be able to come in there and talk about whatever it is that they choose to talk about and not have to feel like other people are judging them. So I did what I did. Some people are going to be pissed. A lot of people are going to be pissed at me. And I don't care. I really just don't care. Oh well. Tough on you. Because guess what? I got nothing to lose. I'm not getting paid for what I do here. I create what I create because I do it because I believe in documenting history. So you can say what you want. It doesn't bother me. It really doesn't at all. In fact, I've known for a long time that doing this, coming in every single day and saying what it is that I say, that there's always going to be people who are going to make fun of what it is that I've said. And I've gone my entire life having people make fun of me for whatever it is that I have to say, and that's fine. I really just don't care. I have my views, my opinions, just like everybody else does, and I'm entitled to those. And so I just don't care. But when it affects other people, though, then I care. Right? I feel like I need to care. So, anyways, that's my little soapbox for you guys this morning. Danny says, Casey, it's your Discord. You can do whatever the hell you want. I know that's what I'm saying, right? But not everybody feels that way. Good morning to you, Danny. I'm so glad to see that you're back from your vacation. It's good to see you again. But if you notice that there's changes, like there might be some changes in people who maybe had toolbars that don't have toolbars anymore, or maybe there's people who are just not on the Discord anymore that were on the Discords before. They're just not now. So there's actually been there's actually some conversations that I had privately with a couple different people that went over really, really well. And I got their perspective on what was going on, and I really, really enjoyed that, talking to them. And I felt like it was important for me to reach out to them and have those one-on-one conversations, because it gave me clarity on what was happening outside of what it is that I knew was happening. So I guess it gave me a perspective from their side, and that clarity helped me in making the decisions that I made. So it is what it is. Good morning to you guys. Oh, by the way, the song for the day today is called, and I feel like I should probably do this on like a regular basis, and I don't. It was called Valley of Wolves, No Weapons. Suit had picked that song out on the Discord back on 6/25, over a month ago. That's how far back I am on my music right now. In fact, I'm getting to the point to where I see Buzzman said, "Casey, dude, still doing birthday requests for music." That's the next comment after this song. I didn't pick today's song for any other reason other than the fact that it was on my list, next up on the list to pick. So I know it probably seems like the song had something to do with, it may end up feeling like it had something to do with what as I'm talking about here, but it literally was just one of the next songs on the list for me to pick from. So it happened to fit. So Sue, if you're listening, thank you very much for the choice in songs for the day today. I thought it was pretty cool. Bob, good morning to you. Wrench says, I signed up for the drama. AMC is just extra. Yay, numbers. Let's see. There's a new store opening up beside Butt Drugs called Butt Hurt. That's going to happen. Let's see. But Donkey Kong says, I never got a birthday song. Can I submit a request? Absolutely. But Donkey Kong, absolutely. Fire away right now. Put it in there, and I will put it on my list of songs. I don't know what day I'll play it, but I'll try to get it in sooner than later. Wrench says, Casey's all jacked up on Mountain Dew. No, but I did have my cup of coffee this morning, and I've already finished it, so I'm good to go. Ready. Volume for the day today on AMC, 24,000 shares traded so far. We're sitting at 0.86% up for this morning at 468. And then Ape is trading at, let's see here, $1.80 and breaking even from close from last week. Well, we got about 2 more minutes here. Dynamite says, you sound refreshed, Casey. You know, there's something refreshing about cleaning house. I hate to say it because it's sad, but when you do clean house and things feel fresh afterwards, I'll tell you what. I got to mention this too. This week I go, I leave for Florida. Oh man, I made such a mistake. I got to tell you guys about this mistake I made. I'm leaving for Florida with Melissa. We leave on Wednesday night, and I'm probably only going to do Monday, Tuesday, and half of Wednesday for streaming. I might do the full day of streaming on Wednesday. It just kind of depends. I think we decided that we should leave no later than 4 o'clock, I think. But I haven't packed anything yet. And honestly, for a trip like this, as quick as it's going to be, I don't need more than probably like an hour to pack anyways. So probably not even that, a half hour. But I probably will cut the live stream early on Wednesday just because I don't want Melissa to think that... any kind of preparations we have to make before we go. I don't want her to think that she's doing it on her own. So I will probably cut it early on Wednesday. If anybody's in Florida and is in our path, I'll tell you the path here and the mistake that I made, which I have no idea how I did what I did, but we will be fine. I thought we were flying. This is the mistake. I thought we were flying into Miami. We're not. So that was a little bit of a surprise to me when Melissa, she's like, what time is our flight leaving again? And I'm like, it's leaving at, 5:30 and we're arriving at 11:30, or I forget what time it was, but she's like, wait a minute. So you mean we're coming into Fort Lauderdale? And I was like, no, we're going to, oh yeah, it does say Fort Lauderdale. Why didn't I think it was Miami? So here's the terrible part, though. I rented the car for Miami. so we have a car waiting for us in Miami when we're landing in Fort Lauderdale. So today during my break, I got to go switch that up and make sure that the car rental is going to be in the right spot. Luckily, I don't know how I mixed up Fort Lauderdale with Miami for some reason or another. But I was just sitting there going like, how in the world is that possible? Oh, Danny, you don't even want to do that. We arrive at 11:30 at night, and I appreciate the offer, but I would never even try to impose this upon on anybody. But we arrive at 11:30 at night, and we're gonna actually drive straight from the airport to Casey Keys, where we're gonna spend the first night. We're gonna go to the beach on Casey Key Beach. Because, I mean, why not? It's Casey, right? So we're going to go to Casey Beach the first day on Thursday. And then the next night we're going to Sarasota, staying in near Siesta Beach, and going to Siesta Beach on Friday. And then we'll be driving back to, apparently, Fort Lauderdale. and flying out on Saturday afternoon. Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe, I don't understand how in the world I would have mixed up Fort Lauderdale and Miami, but somehow I managed to. Danny says, Casey, oh man, hope you're flying into Fort Lauderdale. That's so much better. Well, that's where I'm flying into. Casey is going to get arrested in Florida for plum smuggler. What is that? Wait, hold on a second here. I got to look this up. Plum smuggler. Hold on. I don't know what this is. I feel like this is gonna be like the first lookup for the day. Let's see here. What is? Oops. Why did I put it at the end? It's an imperial stout with smoked plums. Plum Smuggler is a 10.5% imperial stout with smoked plums. While it is a powerful roasty stout, it also raises a new layer of complexity with the dried fruit and smokiness of flavors. Urban Dictionary. Oh, yep. I see Urban Dictionary is giving a much better... Oh, wait. I got to read this. Okay, I got to say this with a straight face here. Hold on a second. Plum smuggling is the male version of camel toe. Oh man! Thank goodness for thank goodness for not Google, but for Urban Dictionary. That's so funny. Yep, I'm gonna make sure I got my banana hammock while I'm over there. We'll get some plum smuggling going on for sure. Oh, man. Florida is for the winter. Oh, I see what you're saying, Easter Beast. Well, you know what? I looked up Florida temperatures and weather for when we're going over there this week, and it's almost like it's winter temperatures over there for us right now compared to where we're at right now. So, I mean, we're getting some really nasty temperatures where I'm at, so Florida's got it nice. Right? I'll take Florida weather any day of the week. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm still laughing about the plum smuggler. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. To the moderators who are listening right now, if you see somebody who comes in and decides that they just want to start crap today, feel free to mute and kick as seen fit. I'm just not going to put up with it. So let's move on to the other page here. Remember, when the big tramp's not up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with me telling you two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure that you have a secondary device that can be added to the account in case something should happen to your primary. And then the biggest and most important thing that I can say to you guys is, please, if you don't have a statement from your broker of your portfolio right now, you need to do that. I implore you to make sure that you have that information on hand for yourself, because there may come a time where some of the brokers, I don't know which ones, I can't possibly tell you, I have no idea, But some brokers may have a problem, and their problems might become your problems. So don't be left empty-handed without having the knowledge of what it is that you hold in physical form or proof. I guess digital form would work too, but make sure you have it. It's going to be really, really important. Starting on the top left-hand side of the page, price prediction tally points. We had a 4-way tie, so whoever is the closest to the price prediction by the end of the day was going to be the winner, and that happened to be me. The closing price on APE was $1.80, and on AMC closing price was $4.64. The combined price of that is $6.44. My price prediction was 5.13 to 8.13. Eric had 6 to 9. Apex had 5.16 to 8.16. He was only 3 cents higher than me. And Einstein was 5.28 to 8.28. When you look at the range on that, 6.44 was the closing price. So the price in total closed underneath my price prediction. And since I was the lowest on the field there, I ended up getting the point. I didn't plan it that way. It's probably like the worst way to win. Like I don't even feel like giving myself. I'm not even gonna give myself the extra point. I don't like winning like that. That's like just the cheesiest way ever. It's like Price is Right. Everybody else puts in their numbers, and I don't look at them. I mean, I do, but I try not to let the other guys' numbers kind of sway my opinion on what I think price is going to be. So I'm just going to give everybody 5 points here and just say it was a draw this week. Because, I mean, I just don't want the win. I don't want to win for just being the lowest bidder. To me, it's just not a, it's a cheese win. My wife hates that too. She's like, I played, I forget what game it is. We played Jeopardy, and she absolutely hates it when because I always do like the really smart bidding for the point. She's like, you're not even. I mean, you could have had so much more money, and you put $1 in because you were ahead, and you knew that if you didn't get the right answer, then you wouldn't you wouldn't lose no matter what. And I'm like, yeah, but that's how you play the game. If you're not sure what the question's going to be, you don't bet everything. So she, she's like, that's just so cheesy. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's how you play. But I'm with her on this one, though. I feel the same way. Short exempt volume. Let's see what we had for AMC on Friday. She hates it when I put in a low bid like that. $1. Short exempt volume from Friday. So almost the entire week we had really high short exempt volume. So starting on Monday, it was 2.6 million. Tuesday was 1.4 million. Wednesday was 812,000. Thursday was 907,000 shares in short exempt volume. And then Friday was 932,000 shares in short exempt volume. Considering the fact that our volume is so low, Han Solo, as a matter of fact, let's see what we have. We had 24.5 million, 24.6, call it 24.6 million shares traded on Friday. But our total short exempt volume was through the roof at 932,000 shares. More than it was the previous day when we had almost double the amount of volume. The previous day we had 42 million shares in volume. Not quite double, but almost. 42 million shares in volume, and the short exempt volume was lower. So why is that important? Short exempt volume is shares that have to be found within a T plus 35 period of time. And whenever you see really, really large numbers like 932,000 shares, that's a sign that somebody's in trouble and that they don't have the shares that they need, and they're just simply creating shares out of nothing to try and close positions. So, or I shouldn't say close position, deliver positions to the people who they owe shares to. So that's a very, very large number, and those will be stacking on failure to delivers for the future. Let's take a look at apes real quick here. Let's see. Actually, I forgot to write down AMC's. AMC's was 932.5. And then APE. APE rolled in at 51.4 thousand. So that number continuously dropped, but AMC's did not. And then AMC was up 2.65% for Friday, and APE was down 3.23. So overall, that was a red day for us because APE, you know, that would have the equivalent of 3.23% down on APE would be the equivalent of seeing 6% up on AMC, 6.5%. So AMC was only up 2.65. So in all, we lost market value on Friday. Let's take a look at the utilization, see what that was. I feel like Pal's Bowels over here with the clearing in my throat. I got to start doing the Pal's Bowels clearing in the throat. Utilization up on AMC 80.32%. And let's see here. Taking a look at APE. It was 18.42%. Wait, hold on a second. That was the short interest. I was looking at the wrong thing. 83.71. A little bit down. Max Payne. I have no idea where Max Payne is going to be for this week. I wasn't looking in advance to see where the options were trading at, but we can scroll down the page here just a little bit and take a look at last week just to kind of see what this week's looking at, so we can kind of guess where it's going to be. Seems like a lot of the open interest is going to probably roll over to maybe a $6 top side and a $4 bottom side. So I'm going to guess Max Payne at about $5.50. It might be $6. I'm going to go $5.50. Let's give it a look here. We'll refresh the options page here. Oops, dang it. We'll refresh the options page in just a second when I get there. But let's do Max Payne. I'm going $5.50. Let's see what it is. Oh, it is $5. Okay. Kind of surprised about that. It seemed like there was a lot of open interest below a $5 strike that would have. I guess there was 111,000 in contracts and open interest at a $4 strike. So I guess I probably should have accounted for that, but I didn't. So it is going to be $5 for this week. Taking a look at the total amount going through off exchange. For the day on Friday, we had a total of 64.98% going through off exchange. Normally, on a normal day, I would expect to see 64% by the end of the day in total. But we're going to add in EDGX in here real quick, and that was a total of 6.47%. For a grand total 71.45%. That is 7.45% higher than it should have been by the end of a day. So definitely we lost some price improvement to off-exchange trades that occurred. CHX volume ended up being 128.5 thousand shares. The number that I had that they still need to try to obtain before the end of today was 1.65 million. So let me go ahead and subtract that out real quick here. What am I subtracting out? Let's just call it 100 and I'll just put in 0.128. Looks like they need about 100. I'm just going to put 1.52 million shares left. Looks like they're going to need about 1.52 million shares. This could be a little bit of a if they haven't delivered these shares through other exchanges and it's just simply CHX. There's a possibility that they may need a lot of shares today. So we may see a lot of borrowing going on and a lot of activity. I guess we'll see what we have in store later. On APE, final numbers for the day on Friday, we had 56%, 56.33% going through off exchange. EDGX was 5.41. The combined total on that was 61.74%, or about 2.26% less than I would expect to see. CBOE BZX was an exchange that got a little extra volume compared to normal, and also the New York Stock Exchange as well. CHX volume was sitting at about 1,368 shares, so nothing unusually happening there. GME CHX volume was 500 shares, so nothing unusual there either. Institutional ownership this morning, last Friday was 141.745 million, which was an increase in the end portion of last week. Today it's reporting at 141.726. Let me change that because that's a little bit down from where we were. About 20,000 shares. Taking a look at those options. Let's give them a refresh. Highest amount of open interest for the call side is at a $7 strike. Now that's not really close to where we're at currently. This week does have options open all the way up to a $12 strike, but I guess I'm just going to write that down. $7 is pretty close to where we're. I mean, it's not really close. I mean, we're at 464. It's quite a ways. $3 is quite a bit. But I'm gonna actually put that number down for the highest amount of open interest. That's $2 higher than where it was last week. And let's see, how many contracts? 34.6 thousand. On puts, last week, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike. That's where it is this week. There was 107,000 contracts last week. By the end of the week, there's already 111,000 contracts in open interest on a $4 strike. So it does look like the market's... part of this tells me right here, guys, is that when there's this many options that are open at a $4 strike, the market's pushing for that $4 target of trying to hit to get those in the money if possible. So, because there's a lot of contracts down there, so we may briefly drop below a $4 strike by the end of the week here. We'll see how that pans out there. And, I guess a lot of this is going to be based off of what happened a week and 1 day ago. Not this last Friday, but the Friday before. We may see the delivery of shares needing to occur, and I don't know, we could see price rising, and there is a little bit of a gamma ramp kind of forming right now on the call side of this for this week here. We got 5, 5.5, 6, and even $7 with some decent amount of volume in there. Going into next week, the volume is super, super low on the call side. And a week after that, big week. Lots of volume for the week after. Oops. Let me give you guys a little bit of music. As I move the screens around, we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, so in regards to where price movement was going over, I guess, the last 2 trading days, we broke outside of, for those of you who weren't here, we broke outside of a descending parallel channel to the bottom side. That, like, this indicator here, this descending parallel channel, when you've got as many touch points as I had in here, I've got like 4 on the top side and at least 4 on the bottom side. When you've got that many touch points, when it breaks out to the bottom side like this, and you can see where I even drew a line in here, I was like, it should break out to the top side. It's very, very, very unusual, and it's usually a sign that something, there's a demand. There's a need for shares that are in here somewhere, and to try and drop price like this so drastically tells me that there was some urgency in perhaps needing those shares, as this should have not broken out to the bottom side. It usually also tells me that there's a bigger picture on where perhaps maybe technical analysis could have been made. But with this signal that I got in here, with 4 touching points on each side of the top and bottom of this descending parallel channel, I wouldn't suggest that's the case. And I've actually zoomed out a little bit to see, and I don't see anything there that would tell me otherwise. We are trading in a little bit of an ascending channel right now, and you can see that this rising level of support's in here, which is kind of corresponding with a little bit the $6.39 combined price of AMC and APE, which is currently at $6.44. So I think we're going to get maybe a little bit of consolidation in here, and we're trading back inside this descending parallel channel that we were in from the past. We'll see if this continues to hold as a pattern. And let's see here. So I think I drew a box in here, and I kind of said, like, I think that there's a chance that we may see consolidation occurring with this, using this descending level of resistance and this rising level of support, where we might get a consolidation and then break out to the top side. And you can see that in the aftermarket hours, it kind of traded out sideways a little bit, and then as soon as market opened, it did trade above the descending level of resistance. So currently, we're above that, but we're probably going to come back down and retest this rising level of support. Whether or not this is going to continue to hold remains to be seen. We have moved into a larger box that you can see that I've got drawn out here from the past. I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit to see what that box is from. Yeah. I'm actually going to move the box down just a hair. So this is a very large wedge that we were in, and we broke out on Friday. Not this last Friday, but the Friday before. We broke out of this wedge earlier than I anticipated. I felt like the breakout was going to occur in this box. And you can see that the push down, ever since that breakout, the push down to get us back inside that wedge has occurred, and we're now on this rising level of support here, and crossing this decreasing level of resistance. So there may be a potential breakout once again above that wedge, as we're kind of narrowing in on a period of consolidation. So if I were to draw another small box in here, someplace to kind of show like where that consolidation may occur up to, I would probably say that we're in it right now. I don't. I normally leave out just the tip, and I think that we're in that point right now. I don't even know that I would draw a box in here. I would watch for consolidation inside here, but ultimately, as soon as the market opens at 9:30 Eastern, that may be the point at which we break out of this one direction or the other. We are getting falling price and falling volume, which usually means a bullish break to the top side, but it's never a sure thing. Let's take a look at Ortex. Utilization day over day. What did you do? Slightly came up on AMC from 79.77 to 80.32. Our short share interest of the free float sitting at 29.47%. Our on loan amount increased day over day from 183 million shares to 184.3 million. So 1.3 million new shares and loan shares. Let me write that down. Obviously, Ortex is probably going to estimate about a third of that is going to be in short interest, so they're probably going to guess about 450,000 shares or thereabouts. So let's take a look. That's going to mean that the Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float should be rising. It did from 29.39 to 29.47, so 0.08. Yep, 415,000 shares is what they estimated was in new short interest. On loan average age per day, dropping. Day over day, it went from 134.02 down to 131.73. That's still declining. That's one of the biggest indicators that I've seen from the past that we are about to have a run up when it hits a bottom on this. So if a bunch of new lending starts to occur, that's usually when this starts going down, and we have been seeing some lending that's been occurring. As you can see, the on loan average age per day going up almost every day except for one. When this does reach a bottom, that's usually within 15 trading days you see price starting to move up. Security lending volume day over day was back up on Friday. It went from 15.61 million to 18.37 million. On APE, short share interest of the free float was at 18.42%. Utilization dropping from 87.11 to 83.71. On loan amount increasing from 77.56 to 78.74. 1.28? No, that's not right. 24. I don't know why I was saying. All right. 1.18 million new shares on loan. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from, let's see here, 18.34 to 18.42%. And then the on loan, so when they take on new loan shares, this should be decreasing, but I think it's actually going to go up. And the reason for it is that last week we saw massive borrowing. You can see the on loan amount jumping from 16.76 million to 57.09 million. It kind of went sideways for a day and then rose to 77.56 million shares on loan. So every single one of those shares that were borrowed last week are going to increase the on loan average age per day by 1 day every single day that they're on loan, which means that any new loan shares out now are going to bring it down. But I mean, these are all increasing a single day here every day. So this next number should be still increasing. So it went from 6.78 to 7.47. So it is increasing. Security lending volume day over day dropped from 37.5 million down to 8.96 million shares. The borrowing was amazing. Looking at the futures here, we've got VIX showing up down 1.06, which usually means the market's going to be heading up. I would suggest fractionally, maybe 0.1%. And it looks like most futures here on indexes are showing up anywhere from 0.08 to 0.12. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday. This does include all orders for the entire day. I'm only looking for AMC, APE, and GME on this list. They are not on here. We had a really good buy-sell ratio going on Friday on AMC. It was looking really super good. SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.18. APE is at... Actually, I don't know what APE is. Hold on a second here. 180. 1.62. Shares available to borrow is at 10,000 shares. It was sitting at a much higher number, but borrowing has started going on. It looks like pretty early on in the morning here. I have no idea what it was before I woke up, but it looks like there were some return shares, and they borrowed about, let's see, 10,000 here, 15,000, and then they returned the 15,000. Or 5,000, I mean, and then they borrowed 50. So I'm just going to call it. I feel like it's not enough to round up, so I'm just going to call it 50,000 shares so far for the day. Nothing available in the ETFs. We saw that there were some ETF shares available to borrow as of Friday, but there's nothing showing up again there. Currently, we have 151.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 24.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 231.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 38,000 contracts that are in the money. Next week, as it stands right now, we have about 140,000 contracts that are out of the money. I usually like to see that number under 100K if possible. So we're not getting, next week is a low volume week, but not nearly enough low out of the money positions than what I would like to see. Did it again. Going to banks. Let's see what they're doing in the pre-market this morning. I'm only looking for big movers, plus or minus 2.75% or more. Don't see a whole lot in regards to pre-market movement. Ethereum Classic is down 0.49. Still kind of consolidating currently where it's at. The US dollar is showing up 0.07 for the day-to-day. Looks like it's on a slight downtrend, but maybe breaking to the top side here on the US dollar. SPY this morning in the pre-market's up 0.14 on an uptrend. Tesla is up in the pre-market, jumping up quite a bit here a little bit more recently. And then up 0.57% and consolidating currently from that spike up in price. Doing a little bit of flag action there. Amazon is up 1.02 and on an uptrend. Cinemark is up 0.42 and it's traded a whole whopping 88 shares this morning. So not really doing much of anything. It did have a temporary dip down here, probably in the aftermarket hours of Friday, but came right back up again. Doge is up 1.94% and on an uptrend. Bitcoin did not get the dropout that I thought that we would see within the time frame that I thought we would see it. We are on the last day of that time frame, and we did get the initial drop down on the on what I would suggest is the drop to the next shoulder. But we just didn't see the drop down here down to around 27.1. So 28.7 is holding as a level of super strong level of support. And so we've only seen a retest of that one time so far, and it was on the beginning portion of this drop from what I thought was going to be a head and shoulders. Now, I do think there are times where you can do a little bit of technical analysis on this stuff and get it off by like 48 hours. Like I'm looking at a daily chart right here, and I might have my lines off here by like maybe 2 days. So there's still a 48 hour chance here that this does drop down still, and I just had my lines off by a little bit. But because it is sometimes it's a little difficult to guesstimate where the leading shoulder started. And the way that I do that is I simply try to figure out how long the time frame is for the head. And then I just simply use that head to figure out kind of where I think that the start of the rise in price was to get to the head. and that time frame should be the same on the other side to get back down to the other shoulder. So maybe my analysis on this is a little bit off. I would give it 48 hours to see, but we'll know. I would say within 48 hours whether this is going to be that we're going to see that drop down to that next level of trading from this technical analysis as far as this being a head and shoulders. I will say that on a daily right now, it's looking like it's going to start trending up. The TTM squeeze is showing upwards momentum, and that it's not necessarily seeing any kind of lack of support. It's seeing support right now. So on a 4-hour time interval, same thing. It's flipped over to a buying signal, and on a 1-hour chart, it's kind of starting to top a little bit on the buying signal. So, and you could apply something like Ichimoku to this as well, and I've actually kind of looked at it a little bit just to see where it was at, but that's where it stands right now. It's not completing that downwards momentum that I was expecting to see yet. Have a good day at work. Let's see here. GME is up 0.78% in the pre-market and trending up. HYMC is up 3.59% and traded 1. Wow. That can't be right. It hasn't traded this morning, has it? It has not traded this morning. Sorry, my bad. I'm sitting here looking at the volume and I'm going like 1.45 million in the pre-market. There's no way. So yeah, it has not traded yet this morning. NCMI is after market hours is showing up here, which means it has not traded either. Pre-market on Hood is up 0.79% for the day today and trending up. APE is up 0.56, and we've had a whole 2,920 shares traded so far. I'm going to stick with. I mean, it's starting to do a little bit of an uptrend, but it's for the most part consolidating. And then AMC is up 0.65%, and on an initial uptrend, jump up on pre-market open, followed by a downtrend that occurred after that. And maybe perhaps a little consolidation going on with 32,000 shares traded so far. Inflow versus outflow on AMC from last week, we had approximately 4.9 million in more inflow than outflow. On a 4-hour chart, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.88, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.48, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.26, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.75, which is slightly above average. On APE, there is approximately $2.1 million more in outflow than inflow. 2,920 shares traded so far this morning. 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, and a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 49.49, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. Oh, hold on a second. I got to take a picture of somebody real quick here. The DOG is doing something. I wanted to take a picture real quick. Hold on. Where's my camera? Okay. One of the girls just left for work, and I think oftentimes the DOG wants to look outside and see. So he's doing the whole head moving the curtain thing to look outside and see where they're going. Why are you leaving? Why are you taking me? Let's see here. On a 1-hour time interval for APE, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.07, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.22, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.57, which is average. Pokey stick of volume coming in here for AMC. We've got about 98,000 shares so far traded, giving us a total of 131,000 shares traded so far for the day-to-day. That's pretty low volume. There's no way I can do more than 10 to 30 million on a volume prediction for the day. On APE, came in at 36.8 thousand shares for the Pokey Stick, giving us a total of 39.75 thousand shares. Again, very, very low volume, 1 to 20 million top prediction. Taking a look at the Ichimoku on AMC, or APE rather. So we've got some like really weird cloud stuff going on here. I mean, these are like this is a short cloud. On a 1 hour time interval, this cloud literally is like a 24-hour cloud, which means that price is really only going to do a very short-term bump up, which we actually got right here. You can see in the end of Thursday's, or going into Thursday's trading, price bumped up about that amount of time that you see that the red cloud's here for, which means we never really got the full breakout down below this green cloud. Or did we? We did. We kind of did. Not really, though. I mean, it was kind of supposed to be around this wall right back here. Never really occurred. Should have been right around here. So, that's bullish. We do have green cloud coming ahead of us. The price is moving back down through a red cloud, which is usually the opposite of what it normally does. And so this green cloud here may be temporary, and we might see this price drop down maybe a little bit further down to around 176 range, and then maybe coming back up through this cloud. Perhaps maybe a red cloud will start to form, and we'll see the price coming back up later into this week here. But lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order to turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, you can see that the green and red cloud are merging or converging right here at about $1.81. So seeing we got to get price above the base, and base is sitting at 183. So I would say, and the lagging line has to get above price line, which is going to be at about 186. So I'm going to say 188. Is going to be kind of the target for extra buying pressure. It could be as low as 187, but I'm going 188, which is a pretty significant jump. 188 would probably send a big buy signal on a 4-hour chart. Lagging line is at price line. Conversion is below base, and we did break. I mentioned to you guys last week, I said there was a chance that we were going to break through this cloud here, somewhere between $1.52 and $1.82, and we broke through it $1.80. So we traded straight through the side of the wall on this thing. In order for this to become a buy signal, though, we got to get the conversion above base, and we got to get the lagging line above price line. Temporarily for the day-to-day, that's going to mean that we got to get over $2.10. So I'm going to say 211 would be the next kind of buy pressure zone. So 188 and 211. And then on AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line just slightly above price line. Conversion is above base. All that looks really, really super good, and we're on the bottom side of a cloud here. All we got to do is break through this cloud in order to see some more upwards potential in buying pressure. The cloud for the day-to-day drops down to about a price of $5.12, which is actually pretty significantly higher than where we're at. However, max pain is $5 for this week. So I would expect to see us drive up above that at some point. And Mondays do tend to be the days that we've been seeing some upwards momentum. Let me rewrite my board here real quick. 188. I got a new cable that rubs on my numbers, so I got to write them lower. Let's see here. So getting above the clouds is the ideal thing here. So we're going to want to see at least 518 or higher, and it should draw in new investors, seeing that as a temporary buy, at least short-term investors. And then on a 4-hour cloud, we've got, let's see here, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, and we're at a green cloud. We did break through the wall on the cloud like I suggested. We saw the price breaking straight through the side of this wall here between 437 and 632. So we broke sideways right through that. Do note that before this end of this week is over, we got red cloud that's showing up here, which means price should start heading towards that to break through that cloud here. And those prices are in the 650 to break through this cloud. Those price ranges are around $6.50 or higher. But for today, for this to become a really strong buy signal, we got to get the lagging line above price line, and we also got to get conversion above base, and that would end up being really astronomical prices, as we'd have to be seeing things in the range of like $8. And I say astronomical, like $8.60 is astronomical, but it's almost double what it is what we're at right now. So I feel like that's pretty that's a large move in a single day. So we're going to call it 860 is the next big buying signal. Once we get past this stuff here, guys, where like going into tomorrow is more likely for you to see buying pressure, because all we have to get above for tomorrow is there should be a little bit extra buying pressure at around 578. As I think base is probably going to start dropping here soon. And if price moves up, we should see conversion starting to move up with that. And we may see a crossover of conversion and base, or at least an attempt for those to cross over here within starting to form after today's price movement. There may be a really strong push, though, for a $4 attempt to close out any put positions that may be open, or as many as possible at a $4 strike. So watch for that hard push down and a rebound off that $4. Just mentioning this, the trigger price for SSR for the day today is $4.18. So it would make a little bit of sense that that perhaps maybe they might try to go for that, trigger that SSR, drop down the price below $4, and then try to maintain price around those levels. If that happens, we should see APE running upwards or inversely to AMC. And with that, that's all I got for you for this week in regards to reporting. Actually, I should talk about last week real quick here. I'm going to take you guys back to the main page, make sure I get my Bollinger Bands up here. In regards to last week, we had a couple different reports release on Friday that I don't think I covered. We had personal income was down percent or 0.1% more than what was anticipated, from 0.4 to 0.3, and then personal spending was up from 0.1 to 0.5, and that was actually what was expected. So we're seeing personal income going down and spending going up. PCE index and core PCE index reported last Friday. We went from 0.3 on core PCE index down to 0.2, which was what was expected. And then employment cost index went from 1.2 to 1%. They were expecting a drop to 1.1, so it was a little bit lower than what was anticipated. And then consumer sentiment, final numbers got reported, and 72.6 was what was expected. It dropped to 71.6. And I can look at some of that information or read the articles for those maybe a little bit later. For this week, going into this week, we have Fed Senior Loan Survey showing up today. Numbers around 2 p.m. Tomorrow, we have S&P final U.S. manufacturing PMI, job openings, ISM manufacturing, and construction spending. Wednesday's ADP employment. Thursday's initial jobless claims, U.S. productivity, S&P final U.S. services PMI, ISM services, and factory orders. And then Friday's U.S. non-farm payrolls, U.S. unemployment rate, U.S. hourly wages, and hourly wages year over year. So we will get that that information later this week. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are saying. It is 7-Eleven. I didn't do any price predictions right there. Let me go back real quick. I just want to look and see. I want to see real quickly if there's not. I mean, what's the U.S. dollar doing? Is oil trading yet? Oil's trading up, dollar's trading up, VIX futures are down, market may be up, but it might only be temporarily with the dollar heading up. Where are you going? I really feel that AMC is going to be heading towards a move towards breaking through the cloud at some point this week, which should put us back in that $5 target range for Max Payne. I don't know when we'll break through this. The 1 hour and the 4 hour TTM squeeze are both showing signs of strength. And even the daily's not, though. The daily's seeing a little bit of weakness here. Today's a tough one. I think I'm going to go with a 470 close on AMC, which is about 3 cents higher than where it's at right now. And the reason I'm saying 470 is that I think there's a chance that we just kind of we creep up just underneath the cloud and then perhaps maybe break out through the cloud either going into tomorrow or maybe even in the pre-market hours, which is going to be above $5 if that's the case. That's for AMC. And then on Ape, Ape is... Ape's showing signs of strength too on the 1 hour, but the 4 hour not so much. I'm gonna go with a 178 close. Actually, let me test this out real quick here. I've been trying to make sure that I kind of consider market value or market cap as part of the spread between what I'm looking at versus what where price is moving to. And so if I plug in my numbers from Friday for a close, our total market value, and my numbers are going to be a little bit off here because my numbers aren't accurate entirely. But let me see here, 1.8. And then 464. So just about 4 billion in market cap. 470 and 178. That would be just a slight increase in market cap. I'm good with those numbers. So 648 close by the end of the day today is what I'm looking at. And I think I'm going to probably stick with those numbers no matter what. Let's see what we got here. Let me put in my numbers. $4.98 to $7.98. I think Einstein may have... No, he didn't put it in. Okay, I thought maybe he might have sent me numbers. Embro, good morning to you. In regards to... Oh, Einstein's like, oh, you want numbers? Here you go. Thank you, Einstein. I appreciate it. $4.95 to $7.95 for Einstein. Is that... Oh, he's really super close to what I got. Okay. Got you down. Roseanne says that's pretty much the numbers that we have right now. Combined price of AMC and APE right now is at 648. Actually, you're right. That's exactly what we're at right now. We're at 648. You're 100% accurate. Yeah, Mega Johnny's saying, did you see the yen to dollar this morning? The Japanese are back to selling T-bills by the billions, going to make rates go up even faster, putting more stress on banking. I personally didn't see it, Mega Johnny, but I did see a reporting about it. I think it was last night. I'm pretty sure it was last night. For those of you guys who, I mean, some of you know that I follow Michael. Oh, he's changed this thing to a subscription, huh? Okay. I don't know what that means. If I'm following him, what does it mean? Well, I'm not subscribed to him, but I was following him, and now he's got a subscription thing there. But he put in where did he put this? The guy tweets so much. Like, I don't know how anybody tweets that much. Anyways, he had put in, and I'm looking for it and I can't find it here, but he had mentioned the yen move, and that's where I first had kind of keyed in on it. I guess that was where I saw that information. I think here it is, maybe. No, this is he retweeted something that somebody else posted saying, "Black Swan in the making, market bloodbath. Why does the Japanese yen matter to global markets? Well, you may not know this, but the Japanese yen is funding source for a ton of movement in public markets. Why? It's called a carry trade. Here's how it works. Let's see. The Bank of Japan keeps the yen artificially cheap to borrow for all kinds of reasons, to keep exports flowing, to manage inflation, and most importantly because they have a shitload of debt that they owe to themselves. So what do institutions do? They do a carry trade. A carry trade is where the bank borrows one cheap currency in one country and swaps it to buy something with a better yield in another country. For years, institutions have been doing the yen carry trade, where they borrowed yen and sold U.S. bonds or bought U.S. equities. They made the spread on bets that would pay more than the cost to borrow the yen. Did you notice this market pump recently? Many speculate that this was mostly driven by this carry trade. But something happened recently. The Bank of Japan tried to issue bonds, and nobody wanted to buy them. So what did they do? Well, they did what they always do. They bought their own debt. This causes the carry trade to become more expensive as the Bank of Japan sells USD to buy Japanese bonds, causing the yen to rise against the dollar. Now the old carry trades have lost value when marked to market. All of a sudden, your cost of doing business has gone up on bets you made with what you thought was a cheap source of money. So what happens next? Will this cause a flight to the USD, or a flight from the yen? What would you do if you owe dollars with borrowed yen, or vice versa? Remember, in order to borrow the yen, you have to set up a short position. Could this set up a short squeeze an equities route? Nothing at all? Question marks. Nobody knows. One thing is clear: the U.S. government last year was very, very determined and successfully set up swap lines for U.S. dollars for the Bank of Japan, ensuring that in the event things go really south, that the Federal Reserve could act to ensure Japan keeps access to U.S. dollars. I've been talking about the dollar milkshake for some time. It's still on like Donkey Kong. And that was posted by a Mickey at Mickey4X. And then Michael had stated, the most important central bank in the world now isn't the Fed. The most important central bank in the world now is Bank of Japan. Few understand this. If the yen carry trade unwinds, tech unwinds, and the entire stock market breaks down with no one prepared, FinTwit could be on the verge of a very expensive lesson. Markets humble us all, just not all at once. So yeah, that's where I first was reading about it, and he posted those. I thought it was yesterday, but let me see. Yeah, it says 9 hours ago, so it would have been last night that he was posting those. Corey Jones says this means you used to follow him. I don't know. I don't know what subscribed to his. I don't know what that means though. Does that mean you have to pay money, or like what is subscription mean? What does a subscription mean to somebody's Twitter account? I have no idea. AB Jam says, any comments on the Meet Kevin video AMC scam? No, I don't. I haven't. I don't think I've seen the video, and no, I don't think I haven't. I don't have any comments on it. Sorry about that, Jim. I fixed it. I was just trying to move stuff around a little bit there. Benjamin, good morning. Mega Johnny says, supposedly Yellen called Bank of Japan to tell them to stop on Friday. And today they were like, nope. That's funny. Alrighty, guys. I think it's break time. No pun intended to our markets. let's see here. You know what, ABGM, I will say this. One thing that I've learned is I just drown out the noise, man. I really don't care what other people are saying. I just don't. I know what it is that I hold, and I you know, I don't care if somebody's saying the sky's falling. I know what it is that I see, and I'm not going to back away from what it is that I'm what I see ahead of us. So, you know, I mean, why would I go fill my head with trash? And I'm not saying that his is trash. I'm just saying, why would I go fill my head with anything that's trashing on AMC when I know what it is that I see before me? And the answer is that I won't. I'm not going to go click on something that's going to help him to get more views, help to advertise to more people what it is that he's saying, so that his narrative takes hold. I am an investor in something that I believe in, and if you want your investments to do well, like it doesn't benefit you anything to talk trash about what it is that you're invested in. So I don't know why anybody would be talking trash about AMC when they're invested in it. It's just kind of like the most ridiculous thing I can think of. I can't think of I mean, it's like, can you imagine if like every person who's invested in like cryptocurrencies, like let's just say like, you know, Bitcoin guys, right? Bitcoin fanboys. Can you imagine if one day they all just started talking trash about Bitcoin, what that would do to their investment? Because there's hundreds of thousands of them. And can you imagine if every single one of those people started just talking trash about Bitcoin one day, what that would do? I'm not going to lend any credits. I'm not going to lend any credit to anybody who's going to talk bad about my investment. So that's just how I view things. You're more than welcome to do what you want. You out of here, bud?
Yep.
Love you. Have a great day today. Be excellent. Andrew says, you have to be honest with yourself as well. I absolutely agree with that. You absolutely do. But I'm telling you that I'm not seeing the things that other people are saying. So I'm not going to back up behind it and be like, beep, beep, beep. Oh yeah, I'm all with that. You know, no, I don't see it. Speaking of which, in regards to not seeing it, what are we at? 7? I think the last number I heard was 700 million so far for Barbie, and I think it was 400 million for Oppenheimer. Those are really, really good numbers. They're doing really well on those movies. At 7:30, guys, let me throw up the message real quick here on the screen, and throw some music on for you guys as well. Corey says, yep, that's why I don't say anything about Tesla anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be in an investment, like, why in the world would you say? I can't even imagine, like, any of the people who are investing in Tesla, like, can you imagine them all just waking up one day and be like, oh, the Cybertruck's the worst truck in the whole way. Like, dude, you're invested in that, and you're talking crap about it. It's like, what? Wow. Okay, that's kind of weird, but whatever, you know. It's one thing to be realistic about what it is that you hold, but how you talk about it is a completely different thing. All right. I think that's all I got here. Except for the windows. Dude, that was the funniest thing when he like threw, what was it he threw? It was it a sledgehammer or a brick? Or I don't remember what it was, but they like, I think he took the sledgehammer to the side of the car and then to the window, and it was just like shattered. I was like, oh dang. Wasn't expecting that to happen apparently. It was pretty funny though. Oh, it was a steel ball. Is that what it was? Okay, I couldn't remember what it was. I knew they threw something at it. I was like, oh, I think they forgot to bring out the right model for it or something. I don't know. It was kind of weird. I mean, it's fully possible. I don't know what time of the day they did it, but it's fully possible that during a lot of their testing, it would have been indoors or something like that, and then maybe that particular vehicle was sitting outside. Maybe the windows got hot overnight or over the day, and then they brought it inside, and then they threw stuff at it. It was just like not what they did for test. You know, they probably did the testing all indoors, and then something changed, and it it was funny though. I laughed. I thought it was great. It reminded me of if you're a gamer. I can't remember the company that made Destiny. I think it was Destiny. Was it Destiny? I don't remember. I can't remember. But the guy's in an interview, the CEO for the company, and they were talking about, I think it was Fallout 76, and he's somebody asked him a question about how it renders something, or I forget what it was that they specifically asked, and he goes, "It just works." Yeah, there it is, Bungie. It was Bungie. That's it. He's like, "It just works." It became like this like overnight meme for just it just works. It was so funny, dude. Like everybody was like, I was rolling when he said that. I was like, man, okay, that's cool. Yeah, you guys nailed it. Was it Bethesda? I always get it confused. Bungie was Destiny. Bethesda was who I'm talking about. It was Mega Johnny for the point there. Mega, I'm putting you down. It was Bethesda. Two totally different companies. Got them mixed up. Jathan says city closes downside catalyst watch call. Alrighty guys, I'll see you in a little bit. It just works. That was so funny. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, and I see. I saw somebody saying, who was it? I think it was. I'm scrolling back up to see where it is. Real Rugged says, "Geez, need to change out my crying tell every time he plays this stuff." I'm sorry, Real Rugged. I'll try to put something else on for you. I used to mix it up a little bit, but not as much. We got about 10 minutes before market opens here. I already gave my price prediction earlier this morning. I'm kind of expecting maybe like a 470 close on AMC, and I'm actually hoping for something a little bit larger than that. Here, let me show you what it is that I'm seeing though on a 1 hour chart here, especially with the Ichimoku cloud, is that I feel like there's a potential break on both the 1 hour and both. On the 1 hour, somewhat a little bit more than the 4 hour, but on the 1 hour, there's a potential break above this cloud here, the red cloud, because prices like to move up through red clouds. Lagging lines above price line, conversions above base. TTM squeeze is showing that we're on an uptrend on price movement, and that it's not necessarily slowing down anytime soon. A 4 hour chart shows also it doesn't necessarily show positive things for the Ichimoku cloud, but the TTM squeeze is saying that there is some potential buying pressure kicking in here. We've got RSIs at 47.07, which means it's low. It's slightly below average, which means that it can move up. We've got more buying pressure starting to kick in on the vortex indicator. So a lot of the indicators are kind of suggesting like an upwards improvement in price. I just don't know if it's going to happen today. I mean, if it does happen today, I end up being wrong on my price prediction. We see price above around 515 or higher before the end of the day is over, as that's where the additional buying pressure is really going to kick in, is about 518. So watch for that to happen. It's a very strong possibility based on some of these indicators that I'm seeing here. I mean, this is already looking like, in terms of a buy signal from a short-term investor's trading signal. It's kind of looking like a buy right now. So. Because it's not in the cloud, the conversion's above the base and the lagging line's above the price line on 1 hour chart, which is pretty decent. And you can also see that, everything TTM squeeze looks good. You've got RSI that's at 55.94, which is plenty of room to move up. You got the vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than the selling pressure currently occurring. So all the right things are there, the recipe that you need in order to see improvement in price movement. But man, I'll tell you what, so many times we've seen the exact opposite happening, right? Like we end up seeing price move in the exact opposite direction of where we think it's going to move to. So, but I'm going for a 470 close on AMC, and then on APE I'm going 178, because I think that anytime AMC does move up in price, remember 464 was our close from last week. Anytime price does move up on AMC, APE typically tends to do the opposite. I'm kind of going with 178 as a closing price on that for a total closing price of 648. Real Rugged says, Casey, let me squeeze. Casey, I'm going to squeeze it. Let me squeeze it. Squeeze! Looks like Adam Aaron tweeted. Let's check it out and see what he said here. and 20 minutes ago, he's got two different tweets out. Actually, three tweets out here. First one was 20 minutes ago saying, wanting some good news from AMC. It doesn't get any better than this. In addition to the last weekend being the highest grossing AMC weekend in 4 years, the week of July 21st through 27th was the highest grossing for AMC in our entire 103-year history. The best in 103 years. He capitalized that the 103 years. Interesting. And then he put 20 minutes ago, he said, and there's more. The boom at our theater continued this weekend. Thursday to Sunday, July 27th through the 30th was the third top box office weekend For AMC globally, since we reopened in 2020 after pandemic closures, this follows last weekend's being the first highest grossing weekend since our reopening. And then 19 minutes ago, he posted, if you are rooting for a full pandemic recovery for AMC in 2024 or 2025, as I am, the huge box office caused by Barbenheimer has to be a good and optimistic sign. Still, none of this changes that the year-to-date box office remains lower than that of 2019, or that there is uncertainty due to our having to cope with the potentially debilitating writers and actors strikes. The risks I cited in my open letter a week ago are real. Down we go. You're welcome. Apex says, sticking with the 666 from Friday 5/16 to 8/16. I've got you down then already. Sounds good. Eric's got 6 to 9. I don't think he's changing his numbers. So you might end up being really close, Apex. I mean, let me take a look at the opening markets situation here. What we got? What do we have? Looks like indexes are up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.29. And the VIX is showing up, and the futures on VIX are actually kind of breaking even. We may see the market starting to head down here. They might, because I think the VIX futures were down 1%. They're now flipping to the other side, and it looks like to me like the VIX is positive for the day. Hold on a second here. $13.89, yeah. 13.33. No, the VIX is down from where it closed from last week. So it should be a negative number right now, but it's not populating just yet. 13.89 was the close last week. It's showing up right now at 13.33. So disregard the up 4.2%. Charles Cooper says, E-Trade sent me this message on APE. We are writing to let you know about the material event shown below related to a fixed income security in your account. Bob is saying Q3 box office numbers are on track for a good quarter, though. We are looking good with more movie bangers coming, folks. Is it on the threshold list? I actually didn't. You guys see it easier than I do. Yep, we still are on the threshold list. I mean, based off my calculations, they still got about 1.5 million shares that they need to find before the end of the day today. Issue: AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated 0% due. Sounds like you don't owe anything. I think you're all right. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually see the document, and I don't necessarily really want you to share, Charles, anything that you wouldn't want to share. So, I'd have to see what it is. Alrighty, guys, we're about 30 seconds away from starting the intro for the day today. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Suit was responsible for the song choice for the day today when he requested it back on 6/20. I'm over a month behind on song requests right now. And then also Donkey Kong, I think, was putting in a song choice, and I didn't see it earlier, so I might have to get him to put that in there again. Alrighty, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
We feel no weapon. We feel no weapon. We feel no.
Video narrative, flavoring sides. I'm tired of hearing it. It started a fire. Don't let the devil take you alive. Evil is legal, everyone's blind. I see a land divided and conquer. It's all a plan, just follow the dollar. I know the wounds that we gotta heal. Yeah, we talk conversation, but we keep it real. Don't get fooled by the dollars. The separator make us all heartless. Wanna talk about love, but it just one blood drown you down in the darkness. I know that they dig in the trenches. Hashtag raising the tensions. All the trolls on the road, but they go for the gold, cause I know what's trending. I know that the pain is real. streets like a battlefield. America's bleeding down on the knees, and they would've known how it
We need
feels.
a new kind of light, something to break this divide. We fear no weapons, we fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run, then we will live through the times. We fear no weapons, we fear no weapons, we fear no
Come with chaos, it's no easy ride. So who gonna save us and turn on the lights? Negative minds picking the light. We're on the edge, so losing the fight. Nobody's winning, but those out of sight. Lies are spinning, innocent dies. I know those issues, we gotta talk. Yeah, history spoken, it come with a cost. Yeah. Don't fall for the deception. I get used like tools of aggression. They wanna shake your faith and escalate, exploit all the hurt and oppression. Yeah, breaking the silence now. We're hearing the sirens loud. While the birds in the wild preach to the choir, can't find common ground. I know that the trauma's rough, but we need a higher love. I say that I know, but I don't know enough. I don't know enough.
We need a new kind of light, something to break this divide. We fear no weapons, we fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run, then we will live through the times. We fear no weapons, we fear no weapons, we fear no
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Spring Cleaning in the Summer. I talked about it earlier this morning, and I really don't want to talk about it today all that much, but I'm just bringing it up so that people understand what's going on. I decided to do a little spring cleaning in summer. And so I've known about some issues that have been going on for a really long time. I want to say it started around the time when Ants Trades kind of showed up a little bit, and I kind of keyed in on some problems, and it had nothing to do with Ants Trades, by the way, whatsoever. I'm just telling you about when it happened. When he showed up was about the time I started seeing some of the activity that I was being notified about or seeing personally myself. And so what happened, what I guess kind of finally got me to the point to where it's like I need to start doing some spring cleaning and in the summer, is that it got to the point to where there were people who were complaining to me on my Discord. Actually, I don't even want to say complaining. They weren't complaining at all. There were people that came to me and told me concerns. And they said, look, I can't speak freely on your Discord because I'm being attacked and I'm being segregated and talked trash about by other people who are within this community on other Discords, and they're like, I just don't want to be a part of that. I respect that. I totally do, man. I tell you what, there's nothing worse than people who you think are on your side, going around behind your back and talking crap about you. It is some BS, major BS. So I said, okay, well that's fine. Freedom of speech is something I protect, and I didn't want to, ban anybody from my Discord for a long time because I knew that the narrative that would be created is that Casey's not about free speech and he's not open to different ideas and this, that, and the other. But it came to a different level when I had people who were leaving my Discord because of the fact that there was more than one, by the way, guys. There was more than one. So if anybody who thinks that I'm singling you out, I'm not. There was more than one. And so when I start seeing people who have a problem with, how they're being treated within the community, I'm going to take a stand and I'm going to say like, no, I'm going to do the right thing here. And for me, the right thing was to clean house and start getting rid of people who were in the Discord, who were taking and using things people were saying against them and coming in and bullying on people and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not down for that. I'm going to take a stand, and I'm going to stand for what I believe is right. And I believe that in a healthy community, that is not how you treat people. People do not deserve to be treated like that, and I won't stand for it. So I cleaned house. Anybody who's harboring anybody who wants to be a part of that, I cleaned them out too. And I'm not saying that they're bad. They can run their Discord servers however they want to. That's fine. I don't care. But I cleaned house, and I'm done. I'm just not going to deal with that. I'm not going to allow people to be in there and do that kind of stuff. So if you don't like it, get out, leave. Go do your own thing someplace else, but don't come over and start trash with people who are trying to just associate with each other and be friends. And that's what my stance on it is. I don't really want to talk about it beyond this. I'm not saying any names. I'm not trying to point fingers at people. A lot of people think that I'm doing this because of the fact of another reason. I'm not going to state what that reason is, but they think I'm doing this for another reason, and it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. And it is what it is. So I'm going to continue to do what I do on a daily basis, come and give you guys numbers, report on history on what I see. And I hope that you guys can respect my decision on backing up people who were disenfranchised from the community because of some people who are acting like assholes. So it is what it is. Having said that, we got about a little over 15 minutes to sit here in silence. It's like you get on your soapbox, Casey, and then it's like then you just hit us with silence afterwards. It's like I don't have anything else to say. I'm done. I done said my piece. So whatever. I appreciate you guys' support. You just know that I'm just not going to stand up for it, And so I'm going to stand up for what I think is right, and I don't think I don't think it's right. The dude keep talking says you made AMC run. I didn't make AMC run. It's nothing to do with what I say. I guarantee you that. I mean, I don't know. Stop talking about it, Casey. Oh yeah, I'm done. I'm just done. That's it. No more. back to your regularly scheduled show. Let's see. So I guess we should probably talk about. I will read off a little bit of a post that I saw. Somebody mentioned this earlier this morning, and I do want to talk about this because I think it's kind of important. Some of the upcoming numbers that we're going to be looking at this week is not what I want to talk to you about, but I will read some tweets that were issued as of last night in regards to the I just lost my train of thought there. Hold on a second. I got this. This is what happens when you get old, apparently. Let's see. Let me scroll back here. Right about. Trying to find this exact post. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, in regards to the yen to the dollar, we'll be talking about that here in just a second. The Bank of Japan's people are talking about carry trades, and I'll read you a little post here that was posted by Mickey4X on Twitter. But first, let's talk about real quickly some of the numbers from last week that I didn't have a chance to kind of go over on Friday. And then what we have to look forward to for the end of this week here. Last week we had personal income, and I think these are two kind of important numbers to listen to here. You want to talk about inflation and some of the effects that inflation has on, I guess, the American, I guess just the general public at all, period. Personal income numbers were down from 0.4 to 0.3% when they were expected to stay the same. And then personal spending was expected to rise as a result, or not as a result, but it was expected to rise. So you have personal income decreasing and you have personal spending increasing. But check this out. Consumer sentiment was 72.6 last week. It was expected to remain the same, and it's down to 71.6. So spending is going up. The confidence level is coming down. And personal income is coming down. Do you think people are looking at their debt to income ratios? I mean, not specifically looking at that exactly, but perhaps maybe seeing their bank accounts looking lower and lower and lower, and maybe having a little bit of anxiety about that, maybe? Possibly. PCE index came in at what it was expected to on Friday. It went from 0.3 to 0.2%. And that was where they expected to go to. Going into this week, the numbers that we have for this week is today we have the Fed Senior Loan Survey is coming out. Tomorrow we've got job openings, ISM manufacturing, construction spending, ADP employment numbers come out on Wednesday. Initial jobless claims on Thursday is being reported. U.S. productivity. Final S&P final U.S. services PMI on Thursday as well. ISM services and factory orders all on Thursday. Friday we have U.S. non-farm payrolls, U.S. unemployment rate, U.S. hourly wages and hourly wages year over year showing up all on Friday. So we'll take a look at those numbers. And then in regards to what I was talking about a minute ago with the Bank of Japan, this is Mickey4X on do we call it X now? I mean, are we officially like switching over to calling it X? It's so weird. I saw Nana write earlier this morning that she saw her app change to an X and thought it was porn. I'm only laughing, Nana, because I thought the same thing. I saw this big old X app this morning I don't remember if it was yesterday or today. I woke up and saw it and I was like, what's that? Click. What? Oh, it's just Twitter. I thought the same exact thing. So Mickey4X says Black Swan in the making ? Market bloodbath ? What does the Japanese yen matter to the global markets ? Well, you may not know this, but the Japanese yen is the funding source for a ton of movement in public markets. Why ? It's called a carry trade. Here's how it works. The Bank of Japan keeps the yen artificially cheap to borrow for all kinds of reasons. To keep exporting flowing, to manage inflation, and most importantly, because they have a shitload of debt that they owe to themselves. So what do institutions do? They do a carry trade. A carry trade is where a bank borrows one cheap currency in one country and swaps it to buy something with a better yield in another country. For years, institutions have been doing the yen carry trade, where they borrowed yen and sold U.S. bonds or bought U.S. equities. They made the spread on bets that would pay more than the cost to borrow the yen. Did you notice this market pump recently? Many speculate that this was mostly driven by this carry trade. Excuse me. But something happened recently. The Bank of Japan tried to issue bonds, and nobody wanted to buy them. So what did they do? Well, they did what they always do. They bought their own debt. This causes the carry trade to become more expensive as the BOJ sells USD to buy Japanese bonds, causing the yen to rise against the dollar. Now the old carry trades have lost value when marked to market. All of the sudden, your cost of doing business has gone up on the bets you made with what you thought was a cheap source of money. What happens next? Will this cause a flight to the USD or a flight from the yen? What would you do if you owe dollars with borrowed yen or vice versa? Remember, in order to borrow the yen, you have to set up a short position. Could this set up a short squeeze, an equities route? Nothing at all? Question marks. Nobody knows. One thing is clear, the U.S. government last year was very, very determined and successfully set up swap lines for U.S. dollars for the Bank of Japan, ensuring that in the event things go really south, that the Federal Reserve could act to ensure Japan keeps access to U.S. dollars. I've been talking about the dollar milkshake for some time. It's still on like Donkey Kong. So, yeah, and we know, as we have all seen here before, that when the dollar goes up, the market goes down. So just throwing that out there, and then also Michael, I don't know how to say his last name, Gayed. I think it's Gayed. It's Gayed. I don't want to say Michael Gade, but it could be. I don't know. But he says he wrote his own post in here, and he said, let's see here. The most important central bank in the world is now isn't the Fed. The most important central bank in the world now is the Bank of Japan. Few understand this. He also went on to say, if the yen carry trades unwinds, tech unwinds, and the entire stock market breaks down with no one prepared, FinTwit could be on the verge of a very expensive lesson. Markets humble us all, just not all at once. So, yeah. Interesting stuff going on there. AMC getting a nice little bump up right now. We're at $4.91. I guess that rise in price was a little bit earlier than I thought it was going to be, so it's nice to see. But we need to hit 518 is the magic number that we need to get to really get that extra buying support or signal that would probably carry over to short-term investors coming in to want to be a part of the ride. Dynamite, that doesn't help me. Throwing Gayed. It looks like you're putting Gayed. I can't tell though. I mean, you need to do a little better hooked on phonics for me on that one. I don't know. Japan Ape says, I didn't understand any of that, but I can buy everything cheaper now with my dollars. I don't know, Mac and Bees. I have no idea. I don't make assumptions. We got about 8 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Yeah, I read those tweets earlier this morning, Jason. I can read them again. Why did it take me way down there? Let's see here. So 51 minutes ago, he tweeted out, wanting some good news from AMC. It doesn't get any better than this. In addition to the last weekend being the highest grossing AMC weekend in 4 years, The week of July 21st through the 27th was the highest grossing for AMC in our entire 103-year history, the best in 103 years. He's throwing that "and" in there. My mom would always say, "You never say the "and" in there. There's not a decimal." 10.3. That's what he's saying. And there's more. He wrote also 51 minutes ago. He said, and there's more. The boom of our theaters continued this weekend, Thursday to Sunday, July 22nd through 30th, was the third top box office weekend for AMC globally since we reopened in 2020 after the pandemic closures. This follows last weekend being the first highest grossing weekend since our reopening. And then 50 minutes ago, he wrote, if you are rooting for a full pandemic recovery for AMC in 2024 or 2025, as I am, the huge box office caused by Barbenheimer has to be a good and optimistic sign. Still, none of this changes that the year-to-date box office remains lower than that of 2019, or that there's an uncertainty due to our having to cope with the potentially debilitating I don't know why I couldn't say that. Debilitating writers and actors strikes. The risks I cited in my open letter a week ago are real. He's simply stating the truth here, guys. He's letting you know, there's still work ahead of us here. We're not done. He hasn't raised the capital that's needed to cause any of those fears to become manageable. And so there are definitely things that we need to be focused on. That raising of that capital is absolutely critical to AMC's future success. So awesome news. It was great. We had a great box office weekend. I heard so far, I think the last I heard, the numbers that I last had seen reported was 700 million so far in sales on Barbie and 400 on Oppenheimer. I think those are probably rounded numbers, but yeah. Japan Ape says, anybody know the ex-Twitter user, Casey? Yeah. It is... hold on a second here. I read it off, like his actual Twitter name, so that if you wanted to go visit it, you could. But it is... give me 1 second, I'll find it again here. 1 second. Not that one, not that one. Here we go. It's at... Mickey, Mickey 4X. That is the account name. Not a very big account. It's got 4,388 followers. But that was I don't know that I necessarily I don't really care how many followers an account has, really. If it's something important to read, I think I just read it anyways. We got about 4 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers for the day today. We're sitting at 1.53% up on APE at 1.828, and AMC is kind of fluctuating a lot here. It's up 5.06% at 4.875. We did get a little bit of initial run here at market open, a little after market open, and are starting to consolidate a little bit now. Do note that we hit the Bollinger Bands on the way up here, which means that price is likely going to turn back down and meet up with that simple moving average to where it's either going to find support on the simple moving average or it's going to bounce off it as a level of support. So if it breaks through that, then you could expect to see probably a retracement back down to the prices where we were at when we opened. Tom D says if you type Mickey with 3 X's, you might get more than you bargained for. There, there are some accounts, Tom, that I just don't know. And some of them actually are even AMC shareholders, and it's just like, whoa, got to be careful about which accounts I'm following, because you never know when kids might be walking by my phone and I'm scrolling through my Twitter feed and something I wasn't expecting shows up. I gotta be kind of careful. Glenn says things to get behind us. 1, settlement. 2, strike. 3, pandemic numbers. Yep. We got about 1.5 minutes here before we take a look at numbers. And let me see what the futures are looking like on the VIX. Futures on the VIX are now starting to show it up a little bit. I'm not sure exactly. Okay, it did open up higher. Okay, so I didn't expect this to be the case, but VIX did open up higher at 4.13% up. VIX, now usually when the VIX goes up, the market comes down. Whether or not that's going to be a delayed reaction or not to the market movement remains to be seen. But I do have the SPY down currently 0.04 and is starting to take a little bit of a tumble when AMC started going up. And the US dollar is currently showing down as well, which mean that it's going to reverse here in a little bit. The oil is currently showing up as well. So we may see a little bit of a reversal. It looks like the market's kind of having a difficult time deciding which direction it's going to head here. But one way or the other, it is time to take a look at the numbers. So let's do that. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look and see what's going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Let me go ahead and log into my account. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for it, your broker may allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code. Not a bad idea to use it, as you never know when something terrible is going to happen to your phone, like you dump it in a vat full of acid. It happens. I know it doesn't sound, I mean, it really does. It happens. I'm going to tell you firsthand knowledge. I know I've seen that happen before, so it can happen. Don't ask. I'm not telling you the story. That's probably one I probably should stay away from telling, but I have literally seen a phone dumped into a vat of acid before, and that was nasty. What are we doing here? Last thing I have to mention to you guys is please make sure that you have a digital copy or a hard copy of your statement of your portfolio that you hold with your broker or brokers. I can't begin to tell you guys that in the future, if there's going to be a problem with some of these financial institutions, your brokers that have problems, and they end up, misreporting some of your data, the only thing that you're going to have to be able to prove ownership of what you had before or after it is that they make changes is going to be that statement. So please make sure that you have that for your own records. Take it upon yourself to know what it is that you hold. That way that you aren't surprised by any kind of changes in the future. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. We're going to take a look at the data. All right, starting with top left-hand side for the day, since this is our first run through, and of course my screen's not there. It's not looking correct. There we go. Starting with the top left-hand side up there, price prediction tally points. Technically speaking, I won last week because I had the lowest priced out of everybody else in the price predictions. But it was such a cheesy win. I was only like 3 cents away from anybody. I think Apex had 3 cents higher than me in the price prediction. And so it was such a cheeseball win that I couldn't even really give myself the extra point because I was just like, man, I can't do that. It's so cheesy. It's like winning on The Price is Right and being all like, you're the last person to do the price prediction, and everybody else has gone like, super high, and you just say like $1 less, and you end up winning or something. I don't, or you say $1 just so that, everybody else, because everybody else went too high, and so you end up being the winner because they were all over. Yeah, I just can't take a win like that. It just doesn't feel right. So I just left everybody at 5 points for the week. We'll just call it a tie. In regards to Max Payne, I kind of expected maybe 550 for Max Payne for the starting of this week, but it ended up being 5. So there we are at $5 on Max Payne. Let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Right now on AMC, we've got 60.3% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.64. The combined total on that 67.94%, or 13.94% higher than it should be by this time of the day. And so yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's a lot of volume going through there. CHX volume for the day today, 300 shares so far, nothing unusually large. Taking a look at APE. Total amount of shares going through the off exchange is at 47.09%, and EDGX at 9.55. The combined total 56.64%, or about 2.64% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. 0 shares going through CHX, and then on GME we've got holy crap. Sorry, I was looking at another screen here for a second, and I glanced at it, and I was like, dang, that's kind of crazy. Sorry, I'll show you guys here in a minute what I was looking at. CHX volume for GME this morning is at 0. Nothing unusual there. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning. It was at 141.726. Let's see if it changed at all. 141.545, so it did drop a little bit there. 545. Not quite 200K, but almost 200,000 shares sold off by long institutions. Well, actually, they may not necessarily have been long, but long-held positions. Taking a look at options. Let's see where the highest amount of volume is so far for the day today. What? It's saying no calls found for AMC. Let's refresh that. Okay, I'm not sure why this isn't. Not sure why this isn't showing up. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there or why it's not. It says no calls found for AMC. Let me check a second source here real quick here and find out if there's a reason for this. Hold on one second while I pull up another screen for myself. I mean, it's probably just an AMC related or it's probably an account related problem that I'm having and not necessarily AMC related, but let me just check something out real quick here. Yeah, because options are showing up just fine in another location here. So let me read off to you guys what I have, what I'm seeing from my end in regards to the highest amount of volume for the day today. Give me just 1 second while I move. Open interest, where's current volume? Give me 1 second. We'll have to come back to this later. I'm not sure why I'm not able to pick up the information showing up here, but I'm sure it's something on my end. I wouldn't jump to conclusions that it's anything crazy weird just yet, as I'm sure this is all on my end. Yeah, I don't see. There it is. Okay, I got it. I just figured it out. All right. I had to change a setting on my other. Here we go. All right. So current volume for the day-to-day on AMC, highest amount of volume so far for calls is at a $5 strike. That's where it was last week when we ended last week. There's 7.6 thousand contracts so far for the day-to-day. And on the put side of things, and of course I know you guys can't see it on your page, and I apologize for that, but you'll have to just take my word for it here. The highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. There's 12.9 thousand contracts so far at a $4 strike. That's where it was last week in the strike price, 12.9. It looks like there might be some documentation that I have to fill out for Fidelity in order to continue to get the information from them. I'm not sure which, but I think it might be more of a me thing than it is anything else there. But I got the information elsewhere, so that's fine. Moving on, let me take you guys over to the other screen, and I'll show you what it is that I was talking about in regards to when I went, ooh, wow, that's crazy. Because you're probably wondering, like, what the hell? So let me show you what's going on here. I have it on 1 hour. Let me take it to a 10-minute. So last week, for technical analysis, I got this really good signal. I've got 4 touching points on the bottom side at least, maybe even 5 or 6 touching points with 4 on the top. You can't have. I mean, this is a damn good. I mean, this is over a 3-day period of time too worth of trading. This is a pretty good signal, and I want to say like 95% of the time, it feels like whenever you have a pattern like this forming and it does something the opposite, it's usually something extreme. Oftentimes, when I see it on the other side, like for example, if it's an ascending parallel channel, and we break out to the top side, I tend to feel like more often than not, that means that we're on the backside of a cup and handle. I really look for those a lot because it's usually the backside of a cup and handle. The upwards momentum is usually super aggressive and trends within a parallel channel, but then breaks to the top side, which is a good sign that you're on the backside of a cup and handle. So in this particular case here, you can see that I drew out, the idea that we may come back down and retest a level of support in here, do a little bit of consolidation and get a breakout to the top side. And that didn't happen at all. It literally just tanked out on, I guess it was Thursday, right? Just absolutely tanked out. But it's amazing to me how this is really almost kind of turning into almost the pattern that we ended up having. It's just that Thursday was used as a day to try and probably elicit the most amount of sales as possible of shares. As more than likely, as I had stated to you guys, there was still a need to collect shares before today. So this drop out of the bottom side of this descending parallel channel here was unexpected and not very characteristic of this trading signal, this pattern analysis here. So I felt like this kind of put us on a new trajectory for where we were going to be heading towards. And it's kind of funny that the little thing that I drew out ended up playing out almost to a T, but just further down the road after the severe drop in price was achieved to retest this level of support from the past. And then we got the consolidation with the breakout going back up again here. So just moved price in just slightly a different way on a different time frame. But kind of achieving what it was that I was expecting to see. Right now, we're kind of bouncing off. The combined price is at $6.64. That's about 16 cents higher than what I'm expecting for a close for the day today. I think that there's a chance that we may be trading back inside this descending parallel channel here again. I definitely feel like this is a significant level of descending level of resistance that we've obviously just retested off of again. That matches up with a $6.67 resistance Fibonacci retracement that I've got in here. So I feel like there's a lot of potential in showing that these lines of support and resistance are holding from the past. It's just that there was an attempt to try and elicit sales of shares back on Thursday that deviated away from where price was normally trending. Oops, hold on a second. As far as Ortex data goes, let's take a look at AMC and APE. So far for the day today, we've had about 442,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.5%. Cost of borrowings at 87.06. Average is 321.28, and max is 336.05. The on loan or the utilization day over day increased for AMC. We went from 79.77 to 80.32. On loan amount also increasing day over day by from 183 to 184.3, which is 1.3 million new shares on loan. That is Ortex estimated as a result that 415,000 of that was in new short interest as they raised their expectations from 29.39 to 29.47. On loan average age per day is decreasing still from 134.02 to 131.73, and security lending volume day over day slightly increasing from 15.61 to 18.37. On APE, no shares borrowed or returned yet for the day today. We are seeing a 18.42% short share interest of the free float currently. Let me make sure I zero out my number over here. Utilization. Day over day decreasing from 87.11 to 83.71. On loan amount actually increased from 77.56 million to 78.74 million. When you see utilization decrease and on loan amount increasing, that typically tells me that somebody is reducing the amount of shares that they have available to borrow. Estimated short share interest of the free float slightly rose from 18.34 to 18.42, and the on-loan average age per day rising from 6.78 to 7.47, while security lending volume dropped from 37.5 down to 8.96 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for on this list. AMC made the list today. We have a 54.55% buy to 45.45% sell ratio. That's not the 60-40 minimum that I like to see, but it's not necessarily a negative number either on the buy side. But we are making the list. Trigger price or SSR for the day today on AMC was at $4.18, APE at $1.62. Shares available to borrow. As earlier, they had borrowed off the... Well, I accounted for a little over 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. Some of those were returned, as you can see here, right around market open, and then they borrowed out another 15,000, returned 10,000 of that 15, and then borrowed another 5, so another 20,000 there. Also, ETFs are starting to see some shares being returned into those. So in total for the day today, I'm going to say about 100,000 shares, according to Stonko Tracker, having been borrowed so far. And then fees are last seen at 167.3%. We've got options data showing 151.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 24.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 231.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 38,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.08, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.08. We have 4,297 advancers to 1,851 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. It's cooking with bacon grease right now, looking hot and tasty. Taking a look at some of the banks here, let's see where they're at and seeing how they're looking in the market open this morning. Give it just a second here to refresh. I didn't update this weekend, so it's going to take a minute. I should have updated. All right, I guess I'll read these numbers out as I see them. Hopefully they won't change. Oh, there's the change. FRC is down 5.59%. Silvergate's down 17.5%. Coinbase is up 3.95%. And that's about it. Not sure if you guys saw, there was another bank failure this last week. And I ended up, for those of you who weren't here last week, I ended up putting the bank that the bank that received the accounts was Bank of I think it was Bank of California, if I'm not mistaken. And so they're on my list now, pretty close to the top too. Ethereum Classic is currently down 1% for the day today. The US dollar is down 0.02 and trending down. Oil is up 2.33% and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.02 to 0.04 and trending up. SPY is up 0.1, and from market open, it's been on a downtrend, but from pre-market, it's kind of consolidating a little bit, to be honest. I mean, there's some volatility in here. But for the most part, it's kind of consolidated on something just a little bit higher than where it was in pre-market this morning. Just a little bit higher. It was kind of trading around like 456 earlier this morning. Now it's running about 457. VIX is up 5.03. Let me pull this back out just a tad bit here and take a look at it. Still inside my box. I'm expecting to see another retest on 16 somewhere inside this box here. I've got the first test on this, and then I think there's going to be a second run to 16 here in the future. We're at 14 right now. VBR, one of the largest ETF holders of AMC, is up 0.61. VB is down 0.76 and trending up. Both of those are trending up. Tesla is down 0.34 and consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.71 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 1.39 and trending up. Doge is up 1.01 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.18 and still consolidating for the last 7. Today's the 7th straight trading day of consolidation around 29.4. GME is up 1.64% and trending up. HYMC is down 0.6, and I think it's consolidating. NCMI is down 0.21, consolidating. HUD is up 1.73 and trending up. APE is up 1.67 and trending up. And AMC is up 3.34 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today is about 1.5 million shares. 10.32 million shares traded so far on AMC. This is way more volume than I would have anticipated. I did tell you guys that somebody was going to have to probably be buying shares here before the end of the day was over, as there's still about 1.52 million shares that need to be delivered by the end of the day today. So 10.32 million shares traded after 42 minutes worth of trading. Sorry, 52 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 77.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This is well over my expectations of 10 to 30 million shares. Whether or not we see this pace to continue throughout the day is to be seen. But as it stands right now, the 10 to 30 million prediction that I gave is looking pretty shady. I don't mind being low. I don't like being high on my predictions. And this morning, the volume was not indicating that there was any kind of increase on volume for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.41, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.19, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.89, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.75, which is above average. On APE, there is approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.87 million shares were traded so far for the day today. After 54 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 13.5 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 10 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.58, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI at 57.18, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.37, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.23, which is above average. Ichimoku cloud for AMC, or for the 1-hour time interval for APE. Lagging line is on price line. Conversion is, where is conversion? Conversion and base are, base is slightly higher than conversion. Not by much, but it is just slightly higher. Price is starting to break through the top side of a red cloud here, which is typically what does happen, but then usually price likes to break back down through green clouds. So we may see a little bit of a downwards pressure on APE by the end of the day today as a possibility. So I wouldn't expect to see APE continue to move this direction. The buy supports that I have here for APE are at $1.88 and $2.11. Those are the two prices that I have where you should see price moving pretty quickly. I'm also noticing over here on the order book at $1.87, there's a 528,000 share sell wall here, which is an attempt to try and keep price from moving beyond $1.87. And as I just said, $1.88 is the trigger signal for potential buying points, entry points into APE. So this sell wall here, $1.87 makes sense. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line just slightly above price line, convergence below base, and price is right about where conversion is. We did break through the wall on this cloud here, right through the side of that thing on the top end of this. Typically speaking, again, price likes to move towards green clouds to break down through green clouds, up through red clouds. And the buying point on APE here is going to be that $2.11 signal. And what that means is that price has to get, the lagging line has to get above that Friday closing price from not last week, but the week prior, where it was at $2.10, which is why I have a 211 signal a signal for when investors may choose to do a short-term buy-in. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base. Price is right around the same as the conversion right now, and this is going to be where it's going to be a little bit of a struggle here to get through the cloud. This is where usually you see price tend to stall out a little bit, is right at the cloud, or you want to see a good strong punch through the cloud because it's kind of a point of uncertainty as which direction the price is going to move towards. So that's why I had a 178, or sorry, not 178, a 470 close on AMC for the day today, as that would put us in like right below the cloud for a close. And I mean, that's kind of what I'm anticipating seeing have happen for the day. And I think that the more likely of breaking through this cloud would happen in either the pre-market or beginning portions of the market open tomorrow, where the cloud's a little bit lower, around 496, which is about max pain. Taking a look at a 4-hour cloud, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base, and price is sitting right on top of conversion, Do note, red cloud ahead. We already broke through the sidewall that I suggested last week that we would break through sideways on. And now comes the time to where we start moving up to try and break through this red cloud. Do note that this red cloud ahead of us is at $6.50, which is not a bad number. It's pretty decent. So if we're going to start heading that direction and moving to break through that, we should be seeing newer highs from our bottom of $4.51 back here two trading days ago. We should be seeing newer highs heading up towards that direction, leading into later on this week. The buying pressure points that I see for AMC for the day today is 518 and 860, because on this 4-hour chart here, lagging line has to get up and above the price line, which is going to be an 860 range. So it's quite a significant move that we would have to see, and it would be extremely bullish to see price breaking through a green cloud like this, especially when we're so far below it. That would be almost doubling our total value of AMC, though. I do not expect to see that happen. But I'm not opposed to it either. Just giving you my expectations for what I see in price movement. Getting a little bit of a downtrend here after having that initial rise. You can see price on AMC did retest that simple moving average, and it looks like it's kind of broken a little bit below it, but it's still getting. We're still getting some. We're not getting any suppression of. That's not what I want to say. We're not getting selling orders that are really massive right now. You can see the vortex indicator over here showing more buying pressure than selling pressure right now, which is keeping us from continuing to fall through this. But as you can see that happening, you can also see the Bollinger Bands are starting to pinch off here, which means that volume is going to be just dropping out. And this is that point in time where the market basically, in order to keep price where it's at, kind of reduces volume and creates stagnant price movement. Same thing happening on APE too. I think. Nope, I have something similar happening on APE. I had two AMCs up on the screen there. Sorry about that. I can see what it is you guys are writing again. It is 9:30. Tech We Love says, for some reason, when Casey mentions the clown, I think of Krusty the Clown from The Simpsons. Reminds me of the sad clown song he sings. Michael says, Casey, did you see the first half of July failure to delivers this morning? I did not, but I would like to take a look at it, Michael, so let's do that. Let me pull it up. I like to, so it unfortunately doesn't show. I wish Vortex would report it quicker than they do, but they don't show it for, usually like until the next day. And oftentimes you can get the information a lot quicker off of a website that I use, which is called Stocksera. So I'm pulling it right now. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. And, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, no, it's not reporting there. Okay, hold on a second. The other place I would go to get it first would be off of chartexchange.com. Let me pull that one. That's probably where you're seeing it. Oh, that's beautiful. Let me show you guys the page. That is absolutely beautiful. Oh my gosh. All right. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Already did. This is the numbers right here. So we had up to 630 being reported. And we saw, the last we saw, it was about 13 million shares that were owed. And then you can see here that they were returning shares. They returned about 400,000 here. And then the next reporting day was up to 14.6 million shares. Looks like they did return some shares there to 12.4, then 12.7, then they got it down to 11.6 before it jumped right back up to 14.1, then 13, then 12.6, then 10.9. And so what I would simply say to you is this: we're entering into a period of time right now where they have massive amounts of shares that they're owing, because I already told you guys that they were delivering shares back, and as they're delivering shares back, you can see that it's still, the number's still increasing, right? Because we left off with a 12.9 that dropped to a 12.5, and then it went up to 14.6. Then they managed to return from 14.6 to 11.6, but the very next day they failed to deliver on about 3 million shares. So not quite, 2.5 maybe, 2.5 million shares, right? And so, wow. That's crazy. And then since the 11th, they were able to manage to return about 3.2 million shares ish. So yeah, big numbers here. This is a very long sustained, as you can see from the top portion of this chart up here, you can see this is a very long sustained period of time of failure to delivers stacking here. I don't think, let me pull it up on Ortex and see if it's on there. I don't think it's on there yet. Usually, I think Chart Exchange might be one of the first places to freely pull the information. Yeah, they're not showing on Ortex yet, but I want to show you guys this real quick here. One second. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's not reporting here. What's the best way to do this? So this right here is these first 4 days of this really large candles in here of volume is these last 4 days on this chart here on Ortex. And so I want you to realize that these two right here are representative of these two, and then this little grouping over here is representative of this grouping right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this out a little bit. You're going to see all that same information. As I zoom out here, it's going to kind of condense some of these numbers together here. And just remember that as we're looking at this, remember that this is now a very big block of failure delivers at that 12, averaging around 12 million shares per day, right? It's multiple days in a row of shares not being delivered. And then as I zoom out on this here, you're going to see something. It's going to compress these a little bit, and it's going to consolidate those down to periods of time where you see large amounts. But the reason I'm doing this is because I want to take you back to June and January time frame, which is what you're seeing right here. This is January over here, and this is June in failure to delivers. And you can see that the failure to delivers that are occurring right now are massive in contrast to what we had from the past. I mean massive. Now, you can't really look at it from a big picture like this, because you need to look at the consolidated amount of it. And so zooming in on these is not, or zooming out on these and seeing like the big picture is not the right thing to do. What you really need to do is zoom in on it and see if there was actual days in here where there's like large quantities that were showing up beforehand, and how much were they. And if you go back to like this point in time here before the June run up, we had several days in a row where we had like 3 million shares at a time that were due, right? And then after the big run up, we had like 3.5 million shares that were due during a period of time in there. But there was some selling that did occur at the end of June that they were able to get enough shares to be able to deliver on those failure delivers. This right here, and especially what's going to be reported where it's an extended period of time, the next 15 trading days is reported all above 10 million. Wow. That's a lot. Somebody's getting hosed. Somebody's getting trashed right now. Just absolutely trashed. I mean, I just showed you the numbers back here were like in the million, like 3.5. No, we're even, I mean, that's like, we're like 4 times that now. 4 times. Well, not really. It's close. Maybe more like 3 times. 3 times now. 3 times the amount of failure delivers than we had in June. It's insane. And they're consecutively not delivering for many, many days upon it, day over day, day over end. I don't know what to say. So yeah, that's pretty astonishing. I quite honestly was thinking that those numbers were going to come down more than they did, and I'm pleasantly surprised. Dino Mike says ass over apple cart. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd love to read more. Please give me more. I need more data. More input. Elbows over assholes. There we go. Nice. Yes, Mac and Bees, it does. It means somebody's going to have to go out there and start buying shares. There's no way they're going to have to start buying shares. Glenn, I want to do a special shout out to Glenn for this real quick here. Glenn posted this because Fidelity doesn't show me the buy sell ratio unless we're in the top 30. And Glenn posted into Twitter, and I asked if he could post it every day. He posted into Twitter the buy sell ratio for AMC, and we had a 2-to-1 buy sell ratio on AMC. So Glenn, I'm giving you a shout out, man, because I think that's important. I think it's important to discuss, and I don't care if the numbers are good or they're bad. I just want to know what it is. I really don't care if they're bad numbers. I want to know the bad numbers. But so I'm grateful for the fact that you posted that out there. Thank you. I think those are great numbers to look at on a daily basis. It's important to know what our buy sell ratio looks like from a retail standpoint. We got about 20 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again here. Give me just a second while I pull some information. Market Watch is coming out with an article saying AMC enjoys best week ever of admissions revenue fueled by Barbie and Oppenheimer. 23 hours ago, we had Cord Cutters News says AMC is raising the price of its Shudder stream service. That's not us. That's somebody else. Let's see here. 3 hours ago, Simply Wall Street shareholders in AMC Entertainment Holdings have lost 48% as stock drops 21% this past week. Let's see who else. What do we got here? Let's see. Okay, that's the extent of the articles, current news articles that are being posted. I don't see anything else here. In regards to later today, we do have Fed Senior Loan Survey showing up. Let me just check something really quick here. I want to see if there's any Fed meeting schedules for this week here. 7:31. I don't think... It doesn't look like the Fed's going to be speaking this week at all at any point. Let me just check and see if we have anything from good old... I feel like we haven't heard from good old Gazer Beam Gary lately here, so I'm going to check and see if they've got anything. I'm pretty sure I've missed... I'm sure I've missed things that... Events, webcasts. I feel like they changed up their websites a little bit and it's not showing it the same way it used to. Yeah, I don't see anything set up here. There's nothing showing up on the events that I see that for their calendar here. But let me just try one more thing. Yeah, it should have showed up that way. Yeah, I don't see anything. Mark says, what's the AMC 200 EMA that we are approaching not so long ago that was talk about as a catalyst? Mark, I don't... It's a tried and true trading indicator that a lot of people can look at to see the 200 MA crossing. But I don't because I actually, if I pull up on my screen here, I've actually already got it set up for it. I've got the 5200 showing up here, and if I take it to a daily and I show you the 5200 cross, let's see, the red line is going to be the MA 200, and then the 50 is MA 50 is in green or lime green. I can get rid of all the other junk in here, so you can see it a little bit better. Actually, let me get rid of the. Actually, the red line's not. It is. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Band. It hasn't crossed. Not yet. There was a while back where it was really, really close to crossing. And it is definitely a very well-known standard indicator. I'm just seeing something right here that I didn't see before. I don't think I have that drawn out. anyways, I'll say this, and this is just historically speaking for AMC. I feel like there are other things on AMC that kind of signify perhaps maybe like a signal that something's going to happen before this signals. So in other words, we saw. I mean, I guess if you want to go back historically on the daily and look at this, and I'm not sure if somebody's looking at it in a different time frame, but I'm looking at it from the daily. On the daily, you can see the swing originally crossed over around like 9/29 of 2020, and then immediately went right back down again within a month or so after. And then price started absolutely launching in January, obviously, like we all well know, of end of January of 2021, which brought the crossover of the 50 and the 200. And then ever since the cross back over, back in January 6th of 2022, we have not seen that cross again. I think, personally myself, you will see price move significantly long before this cross is over. So I personally don't. I'm not watching that because I feel like there's plenty of other indicators that I can look at. In fact, I could just sit here and look at volume and price and probably tell you like, yep, go time, and not even have to look at that 200 MA and 50 MA crossover. So I have also set up on my moving averages. I also have I don't have them showing right now. But I got 6, 13, 48, and 100 as well, but I just don't have those showing. I have those off. So those are some other popular ones that people use. But I think there's lots of other indicators that are going to tell you that this is moving long before that crosses. So I'm not really watching that too much. Looks like we just went to a baseball channel. I used to collect baseball cards way back in the day, and I've got, I don't know if you guys remember this or not, the Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, who was the third one? It's not going to come to me. They were all in the Athletics on the A's way back in the day. And it was like this like hitting trio. And it was those guys were they I don't remember who it was though. I'm trying to remember who the third one was. It was just like this. I don't know how the A's didn't, just kill everybody. If you guys said the name, I would recognize it, but I don't think you guys. I see a Rafael Palmeiro. That wasn't who it is. It may have been Reggie Jackson. Yeah, it might have been Reggie Jackson. And I feel like, and this is one of the things when I saw the movie Moneyball for the very first time, being a statistics kind of person, I have always been absolutely of the opinion that a lot of professional sports are played inaccurately because they don't cater to statistics that help you win games, not in the past anyways, and so there was so much room for improvement by teams. And so when I saw Moneyball, I was like, that's what I'm talking about. It's not about how, you can have three of the best. Ricky Henderson, that's the one. I think it was Ricky Henderson. There was you can have three of the best hitters in all of baseball on your team, and it doesn't matter. That's not what the game is about. There's so much more involved in statistics that you got to get guys on bases, and you got to get them through the home plate. That's what matters. It doesn't matter how big your guys and hitters there are, but it's more about getting that getting onto base, because it creates opportunity. Without getting people on base, there is no opportunity. You have nothing. So it doesn't matter how. Oh man, did Tony Gwynn die? When did he die? I didn't know Tony Gwynn passed away. Man, he was my Padres guy. When I grew up in San Diego, and so he was my Padres guy. Did he pass away? Don't tell me he passed away today. That sucks, man. Hold on a second. When did he? I didn't even know he passed away. Man, it was back in 20... Did he pass away in 2014? Holy crap, 2014? I didn't even know about it. I had not heard. Geez, that's so long ago. It's like nearly a decade. I had no idea. I haven't been in San Diego forever. But anyways, Tony Gwynn was my guy. He was playing baseball since I was a little kid, and he was my Padres guy. He was my Padres player, and then on the Chargers it was Junior Seau. Rip him too, and him I did know about him, but sad story too. But yeah, those are my two growing up. Those are my San Diego, I guess, baseball and football heroes. I don't know if that's the right word. They weren't really heroes, but you know they were my favorites. Ken says, I used to go to the Padres games when they were minor league team for the Dodgers. That's crazy. My mom used to take me and a bunch of the neighborhood kids to go to baseball games, and we would go sit up in the nosebleed section. And man, those are some fond days. I remember the Jack Murphy Stadium. And they became the Qualcomm Stadium, and that was when it was kind of like in that 2000.com era, and I was so angry. I was so angry that we allowed companies to kind of like infiltrate into I guess historical pastime tradition, and it felt so cheap. I felt like we were selling out the United States to anybody who was willing to buy. And I always called it Jack Murphy Stadium. I refuse to call it anything else. It will always be known to me as the Jack Murphy Stadium. I won't call it anything. I know what the name changed to, but I won't call it that name. Sam says, Casey, I'm his number one fan. I never said I was his number one fan. I was a big fan. He was not playing baseball anymore. I didn't keep up with the news. Sorry, I didn't know. Tricky Dick says, the tailgate parties at Jack Murphy were lit. Hell yeah, they were. My godfather was a police officer. And he used to do one of his details. He was in charge of the stadium security from the police side, San Diego police side of it. And as a result, he got to do a lot of really cool stuff in his lifetime. Where because of his experience in doing the detail security that he did there, he was able to do like a lot of the professional, or I say professional, but he was able to do some of the Super Bowl security management that was done, which was really kind of cool. So every time he would go to one of those, he'd get like a Super Bowl pin, and he'd like bring it back for me and stuff, and it was really cool. UConn, no. Sam, as far as Escondido goes, I mean, I go back every once in a while to visit my mom, but, and it's changed a lot there, man. Because, I mean, I grew up there in the 90s, or late 80s and early 90s, and it has changed so much in the last 30 years. I mean, like, I wasn't even there for the trolley, I want to call it a trolley because it was trolley downtown, but I don't know what it is now. I don't know what they call it. I don't even know what they call the railway system that they've got set up there. I just know that when I've gone down there, I see it as I'm driving by and I go, that's new. But I mean, the Jack Murphy Stadium doesn't even exist. It's gone. It's like wiped out. It's not even there anymore. So like so much has changed around there that I feel like you could go back to Escondido now, and what you remember from Escondido would be completely different than what it's like now. So there's no way I could tell you. I'm sure I could probably have my mom come on and I mean, she lives there, so she knows. But I mean, hey, if you don't mind really expensive home prices, might be a good move for you. I don't know. It identifies as a train. Thank you, Wrench. I don't know. I just see it, but it's up on a. They've got it. It reminds me of the monorail at Disneyland because it's up on this like they've got it in some places. It's built up on this like monorail system looking thing. It's 10:01, guys. It is time. Give me 1 second here. It is time to take a look at our numbers again. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let me move a couple screens around. Man, I miss... some parts of me miss San Diego, and other parts are just kind of like, eh. I mean, San Diego's cool. It's really cool, but... I'll tell you what, I've lived in a lot of states in my lifetime. I've lived in California, mainly Southern California. I've lived in Oregon, Arizona, Texas, and Virginia. And I've visited a lot of states. And I'll tell you what drives me nuts more than anything. Constant weather, always being the same, drives me nuts. I want winter. I want fall. I want spring. I want summer. I want it all. I want all 4 seasons where I live. I don't want to have to live my entire year consistently the same all the time. It makes for such a boring atmosphere. I can't even begin to tell you. Now, a lot of people who live in San Diego will tell you, like, well, you don't have to go very far to get to snow. Yeah, but you still have to go somewhere. You have to actively plan to leave where you live to go there, or versus actually just living in some place where you can actually get all 4 seasons of the year. But San Diego is not one of those places. You know, it's constant all year round. It's always the same thing, and it's never changing. Arizona, same thing, never changes. It's just always hot. You know, it's just hot. It's just always blizzard hot. Here in Texas, every once in a while we get some snow in here, but for the most part, it's either nice or hot. But no, I wouldn't say there's any kind of like. We get the occasional winter blizzards, and that's about it. Because we had Snowvid This, I think it was like a year or two ago. But it's like once every 4 years it happens. And it's like, I don't want to, I don't want to have to wait 4 years to see snow. And it's just kind of like, meh. Or maybe we'll have like 1 or 2 days of snow a year and that's it. That's all you get. You're done. And so I need more weather than that. I think I would probably hate Florida. You know? Anything where the weather's just constantly the same. I just, I want seasons. And by the way, I don't want it to be raining all year either. So Oregon actually wasn't that bad in Eugene. I mean, it was kind of bad, but you get used to it. I mean, it's you get 3 nice months out of the year. I'd have to say it leans a little bit more towards the not so cool, constant, rain throughout the year, and you also have your winter period of time. Your summer is limited to 3 months, which is beautiful. The best 3 months you ever have in your whole life because it's just greenery everywhere. You can get outside and do stuff, but it's 3 months and then you're done. That's it. You pack up your bags and it's all back to, rain and wet and cold, and that's it. So I need something a little bit better. That's why I was thinking like maybe like was it North Carolina or South Carolina? I think it was North Carolina. I was looking at. I don't know. Anyways, let's do these numbers here and see what we got going on. Let me refresh a screen real quick here and see if it's working. Hey, there we go. Fidelity decided to actually get their stuff working again here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 59% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere around, did I say 59? Sorry, 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. On AMC so far for the day, we've got 63.14% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.24. The combined total on that's 69, nice, 0.38%. It's 9.38% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.02 or 2,272 shares. Not a whole lot of volume going through there. APE is currently showing 51.31% volume going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.52. Combined total, and that's 58.83%. That's about 1.17% lower than it should be. And then CHX volume for the day today is at 10,197 shares. It's actually elevated on APE, believe it or not. We have 0.48% of our total volume going through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.05. So this is definitely elevated volume. I don't really get too excited unless it's over 30,000 shares or more. In this particular case, it's only 10,000 shares, so nothing abnormally that large. Let's see here. GME CHX volume for the day today, 140 shares. Nothing unusually large on that one. On Ortex, so far an hour ago, there was a report of about 442,000 shares having been borrowed. According to Ortex, it's now 411,000 shares, so it's a little bit less. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 29.52%. Cost to borrow mins at 87.06, average is 321.28, and max is 336.05. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.3 million shares. That's 1.3 million more shares on loan today than it was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 415,000 of that was in new short interest. On APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 0 shares borrowed or returned. It's now a borrowing of 500,000 shares for the day today. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.46. Cost borrow min, average, and max is at 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.74 million shares. That's 1.18 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, or the last trading day, I mean. On options, hope you guys had a good weekend, by the way. On options, Largest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day is at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.6 thousand contracts. There's now 15.9. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 12.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 28.8. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. The combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.71. We're getting a retest of the top that we had right back here, and that's actually a level of support and resistance that we've seen from the past. My Fibonacci might be off just a tad bit. I've got 667, but you can see way back here that the combined price of AMC and APE was hovering right around the current price at 671. You can see we bounced off that early this morning. It does seem that my Fibonacci retracement is just slightly off here, just a bit. So we're getting that double top here and retest of that 671 range. And could once we break through that, it could potentially start rising some more. Obviously, we'd like to see volume going up as prices moving up. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. AMC was on the list an hour ago. We are no longer on this list, though. That may change if we see a spike in volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is at $4.18, APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow is at 30,000 shares. That's... It looks like they've been borrowing 5,000 shares, returning 5,000, borrowing 5, returning 5. And they are also borrowing out of the ETFs as well. I'm still only counting about 100,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day according to Stocko Tracker. Fees at 167.3%. There's currently 151.4 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 24.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 231.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 38,000 shares that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.26, Dow Jones is up 0.18, and S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 4,046 advancers to 2,134 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but it's not as much as it was earlier. So the market's starting to head a little bit more declining than it is advancing. It's not cooking with that bacon grease anymore. Taking a look at the banks, big movers for the day today. Let's see what we got going on here. Give it just a second to update. FRC is up 5.56. Silvergate is down 17.5. Let's see, other big movers. Coinbase up 3.58. And that appears to be it. Ethereum Classic is down 1.02. DXY, the US dollar, is up 0.01. And consolidating. Oil is up 1.75 on a slight downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.1 and on an uptrend. SPY is up 0.17 and an uptrend. VIX is up 3.98 and on a... Well, hold on, let me zoom back in on this. And on a slight downtrend. VBR is up 0.48 and still on a slight uptrend, I'd say. Tesla is, I mean, it's starting to look like it's starting to consolidate just a little bit. Yeah, it's consolidating right now. VB is up 0.67 and also consolidating. Tesla is down 0.03 and consolidating. Amazon is up 0.97, consolidating. Cinemark is up 2.44 on an uptrend. Doge is up 0.88 on an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.17 and consolidating. GME is up 1.73 and on an uptrend. HYMC is down 1.38 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.35, consolidating. HOOD is up 1.37 and on an uptrend. APE is up 1.94, consolidating, and AMC is up 5.93 and an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $1 million more Outflow than inflow, 14.54 million shares traded so far. After 104 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 54.52 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's actually way more volume than I would have anticipated based off of pre-market volume movement to where I gave a prediction of about 10 to 30 million shares traded so far for the day today, and we're at 54.5 average pace right now. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.3, which is average. At a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.59, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.34, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we had a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes with more buying pressure currently and RSI at 67.79%. On APE, there is approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow, 2.44 million shares traded so far. After 105 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.06 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.71, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 3 hours. RSI is at 58.74, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.63%, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.28, which is slightly above average. Buzz AMC gains as Barbenheimer hype drives theater chain's best week ever. Why AMC Entertainment stock is moving higher Monday? Oh, do tell. I bet you there's nothing in there about anything about failure delivers that might be due. I want to click on. I want to click and see if they mention anything. Let's see if they mention any reason whatsoever on that news article. Let's see. They mentioned the best week ever, and Barbenheimer, and the tweets from Adam Aaron. They're also citing Haunted Mansion, Mission Impossible, and Sound of Freedom. They're saying that AMC is set to report second quarter financial results on August 8th. The company is expected to report a loss of 5 cents per share on revenue of $1.268 billion. Yep, nothing in there. Nothing in there about the idea that somebody's being forced to buy shares at all. It's only related to current movie showings, and that's it. Let's see here. You guys can see that? I didn't know you guys could see that. I had no idea you guys could see that. Silas says, got a message today from one of my brokers asking to lend out my shares. Let's see here. Ape is up 1.94% at 1.835. AMC is up 6.17% at 49.25. 4.925. Not 49. Angelina's asking the questions. I didn't ask Angelina because I didn't want him to feel like he had to, put it out there or anything. So, I mean, if he's more than welcome to say if he wants to. I didn't want to ask because I feel like sometimes like if I ask, it's like like I feel like somebody may feel more pressure to give information that they wouldn't normally give. So. It's entirely up to you guys. English Jim is confirming that he also got the same message as well. No, it's okay, Angelina. I mean, you can ask whatever you want to ask. I mean, he doesn't have to answer. I just didn't want to ask, that's all. Let's see here. Dr. D said, by the way, Dr. D, I apologize. Last week, I'm going to go back and correct my records. I had you written down for like 2 weeks ago that you had a point, and I wrote down on my board a Dr. something, and I couldn't tell what it was. I knew it wasn't Dr. Zeno. But now that I see your name back up here, you're going to know it was you. And I know I gave you a point. I just want you to be acknowledged for that point. I just added you back in for that point. But I apologize for that. My handwriting didn't make it through the weekend, so your point never got added in for you. But anyways, I have it. It looks like in my notes here I had it down as Dr. C, and it was Dr. D. My D and my C apparently don't. They look completely different or something. I don't know. I can't read. So I write stuff down on my board in this dry erase marker, and it's a glass tabletop. And, over the weekend, kids are playing and, stuff happens, man. Like, or maybe I come over to the computer and I start working on the computer and somehow or another I manage to accidentally brush it and, causes there to be a space or something. And so it looked like I wrote Dr. C. Anyways, long story short, who cares? You got your point. You catch my point? Silas says, I'm wondering if they're asking everyone or just those holding 2 shares. I like that, Silas. Thank you. Thanks for giving me a laugh for the morning there. Dr. D, no, SSR has not been triggered for the day today. For today, it would have been around $4, and I think I have it up on the screen there. $4.18 is where SSR gets triggered for the day today. Mac and B says, spring cleaning it is. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, if people are just going to keep on... I learned a new one this weekend, guys. I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently now that video has gone so viral, now people are putting FAFO is apparently now a new thing to say. F around, find out. And so I learned something new. It's been abbreviated now, and unfortunately, that's really the truth of it. Highway Frog says 2 points now with interest. Yeah. I didn't give you your points. By the way, Preacher started out this week, guys, with a hefty lead on the rest of you guys, because I asked a question at the end of the week last week. Actually, I need to put up a trivia thing here. I asked a question to you guys last week, and Preacher was the one that gave the correct answer. And so it was a 5-point question. So he's starting off the week here with quite the advantage. If he should happen to participate in movie trivia, he might have a fighting chance. Let's see here. So we've got 4 choices for movie trivia left for this week. So basically what's going to happen is I'm going to give you all 4 choices, and then you guys are going to dwindle it down. Just remember that how we end up this week is going to be based on... Actually, I feel like you guys already voted on the last one for Cloud Atlas. I don't know. I'm going to put it in as a poll anyways. I can't remember if you guys voted on it, and I don't have it in my notes. So these are the last 4 movies for this week. Oh, son of a gun. Guess what? No movie trivia this week, guys. Nope. I just totally remembered. I'm going on vacation. I'm leaving. I'm only doing like a half day on Wednesday, so there's no point in even doing any movie trivia. You know what I'm going to do? In the back half of the day today, I'm going to open up the Big Tramp, because I'm going to open up Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week. All 3 days, because I feel like we got to get our 3 days in there of time. I usually do Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and so I'm going to be going on vacation. So I gotta make sure I get your guys' thoughts for the week verbally. Corey says, "Yo, Casey, they can't loan out my shares that are in my Roth IRA on SoFi. Can they know they're not going anywhere? So I would, if they could, be sneaky like that." I think I know what you're trying. I think I know what you're trying to say. I understand that the stupid phones, right? I think I know what you're trying to say. You're saying like, hey, I have a Roth IRA with AMC shares that are inside of it. Can they be borrowing their shares potentially, even though they're not supposed to? And I'm going to tell you this, Corey. I don't know. They're not supposed to, but they may be. But that's not on you. You can't. There's nothing that you can do to prevent that from happening. So, just be rest assured that because of the type of account that it is that you have, you don't have to worry about that. It's not something that you can control, but they're not supposed to. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Make my soul shine. I just want you to know, it is super hot. Everybody's like, you need to go to Florida in the winter because that's what most people do. And I go like, you don't understand. 92 degrees is winter. Where we're at right now, it is like 100 plus. And so my wife, her mom asked her, she's like, have you looked up the weather for when you're going? And my wife was like, no. So she went and looked it up, and she's like, oh, man, it's going to be great. 92 degrees. Can't wait. We are dying over here in heat. Let me just tell you. I will pull up. I've got my pull-ups on. I'm going to pull up the weather temperature for the right here. Okay, we're at 93 right now for the day-to-day. We have an excessive heat warning. The day is supposed to get up to 104. And it's 10:30 in the morning. We're at 93. Says it feels like 99. I'm ready for it. I will take it. I need to know, can you guys refresh my memory for those of you guys who are in Florida, especially in like the Sarasota area or the west side on the Keys over there where Siesta Beach and Casey Keys Beach are. Is that, when does the rain usually hit? Like what time of the day does it normally hit at? And that way I can kind of know to plan like when we should do our lunches and stuff. I remember having been in Orlando a couple times in my life, and every time I was there, I felt like I could set my watch to the thunderstorms that would come rolling through. 4 p.m. Okay, sweet. I'll remember that. What I'm going to tell my wife is like we need to just plan on doing like either a really late lunch or early. We're kind of night owls, but I have a feeling we're gonna want to do early beach stuff and everything. So maybe we'll do like an early dinner around that time, 3 to 4ish. Because that's what I did when I was in Orlando, is I just planned like I planned my eating schedule around the rain. Dr. G says it rains when it gets around to it. Yeah, it was like 15 minutes, and then it's over. Every single day, 15 minutes for at the same time. You set your watch to it. You could literally set an alarm on your watch, get out of the pool like 5 minutes before it started, start your lunch, sit down, and just sit there and watch the thunderstorm roll through. And then after you get done with your lunch, you just go back out and you're back in the pool again. Jason says 3 o'clock showers. Got it. 3. Is that for the west side too? Because you guys are saying Orlando, but what about the west side? Is the west side a different time? I feel like it might be a little slightly different. One hour after eating, I'm a lifeguard. Sweet. Thank you so much, Wrench. I appreciate that. Oh, wait, you're talking about, like, don't go swimming for an hour after. Dude, I know you're a lifeguard. I'm an extremely experienced swimmer. I mean, extremely experienced. I'm talking like, I used to do surfing. I used to do water polo, and I was a triathlete, and I did open water swims. And I've seen people panic in open water swims and triathlons like you wouldn't believe. But I can tell you for a certainty that I will eat right before I go for a swim, and it has never once impacted me, ever. Not once. Now, I'm not saying that holds true for everybody, but I have never, ever, ever had a problem with eating beforehand and getting into the water. But I think a lot of that has to do with like experience with breathing and knowing how to swim correctly and whatnot. So I remember, I'll never forget. There was a gentleman that I knew who was just starting to do triathlons, and he signed up for the Phoenix Ironman. He went straight from nothing to, I'm just going to sign up for an Ironman. And I was a really seasoned, I've never done an Ironman before. but I'm a very seasoned triathlete, and I knew what he was getting into and involved in. And I told him, I'm like, look, you don't just go into an Ironman and expect to just finish. I'm like, you got to go do another race beforehand. I'm like, just do an Olympic. I'm like, just go out there and do an Olympic size. So they start off with sprints, then they move off to then the next higher length of distance that you go is Olympic. Then you go to quarter Ironman, then you go to half Ironman, and then you go to Ironman. So there's 5 different levels, right? So I'm telling him to do the second from the bottom. Like, don't do a sprint, go to an Olympic. Do an Olympic size Ironman and see what it's like. And so he's like, all right, I'll take your advice. And because I told him, I said, like, have you ever done an open water swim before with other people around you? And he's like, no, I don't think I've ever done that before. And I'm like, he's like, but it's not any worse than swimming in a pool of people. And I'm like, nah, you need to do it. You need to get out there and experience it and see what it's like. So my wave started right after his wave, and his wave started and going swimming out, and then our wave lined up to the front like we were getting ready to go. And all of a sudden, this one red cap, swimming cap, is off in the distance and does this like U-turn and starts coming back towards the shore. and out walks my buddy. And he's getting out with that look of shame on his face, and he's like, "Dude, I thought I was gonna die in there. Everybody was hitting me, and I was getting hit in the head, and I was gonna drown if I stayed out there." And I'm like, dude, you can't just quit. You got to get back out there and swim. And he ended up not doing it. So, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when you sign up for an Ironman, you usually pay like the entry fee to get in. And they don't give it back to you. They may give you a refund for a portion of it, but you lose a ton of money, and it's usually very, very costly. But I knew what was going to happen because I told him, like, you don't understand what it's like to swim in a group of people until you've actually done it before. It's not like just swimming in a pool. You got to expect that like half the breaths that you're going to take are going to be filled with water. And you have to accept it and just wait until your next rotation to take the breath instead. And you might get a mouthful of water on that one too. And so sometimes you have to wait full rotations before you ever get a breath. And it's like you just take the breaths when you can. You learn how to take water or take air in instead of water. And it's just one of those things. Like if you're experienced at it, it's not a problem. But some people just don't know, and it feels like you're getting waterboarded probably. Max Payne is $5 for the day today, Angela. AMC just hit $5 and still rising. Up 7.76% for the day today. Maccabee says, I take breasts when I can too, Casey. Breaths. Yep, take as many breaths as you can. 2 is not enough. You know what I love doing, Yukon? Whenever I go to like Popeyes, I'll be like, "Can I have breasts, please?" I try to make it like real awkward. Do you have breasts? I'd like to have all breasts, please. Oh man. This is when I need to be in the back of the big tramp. All right, guys. V4 says I'm a drumstick guy myself. Yeah, I'm not so much. What does your wife say when you do that? She laughs. She thinks it's funny. Dr. D says, I have come for your finest breasts. What have you to offer? This is the best day that has ever been. We're totally going to get laid. You can have my breasts if I can have your legs. I'll pass you my legs. The nice thing is between me and my wife likes both. She likes both. And but the great part about it is she doesn't mind eating the legs. So if I take too many of the breasts, then she's okay. She's okay. She's like, I'll take the legs. But it's really great though for when we eat out at for wings, because I really don't care which ones I get. I think she likes just the legs, so I eat the wing, and she eats the leg wing. APE is up 2.78% at $1.85, and AMC is up 8.62 at $5.04. Tano, a lot of this, I believe that a lot of what you're seeing going on today is that there's about 1.52 million shares that's going to have to be delivered by the end of the day, so somebody's being forced to buy. I say, wait, Angelina says, Casey says both, like he says, sorry. Sorry? Both? Sorry? Sorry, both? Both sorry? And breaths. Breath. It's the plural part of it, Wolfie, that gets me. It's the breaths, because it's real easy to just say breaths. It's like just lazy speak, I guess. Casey language. If you're taking many breaths, then you're inhaling a lot. Oh man. Einstein says they're also reloading shares to borrow so they can run it back down. Absolutely, that's the whole idea of the process, right? Like they're gonna be borrowing. That's the whole reason why they return a bunch of shares in advance, right? So when we start seeing short interest dropping beforehand, before a big price run, somebody needs those shares for two different reasons: one, to deliver, and the other to as they're buying on the market to keep oh man, I got hiccups. To suppress the price. So, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Wolfie, sorry about this, but I gotta do this, man. Sorry. Andrew Morgan says, hey, Casey, since you cleaned out the chat, price goes up. I'm willing to get kicked out, too, if it means a bump up to 6. Yeah. Hold on a second. Why didn't I think of this before? I probably could have just done this before. I don't know why I didn't think of this. That is so stupid of me. I just realized that I could do something that I didn't realize I could do, and that I could have done a long time ago. Another thing too is that I kind of want. I was thinking a little bit about some precautionary things I could do on this channel that I hadn't really thought about before, and I kind of wanted to run it past you guys maybe a little bit. I think when I open up the back of the big tramp, I'll probably discuss it with anybody who wants to come back there, and we can discuss it, or maybe we can discuss it offline one day. But there is There is a way for me to be able to maybe acknowledge new subscribers that are here so that we can see who the new names are, and I can also find out details about some of those new accounts as well. That way, anytime somebody's creating a new account and then just recycling back in again, we can kind of have like a heads up, and moderators would know, or at least have an idea on which accounts are more recently created, perhaps, versus some other things. So just kind of a thought that I had the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know why we haven't been doing this the whole time. But then again, I don't want to get real super anal about stuff because I really just don't like drama, guys. I really hate it, and I just would rather just avoid it as much as possible. So I don't know. Maybe we can just talk about it. Casey, super anal? I mean, when you're going to go all the way, go all the way. I don't know. I like one of the things that I had done for a long time ago, and I just did it just to I guess throw out like an acknowledgement to people that were here. You know, anytime there was a new subscriber, I would just say like, "Hey, thanks for being here." And then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, "Nah, that maybe people want to just have privacy and not know that they're subscribing here for whatever reason that may be." But you know, and I stopped watching it after I stopped doing the shout outs because I just didn't want people to feel like I was like trying to monitor or track what people are doing. Now that I'm saying this right now, saying it out loud makes it sound like super, super awful. Like I don't want to do it. Like it's a bad idea. I just read what you said, Projular. Projular, I'm gonna throw my wife under a bus here. I showed her the picture of you on the beach with the peace sign this morning, and she's like, "Who's that silly, goofy guy?" But you have to know, please know, Pro Jeweler, that my wife, whenever she calls somebody goofy, she means that in like an affectionate kind of way. It's not like it's not meant as a put down. Like she'll call me goofy all the time, and it's just like it's her way of. I really don't know how to. She just thinks it's funny, right? She thinks it's funny. So, and funny for her is a good thing. So anyway, she goes, "Who's that goofy guy?" And I said, "That's Pro Jeweler." And she's like, "Oh, that's cool." She's like, "There's no waves." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I said the same thing. Where's the waves at? So I don't know. Hopefully there's enough wave there to make at least a sound of a wave, because she'll be a little upset if that's not the case. Ariel says, "I just get the eye rolls now." Those are good though, Ariel. They like your goofiness. Girls, your woman loves it when you're goofy. They do, because you add a little bit of flavor or variety in their life, and that makes them happy. So, if you're getting the eye rolls, you're probably doing something right. Don't worry about it. Unless they're the evil eye roll. The evil eye roll is a totally different kind of eye roll. And you know what I'm talking about. There's a big difference. Tech We Love says, "How high of waves does she need?" I mean, she just needs to hear like the rolling sound of an ocean sound. Like, like the crashing of some waves making a nice ocean sound. That's about it. It's all about the motion of the ocean. Sue says, "Once I said something that was interpreted in conspiratorial and I may as well have been. I quick learned. Now I just support in silence and hope for the best. And then Food Dog says, put in tinfoil hat in there, but people are gonna be people, man. I try to let people have like their own opinion and say what it is that they want to say. I can't control if people jump on you for it or not. But you have to expect, right? Like if you come into a room with a bunch of people who hold a stock and are in support of that company and the stock that they're invested in, if you start saying negative things about the company or something like that, you can imagine that's like walking into a bar full of bikers and going, "Hey guys, how you doing?" It's like you got to feel the room a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's difficult to walk in a room full of people that are not like-minded and then throwing out something that might offend those people. So, Wolfie, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. I know there was a time on I actually learned that lesson, I think, pretty early on too, Jesus, where I was on Twitter and there was a space call that was happening, and I wanted to jump on there and throw in my 2 cents real quick. And this is a long time ago. Nobody knew who I was in there. Not that I was anybody. I was just another guy, another dude, another investor, right? And I wanted to get in there and throw in my 2 cents. And so I immediately put my hand up to go talk, and I went to the top of the thing and I started talking, and I got grilled. I mean, just absolutely grilled. And I was like, I'm not a bad guy here. Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. It was one of those ones where it's like, they look at Stonko Tracker and they see a bunch of new shares that are available to borrow, and I wanted to let them know that that's normal. It happens, and those shares come from the returning or closing of short interest that allows shares to be available to borrow again. It was kind of something real simple like that. I just wanted people to be educated, and they started coming after me, and it was just like, whoa, same team here, guys. I'm just trying to let you know why it's happening. It's not anything, it's normal. It's normal to have shares returning. Was that the first time I ever kept it live as I sneezed? I think it might have been. Was that too loud? I'm sorry. I apologize. Funky Pizza Production says, what space call? I don't even remember who was holding it, honestly. Yeah, I don't even remember. It was so long ago. This is like back in 2021, probably in like the later portion of the year. I have no idea who was even hosting it. It might have been Soika that was hosting it. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't fart, Nana. Whatever. Oh my gosh, Mac and Bees. I have like blow your eardrum loud sneezes. People don't like it when I sneeze in person. Seuss is saying, the thing that I appreciate the time that you spend delivering this info daily. Many of us can get stuff done, drive work, out, paint a home, grocery shopping without having to stare at an app. I mean, that was the whole idea behind a lot of what it is that I'm doing here, man. So I'm glad that it works out for you, and I'm glad that that's what you what you need and what you want, and that you're getting what you need and what you want. Because I think part of keeping us successful is keeping something like this going, and damn it, I want to win. I'm pretty sure you want to win too. So if I can do whatever I can do to try and get us to that winning check mark, I will do it. Because damn it, We deserve a win. And don't worry about upsetting me. I don't upset very easily, so don't worry about it. It's everything. I'm pretty thick-skinned. Wrench says Casey 1 week. You know, I saw I don't know where it was that I went. I went somewhere, I was watching something, and I saw a bunch of y'all putting in 2 weeks into the chat room. A lot of times you guys don't know I'm watching. And I am. I watch more often than I'd like to admit some things, and when I'm in there and I see you guys putting in stuff like 2 weeks or something like that, it makes me smile. I can't help but not smile because, you know, I know we all know what the 2 weeks means. It's not a literal 2 weeks. It's just us saying, you know, like, it doesn't matter how long it takes because screw them. And every single day is a 2 week day. Because if it's what it takes, it's 2 weeks more. It's 2 weeks more. It's always going to be 2 weeks more. It does not matter because we're here for the long run, the longevity of what this is going to take. So, when I see you putting in the 2 weeks thing, I know it's a camaraderie kind of thing. You know, it's like, yeah, it has nothing to do with the idea that I think that this is going to happen in 2 weeks kind of thing. But I see it and I go like, yeah, 2 weeks. It makes, you don't understand how bad it makes me want to just like, because I don't want to write anything usually because I'm like, I don't want to anybody know that I'm there, but I so badly want to just put 2 weeks. If I could whisper in chat 2 weeks, I would somehow whisper it. Way back in the day when they used to have chat rooms, you could whisper to somebody so that only that one person received your message. How come they don't have that on YouTube yet? Like, what the heck? They're missing out on such a huge opportunity, like a direct message to one individual. And the way you could do it was you could put in you put in like their @ and their name or something like that, and then it would whisper the thing to them. They're missing out. That's like it's they need to be able to allow people to whisper. Apex says 20,160 minutes. Funky Pizza says 2 weeks is perfect. I think it's funny. It's like our handshake in a way. Yeah. Nana says sometimes I just lurk. It's fun to see eyes us in other chats. I don't know what that is. That people? I don't know what that is. I see eyes. Hayden says I need a name for barbecue in Austin. Look, there's going to be people here from where I'm at that are going to disagree with me. But I'm telling you right now, Hayden, there's really only two choices unless you're willing to wait a long time. I suggest Rudy's Barbecue or Salt Lick. And it depends on what you like. Home Wrench is saying Stubbs. Meh. I would stick with Rudy's or Salt Lick. And here's why. It gives you two different kinds of potential barbecue that you want to have. If you want traditional barbecue and you want with really good flavorful bark, you want Rudy's. And make sure you get, if you like fatty brisket, then make sure you get the moist brisket because it's going to be better. It's better. It's always better moist. But if you want something different that you're not used to having had before, and maybe a little more on the German side of things, go to Salt Lick. Salt Lick has their baby back ribs are probably hands down some of the best ones around, and the meat just falls right off the bone. A little expensive, but it is so good. Their brisket's not nearly as good, but it's not bad either. It's pretty decent brisket. But their atmosphere is geared more towards German style barbecue, and the sauce is a mustard based sauce. So it gives you that German feel to barbecue. So that would be my recommendation. Now, some people will tell you stuff like Franklin's as a place to go. If you're specifically in Austin, that's going to be the main place to go. But the problem with Franklin's is that sometimes you have to wait in a line for like an hour or more just to get to the barbecue, and you have to get in line early in the morning before it first opens. So it can kind of be a little bit of a pain in the ass to get the barbecue. It is amazing barbecue. Hands down, it's probably by far the best barbecue you will ever have in your whole life. And no question about it, but you have to wait. But that would be my suggestion. The thing about Rudy's, if you go to Rudy's, is it's usually part of a gas station. Not always, but usually part of a gas station. So you're going to be like, dude, what the hell? Like the minute you drive up to the place, depending on which one you go to, if you drive up to the place and you see a gas station, and you're going to be like, what the hell did Casey get me involved into here? I'm getting my barbecue out of a gas station. Don't knock it till you try it, right? Once you get in there and you get that brisket and you get it in your mouth, you'll be like, holy crap, how in the world is they serving this kind of food out of a gas station? But it all depends on which location you go to. There is a Rudy's downtown. That's a trying to think of the downtown one. Hold on a second. Let me look something up real quick here. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember two different locations. So there's one that's off of, which one is it? Sometimes they're called Rudy's Country Store and Barbecue. And I can't remember which location it is. I want to say it's the one off of the one that's closest to downtown Austin is probably going to be off of the Lamar. And I don't know if that one has a gas station in. I don't think that one has a gas station in front of it. But I'm not positive. I can't remember off the top of my head. If you go to that one, you may not judge me too harshly. Wolfie, I tried to send you a DM on Twitter. Hold on a second. Oh, if you have a new account on Twitter, Wolfie, that's the reason why. If you followed me recently, I'll try to find the follow and then I'll follow you back, and then you'll be able to send it to me. So give me until I go on my break here. I'm going to be going in just a few minutes, so I'll look you up and make sure that I'm following you back. What you could do is send me a DM on Discord, and just tell me what your account name is, and I'll follow you. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to see it. Let's see what we got going on here for numbers. starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange. We got about 61.44% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.18. The combined total, and that's 68.62%. That's about 6.62% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So definitely some price suppression going on through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day is at 1.32% of our total daily volume, which is equates to about 260,000 shares. Anything over 300 is significantly large. Remember, I think they've got about 1.52 million shares that they need to deliver before the day is over today. And if not, then we may see some incredibly forced buying going on tomorrow. And on APE, 49.01% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 7.02. The combined total, and that's 56.03%. That's about 5.97% less than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today on APE is at 0.39% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 0.05. There's a significant amount of volume going through there, but nothing. It's 12,000, almost 13,000 shares so far. I don't get excited until I see over 30,000 on APE. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.25. Nothing unusual happening on that. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, we had approximately 411,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 903,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 29.43%. Cost per min's at 87.06. Average is 318.03 and max is 336.05. Shares on loan for the day today is 184.3 million shares. That is approximately 1.3 million more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex estimated that about 415,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at APE, borrowed for the day today on APE, we have about it was 500,000 shares an hour ago. It's now 1.49 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 18.53%. Cost to borrow min, max, and average are at 7.26 and have remained the same even though there's been multiple borrows. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.74 million shares. That's 1.18 million more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike so far. It is still the case. We had 15.9 thousand contracts at 5 an hour ago. It's now 25.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was 28.8 thousand contracts at $4 strike. It's now 43.1. And taking a look at the combined price of AMC and APE, we're currently at $6.86. So we're like almost 40 cents higher than my prediction for the day today. So it's doing really, really well. I really can't get over the fact how close this is to performing with where I was kind of suggesting it would go, but just delayed a little bit. If you were to take like the total time, I can't believe how crazy this is. I mean, this is like so dead on. If you were to take this time frame, I'm kind of curious here. From this point here to this point here in regards to time, if I were to take that, how do I do this? Actually, it'd probably be an easier way to do this. Let's try this. 25 bars is it's about 27 bars between 28 bars between the top to where they manipulated price down to retest this level of resistance. It was 28 specific bars, and if you look at the time frame from here to where price started moving to, it's 39 bars. So it was like literally it was almost as if the price movement that was supposed to occur 2 trading days ago didn't, the actual, what came in was a drop in price, and it's now literally doing the delayed movement that it was supposed to have back here, but starting from a lower point. It's really kind of nutty how that works out. I do believe this entire move. Oh shoot! This entire move was intended to try and elicit selling from investors. This entire move right here. But combined price is $6.82 currently. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only 3 that I'm looking for on this list. AMC made the list again. It was on the list earlier, I think in second to last. Now it's in last on the list here. We have a 49.46% buy and a 50.54% sell ratio. So we are getting a little bit of a less of a buy to sell ratio. That doesn't really confirm anything specifically because this is just based off the amount of orders they're going through. But I don't like seeing a negative buy to sell ratio, so that's not necessarily a great thing. But there's always going to be, initially, anytime price starts moving up, there's always going to be short-term investors, and it may be just a very small quantity of people who may have gotten into low price and they're just taking profits early. So at the very beginning portion of a run, you do tend to see lower buy to sell ratios. So it's not unexpected, and usually as long as that clears out within a day, and you still have price moving upwards, that's a good thing. SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.18. APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow for the day is at 200,000 shares. So they have been returning shares, and definitely into the ETFs have stayed the same. Fees are at 167.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.07, Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the SP 500 is breaking even. We have 3,973 advancers to 2,240 decliners. The market's not faring as well as it was an hour ago. It's got more decliners than it did then. And currently, let's see how these banks are doing here. This just takes forever to update. FRC is down 5.59%. Silvergate's down 5%. Other big movers, we've got Coinbase up 4%, 4.03. Let's see what else. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.54%, but consolidating still. The US dollar is up 0.06 and trending up. Oil is up 1.75 and trending slightly down. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.11, anywhere from 0.11 to 0.1, and on an uptrend for BlackRock and consolidating for Vanguard. SPY is up 0.03, but currently trending down. VIX is up 4.58% and consolidating. VBR is up 0.38 and is on a downtrend. VB is up 0.51 on a downtrend. Tesla is up 0.47 on an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.66 on a downtrend. Cinemark is up 1.72 on a downtrend. Actually, let me make sure. Yeah, it's currently on a downtrend. Doge is down 0.22% and on an uptrend. Bitcoin is down 0.3% and on a downtrend. I'm sorry. Yeah, downtrend. GME is up 0.123 on a downtrend. HYMC is down 0.07 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.74 and a very slight downtrend, but I'd say overall kind of consolidating currently. Hood is up 1.14 and man, it's on an uptrend overall, I think. APE is up 1.94 and consolidating, and AMC is up 7.33% on an uptrend. We have approximately $3 million more outflow than inflow on AMC. 22.88 million shares traded so far for the day today. This is definitely going to bust my volume prediction of 10 to 30 million shares for the day. Currently, we have 164 minutes having been traded. We are on pace for 54.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than our RSI 53.66, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 68.27, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 67.75, which is above average and after having signaled overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 58.06, which is average. On APE, there is approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.82 million shares haven't been traded so far for the day today. Let's see here. After 165 minutes worth of trading for the day today, we have approximately 9.02 million shares traded so far. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 53.29, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 58, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.01, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure for a little hot minute here since noon. For the last 15 minutes, RSI is at 47.94, which is slightly below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. After I get back from my break today, I'll do numbers and then open up the back of the big tramp. Thank you for reiterating that for me, Nana. I appreciate that. What are the topics? What are the topics? Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean, what are the topics? I'm not sure what you mean by what are the topics. Like, what are we seeing for talking points as to why price is moving? Because I can tell you right now that none of it has to do with what it is. Oh, do you mean like what are we talking about specifically for the day to day? If that's the case, I don't know. I guess earlier this morning I was talking about the Bank of Japan's yen to the U.S. dollar. I think that was kind of a little bit of a topic that we had for the day, if that's what you mean. Oh, in the back of the van? It's whatever you want to talk about. The only reason that I open up the back of the big tramp is so people can have their voices heard and, we can talk about whatever. If there's something you'd like to, if there's a topic you'd like to bring up, you're more than welcome to bring that up, and we can make it your choice. Hayden says, a Navy friend, no FOMO, picking me up. I'd invite you and the wife for a beer, but I don't know what side of the town he is at. Well, unfortunately, my wife's working right now, but if you wanted to invite me for a beer, I probably wouldn't turn it down, as long as it wasn't too late. Only I have to buy you the beer, because you remember, you can't buy me anything. It's from my wife. You can buy my wife beers later. After this is all over. Will says, back of the van, my mom told me not to get into vans with strangers. Am I a stranger? I know, right? It's like the best part of it, the whole thing there, though. It's like you're not supposed to do that. Golden thoughts become golden things. Welcome to the channel. There is a rule in the channel that we don't discuss other stock tickers here besides AMC, APE, or GME, or something in relationship that how it's going to impact those stocks. So this is an AMC channel. Yucca says, well, yeah, Casey, Citadel pays you the big bucks, so yeah, buy us all beers. Man. Is that like a going thing now? Is like, am I now working for Citadel? Is that going to be the new? Is that the rumor that's being spread or something? Where does that come from? It's crazy. Einstein says the markets are boring today. With a capital boring. Well, Will, there's no other place I'd rather be in the same room as you when you're in bed. Well, come on into the back of the big tramp. That makes me just feel so awkward, Will. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is so awkward. I never have ever, Will, for the very first time ever, I seriously never had thought about the idea about where people were listening to before. I mean, people have said things like at work and, doing laundry or, stuff around the house or whatever, but I've never heard somebody saying, I'm laying in bed listening to you just lounging around. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm sure there's probably people in bathrooms somewhere too, but please, you don't have to tell me. I don't want to know. Oh, there it is, V4. I've been on the toilet for an hour. I knew that was coming. If you start saying the next thing that comes after the bed is the toilet. Joe says, I shower to your voice too, Casey. Yeah, thanks, man. That's more images. I used to... I'm not saying it. I'll say it. I used to turn on a couple different other YouTubers and shower as well, because it's like I like to listen to what it is that they're saying. The problem is with the showers, you can only catch like some of the stuff that they're saying. You can't catch it all because it's like the water kind of muffles it a little bit. I found this like really interesting trick though, that if you stick your phone in the sink, it does a really good at projecting the sound. And I don't have one of those really cool speakers you can set up that is like waterproof and everything in the shower, but it is definitely fun to take a shower and listen while you're showering. Casey takes kinky showers. I knew you were gonna key in on that as soon as I said it. That's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. People lather their bodies as they listen to you. The stuff that you just don't... I never really thought about it before. I mean, I know I do it listening to other people, but I never really thought about it before. Oh my gosh. Wrench says ASMR, Casey doesn't shower, he takes hot tubs. You know what, Wrench? I would probably skip on a few showers here and there if I did have a hot tub. Not gonna lie. I mean, it's chlorine, right? It's chlorine. It's a bath in chlorine. It should be good. You should be okay. You could probably miss a shower too on that. No, Nana. No. No. It's only when you grab the loofah, of course, right? Yeah, I'm sure of it. No loofahs. You need soap. Soap only. Yucca. That's terrible, Yucca. No. That's it. Damn it. I'm going to break. I can't anymore of this. Where do you listen to Casey? This is Where Do You Listen to Casey Hour. Most awkward places. Do you guys ever do you ever walk into the bathroom and then like like work or maybe a public restaurant or something, you walk in and then somebody's inevitably in a stall and they're just playing at full blast. They're playing like a video or something like that. Like you can tell it's like some kind of YouTube video or it's something, right? Like it's you don't know what it is exactly, but it's like some kind of video. And then like as soon as you walk in, the minute that they hear the door open, they like drop the volume down next to nothing, and you're just sitting there left wondering like the whole time, like what in the world was it that they were watching that they had to be sitting on the seat for and having the volume at full blast in an echoey bathroom. I don't understand that. I've never understood. All right, we're going to get rid of Golden Thoughts. Apparently that person doesn't understand how this works around here. Dynamite says I go in immediately fart. My wife and I will always talk about how like you go into the restroom and you sit down and then the other person won't leave. And so it becomes this like challenge of like who's the stronger of the wills. Like you got there second, but they've probably been in there for a while. And so like you guys you just sit there staring at each other's shoes waiting for the other person to leave. And then sometimes you get like a and then and then they leave. And it's just like one of those funny things. I don't know if you guys, it's so awkward though. It's like the most awkwardest thing ever. You walk in there and you're just like, bitch, you're leaving first. I'm not leaving. You're done. You've been in here. So yeah, those are funny. We love talking about that stuff because it's hilarious. They tap your shoe and run. I've never had that happen. That would be so awkward. That would be really funny though. If like you sat there for a while, like nothing happened, and finally you like started like how like you can like shuffle your toes, then your ankle, and then or your heel, and then your toes, and like you just start slowly walking your foot over their direction to their side. You just more and more and more, and finally they just start running. That's actually a really funny tactic. I might have to try that in the future. I think that would be really funny. Just slowly walk my foot over. Till I'm like halfway into their stall. Funky Pizza Production says, I love to cook and clean to some Casey Sean's space calls. When you're funky music, we crank the volume and jam out to the numbers. We had a guy that used to squirt conditioner in the next shower stall to freak out the guy. The only place that I've ever thought of that would have applied for me in my lifetime would have been in college. And that would have been just like, oh my gosh, I would have freaked out. That's the worst. I can't even imagine if that happened. All right, it's getting off the rails here, guys. Off the rails. Too far. I used to be the same in the stall, or I used to be the same in the stall when I started corporate work, and then I said screw hedgies and started going full blast as a sign of dominance. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna go to break, guys. I obviously took us down a dark road we shouldn't have maybe gone down. I don't know. It's funny, but some people are probably offended. Oh well. They'll get over it. All he ever talks about is like bathroom humor. Alrighty, guys, I'll be back at 12:50 or 12:10. I put 12:15, 12:10, and we'll do the numbers, and then once I'm done with the numbers, we'll go through. I'll go back into the back of the big tramp, and we can just talk about whatever. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. 12:10.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Nice to be in orbit.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Sam just said, poor Pee Wee Herman. I don't know what the heck happened, man. But don't you dare start telling me something happened bad to poor Pee Wee Herman. All right. Let's see what we got going on with these numbers here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we're going to check out and see what's happening. Starting with me telling you guys that I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that back up on the screen. Let's go ahead and take a look at, actually, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, you might want to, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device that can receive that access code, you might want to do so, as you never know when potentially something's going to happen with your phone and or whatever device it is that you're getting it on, and you need a backup device. So enable that if you can. And then probably the most important thing that I could possibly express to you guys going forward here is to make sure that you have either a digital or hard copy of your statement through your of your portfolio through your broker. If you do not have that, you are risking yourself massively. There is going to be broker failures. I promise you guys. It's, and I don't know which ones it's going to be. You probably would love to know if I could tell you, and if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't. I have no clue. It could be my broker. I have no idea who. But if you don't have proof of ownership of what it is, to show that you had or held something, and they claim that you have something different at some point going on down the road, how are you going to argue that? How are you going to claim ownership of something that you have no proof of? So make sure you have that proof, please, please, please. I can't stress enough how important it is. Taking a look at off exchange for the day today on AMC, we're sitting at. I would expect by this time of the day, off exchange EDGX to be combined around 63%. We're at 60.9% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.29. The combined total on that's 68.59%. So it's about 5.19% higher than it should be. So a lot of price discovery being lost through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day today is at 1.06% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.43. Total amount of shares going through CHX so far for the day today is at about 267,000 shares. That's shy of the 1.52 million that I'm expecting that they need by the end of the day today. On APE, So far for the day today, we've got about 50.22 million shares traded so far. That's going to have the effect of... What am I saying? Sorry, I started thinking about something else here. 50.22 going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.55. The combined total, and that's 56.77%, or about 6.23% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.31% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.05, which is about 13,000 shares. I'm not excited yet because usually it's not a big number for me until I see about 30,000 or more. Going through GME, we have about 49.22% going through off exchange. I don't care about that because I don't normally look at it. What I meant to look at was CHX, which is at 0.01% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.25. It's only 141 shares. Nothing unusually large happening there. My mind is like completely focused on this one thing I'm thinking about, and it's like, no, go do this, and it's like, I can't. I'm doing numbers. Stop pulling me in this other direction. 903,000 shares is what was being reported as having been returned for the day today on AMC. It's now down to 597,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.43%. Cost per mint at 1.04. Average is 2.89.79 and max is 345.73. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.3 million shares. That's 1.3 million. That's 1.3 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday, and Ortex estimating about 415,000 of that was in new short interest on Friday. On APE, an hour ago there was 1.49 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.74. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 18.55%. The cost to borrow average, max, and min have remained the same throughout the day today at 7.26%, regardless of the rate or regardless of the amount of shares that have been borrowed. Shares on loan is at 78.74 million shares on loan for the day today. That's 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of volume for call options was at a $5 strike. There was 25.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 28.9. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 43.1 thousand contracts. There's now 49.1. Market is suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day. Combined, the price of AMC and APE is at $6.77. It's about it's actually $6.78 now, so it's exactly 30 cents higher than what I anticipated for an average price close for the day today. And we are getting a little bit of that run up here, just a little bit later, about 38 periods later, or 308, about a day later. 380 minutes is about a day's worth of trading, a little bit later than I anticipated on this. As of right now, we're consolidating between $6.67 and $7.03. Those are kind of our levels of support and resistance that we have right here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Not on the list. Trigger price for SSR for the day today on AMC is at $4.18, APE at $1.62. Shares available to borrow has dropped, so they did return a bunch of shares earlier this morning. They borrowed another 50,000 here, and then again yet another 50,000. So we're looking at another 100K borrowed so far for the day today, according to Stonko Tracker. So we're looking at about 200,000 shares borrowed that's being reported through there. ETFs have also shown more borrowed shares through the ETFs as well, and then also returned. Fees last seen at 158.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is up 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.08. Currently, there's 3,786 advancers to 2,452 decliners. I think that's about where the market was an hour ago. So a little bit of stability in the market showing right now. Maybe some consolidation for the middle portion of the day. Let's see what we got going on with some of these banks in here. We'll just I'm just going to name off the ones that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater. As of right now, FRC is down 5.29, Silvergate down 5%. Coinbase up 2.79. And I do believe that's the end of it. Yep, I don't see anything else moving drastically other than those. Ethereum Classic is down 1.65% for the day-to-day and trending down. Oil is up. Let's go with dollar. US dollar is up 0.14 and trending up. That usually means the market's coming down. Oil is up 1.28, but now starting to trend down from where it was moving before. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.17, both consolidating currently. SPY is down 0.05, and I'd say consolidating a little bit from a downtrend. So confirmation of that consolidation currently occurring. VIX is up 4.58%, consolidating. VBR is up 0.19 and on a downtrend. VB is up 0.42 on a downtrend. Tesla is up 0.23 on a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.91 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.69 on a downtrend. Doge is up 0.04 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.31. It's actually on a slight downtrend here. It's actually a little bit more than slight. Pretty good downtrend. GME is up 0.75 and on a downtrend. HYMC is down 0.6, consolidating and maybe a slight downtrend. NCMI is down 0.5 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.63 and downtrend. Currently it looks like it's consolidating, but it's been on an overall downtrend most this morning. APE is up 3.33% and starting to trend up. AMC is up 5.82 and consolidating after having had a downtrending run here from a high of 508. Volume for the day today on AMC starting to slow down here a little bit, but it's going to beat my estimates of 10 to 30 million. Beat my estimates. 26.8 million shares traded so far for the day today after 234 minutes worth of trading. That puts us on a pace for 44.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 10 to 30 million. We'll probably come in at around just maybe slightly under 40 million if I had to guess. Maybe right at 40 million. Unless, of course, we see some afternoon volume that picks up all of a sudden out of nowhere. That would certainly boost it up quite a bit, too. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.3, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.19, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.01, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.34, which is average. On APE, there's approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.62 million shares traded so far for the day today. We've got 235 minutes worth of trading gone or expired so far. That's putting us on a pace of about 7.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 56.55, which is above average. Slightly above average, rather. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.69, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.3, which is above average, and almost signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.68, which is above average. All right. So with that, let me take you guys back to the main page here. And I'm going to go back to the back of the Big Tramp and anybody who'd like to join is more than welcome to. Let's see. Got volume up. Not a bad looking day so far. Parrot, good morning. Foo, good morning. Afternoon, I guess, really, technically. For me.
It's still morning here, so you're good.
Everybody's a little different, right? Tom D says, Casey, I'll break it to you. Pee Wee Herman died. Get the F out of here. What?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
It would seem so.
What was his name? His name was
Paul Rubens or something like that?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Paul Rubenfeld.
Oh, Paul Rubenfeld. Rubenfeld? What did he felt?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. It's weird. Some people are saying it's Paul Rubens.
Yeah, I've never heard Rubenfeld. I've heard Rubens for years.
Weird. I'm seeing two different names listed here. It says here
Dynamite.
that... Sorry, go ahead.
No, Dynamite always makes me laugh, and I can't hit the freaking mute button quick enough.
This is what happens when you look at Wiki for, I guess, information, because that's where it's coming from with the Rubenfeld portion of it. It says his birth. I'm seeing actually on multiple sites now that his birth name was Rubenfeld. It could be that he changed it or shortened it to Rubens for whatever reason.
Well, we'll toast a large Marge in his name.
That was spot on there.
No, that was pretty bad. That was actually pretty bad. It depends. I have to really belt it out in order to get it out right. So it's kind of one of those things where I don't want to do it right in front of the mic.
You need the handlebar bell. We need to add the handlebar bell to the sound bar. The bling.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I had a friend who used to constantly. We would. He used to say, "I know you are, but what am I?" And it used to freaking piss me off so much because I don't think my parents really let me watch Pee Wee Herman all that much growing up, and so I knew what it was from, but I just didn't. I didn't get it because I wasn't watching it, and so I had no idea, and it was kind of lost on me because he kept saying it over and over and over every single time, and it was just like, man, I was like, that's dumb.
Didn't he also play in a Cheech and Chong? Didn't he have like a cameo role in a Cheech and Chong film, or maybe I got it mixed up with the Police Academy. One of those two, he had a little bit part in. It was kind of funny.
Yeah. Christopher Bates says, "You sound like the Navigator." Yeah, that was the alien spaceship that did like a impersonation of Pee Wee Herman and a bunch of different other stuff from, I think, TV or something. Censored Content says, "Yeah, he did Mad Coke and Cheech and Chong." Corey says Pee Wee's Big Adventure was the shit, yo.
That's the only thing I know him from, really, except for Blow. And oh, that sounded gay. Well, anyway, people were like, "You should see it," and I was like, "I'm not watching that shit," you know. And I finally broke down and watched it, and it was really good. I thought it was really funny.
I'm a loner, Dottie. She was so cute too, and he was just always like pushing her away. It was just like, oh man, dude, Pee Wee, you made it to the big house finally. And then he doesn't. Oh man, it was terrible.
Yeah, Ariel says he had a kids show, and I obviously wasn't going to be watching that when I was like 18 or something. I think is when it came out.
It's like I'm just thinking back to like all the Pee Wee moments, and it was just kind of one of those things where it was like, you know, it was just so weird and awkward, and that's what kind of made it funny a little bit. But then you think back to like I'm trying to think of the. Know what I mean, Vern? I can't think of what his name is.
Well, Ernest.
Yeah, Ernest. That's right. Like both those two guys were like kind of like the. I feel like the guys that we, you know, us kids were watching and growing up and stuff, and it was just kind of like, you know, Ernest goes to whatever camp or this, that, and the other. Oh, Dynamite! Come on now, come on. Ernest though, yeah. Ernest was amazing. You know, he made so many people laugh.
Yeah, he was a funny guy. Yucca wanted to know about your new superhero earlier.
What was it again?
Super anal.
Super anal. Wait. He's here. He's here, guys. He's here. Yucca. Welcome.
What is that, like three people clapping?
I don't know. I just can't. It sounds good though. Welcome, Yucca. Wouldn't have guessed you were here.
You didn't hear me come in?
No. Yeah, I know. It's always something with this guy. Oh man.
How was your weekend? I missed everything. I was out partying.
Oh, did you have a good time?
You know. Oh yeah.
Good. Did you do anything special?
Made a lot of connections.
Connections?
I mean, just connections.
Good.
You know. It was the anniversary of Power Tools. 30 years anniversary. Obviously not actual power tools that you work on your house with, not like that.
Like adult tools or what?
There was a house music and techno show that used to air on Saturdays from 1 a.m. to 4 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the anniversary, and now they have it on, I think, Sirius XM radio or something like that.
Mm.
But yeah, I seen a lot of old people that everybody, they're old now. It's like 30 years is old, from 20. A lot of people are 50. Yeah, it was over at downtown LA, Persian Square, and got VIP, took pictures with some famous DJs.
How'd you get VIP?
Cool. You pay.
You paid for VIP?
Yeah, you pay for VIP. It's only a few tickets. You got to get it ahead of time.
That doesn't sound very VIP.
And how?
I mean, I feel like VIP is like something you get for free.
No. So VIP. Okay, so there's two types of VIP. There's a VIP that if you can get the tickets, you pay early, and then you're closer to the front of the stage, and you're in the back, kind of like on the side or the back of the stage, where a lot of people hang out that are kind of famous, DJ famous, or like record producers, music producers, in that section. And then there's the VIP where you are in a private section where you have to buy bottles. It's weird, right? You're still paying, where you're buying bottles and you have your own table, but nobody lets you up there. And it's higher than, it's like, it's weird. It's like they elevated that section and everybody's looking down on us like, look at us up here. Yeah. So, whatever.
Was it worth it, paying for it?
The $20, yeah, because you didn't have to wait in line.
Oh, that's worth it. Yeah, that's worth it.
Yeah, so they're like, there was a different entrance. The other entrance,
was that also the back door?
Around. No, well, this was the side. That was the side door. The back door was where the DJs would go in, or the performers. There was a lot of performances.
The real VIPs.
Yeah, real VIPs.
The free VIPs.
Yeah, free. Yeah, but it was pretty cool. It started at 1:00. Was it 1? Hold on, was it 1 or 2? No, it started at 2 and it ended at 11. Because it ended early because I guess downtown now people live in those buildings, like those high-rise buildings.
Yep.
Like they're like, what are they, like lofts?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yeah, so people live there now, and then you see cats outside the window looking down at us. Everybody's looking down at us.
You saw a bunch of pussy cats?
Yeah, a bunch of pussy cats.
Yeah.
But it was exciting. I don't know if you saw the pictures I posted on the Discord. I made those glasses.
No, I missed it. Let me go back and look.
Yeah, that Saturday I went to the dollar store and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna make these glasses with the logo on them. The logo is that DJ logo, Power Tools. And I have the printer. I can just print them. I can just print that perforated vinyl, and I can just mount that in the front of the glasses. So I went to the dollar store, got like 5 of them.
Yeah,
I got 5 of those, and then they were like, I spent no more than $10. And then I put that, and then I gave some to my friend. I got the white ones for myself, and then everybody loved them. They're like at the show. They're like, "Where did you get them? Did you get them in the back? Where did you get those glasses?" I'm like, "No, I made them." And then one of the managers for this famous DJ, he's like, "Dude, He was telling his friend, the DJ friend, he's like, "I gotta buy those. They're probably like $40." And I heard him, and then I said, "You know what? Let me take a picture with him and this and that." And then
is that who these other 2 guys that are on here in this picture?
Yeah.
I guess I should share this. Can I share this? Is that okay?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Okay, so here's Yucca in his sweet glasses. Yeah, his posse. Notice the guy on the right of you or to the left in the picture has no wrist. Oh, it's on his other hand. I see it now. Never mind. Just taking it back.
Yeah,
I was like, he's a real VIP if it's on his right. If it's on his left hand, not his right. Notice yours is on the right. Everybody else is on the left. Yeah.
I don't know. It just depends what hand you put. So the guy that's the guy with the hat, he's a DJ. Obviously, it says DJ on it.
Mm.
The other guy is his manager.
Okay.
So his manager was like he walked away, and I heard him say, "Man, I got to get those glasses." And obviously, I'm not gonna take them off and give it to him. I just say, you know what? Somehow I got to ship it to him. But first, I gotta try to get a picture with them, and then try to see if I can get the manager's Instagram, so this way I can connect with him and then ship him out some of his own glasses. So I did. I got that. I found him. And then what happens is Tony B, the guy on the left, the DJ, he posted something on Instagram that they were going to be at an event here in Monrovia, and it's maybe like 30 minutes away from where I'm at, on Sunday. So then he posts a live video. He's like, "Oh, we're here already." You know, it's like a brewery. And they were DJing, and I'm like, "Oh, perfect timing." So I came to the shop. I made the glasses for this guy, and then I put his name on the side of the trim. On the trim of the glasses, I put Holland. That's his last name. And then I sealed it up. I showed up, and he wasn't expecting. So I gave it to him. I handed it to him. He's like, "What the hell?" He was really happy. Like, he was showing it off to everybody. Like, he was surprised that I did that. I went out of the way to, you know. And he was really happy.
So you can see through those glasses, no problem. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. That's my wife. That's my wife there with the bucket hat. And that's my friend Alex.
You mean Gilligan's hat?
Yeah, the Gilligan hat. And then so you see the shirt, Power Tools. I made that here at the shop.
Power Wheels.
It says my Power Tools, not Power Wheels.
Yeah. Who's the other guy? Who's the other guy dancing there? Was he one of your buddies?
Who?
I don't know. He had a pair of glasses like yours too, and he put them down. I like his.
Yeah. Him.
His look better. I like his better.
Oh well, I mean, you know, what can I tell you?
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I think those look more slick.
Yeah, they're dark. They're all dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cool.
What about the writing on there? The power tool writing that's on the glasses, you can see right through that, no problem.
Everything you can see right through.
And it doesn't affect your vision. Man, I would be afraid that my vision would be. I mean, jacked up.
I wouldn't recommend driving with them. Don't drive with them, but you know, you can see people. You can.
It blocks your eyeballs from glances to other directions. I got you. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is for you to. There was a lot of pretty ladies out there, so I'm like, let me wear them because they can't see where I'm looking at, where my eyeballs are facing.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. Hide the eyeballs.
Yeah, misdirection. Anyways, yeah, but that was it. So that's what I did over the weekend. And yeah, that was my weekend.
Very nice,
I missed
man.
a lot of stuff over the weekend. I came back to the Discord. There's a bunch of stuff going on, but it is what it is.
What?
You know,
regular.
Yeah. I did see a foo in there somewhere.
Dynamite's saying you bought those shades at Target. He says you're lying.
You could buy them, but they just come blank. It's crazy because they cost me like $1.25, Casey, the shades. And then you do all these things to them, and then the value, people assume they cost like $40, $50.
Man, that's an incredible markup.
You add value by, you know, yeah. I mean, I'm like,
it looks like he went with the white frames because they were out of like pink and pastel blue.
Oh
no,
man!
You know what? That's not.
I need
$69.99. There you go. I like that, Joe Pan.
Can we get a Pee Wee Herman? I know you are, but what am I? In here, we need that in here.
only if it has the bell. If it doesn't culminate with the ring of the bell 2 times, then no.
We need to get that sound bite in here.
Yeah, we can get the KC logo on those shades. We can get some cool KC shades. That'd be cool.
Yeah, those are pretty sweet.
Yeah. So, you know, and I told my wife, I'm like, he's over there at the event, 30 minutes away. I need to go give him these glasses. And she's like, oh no, you'll see him some other day. I'm like, I may never see him again, man. And I told him I was gonna get him some. So I'm like, if everything comes out smooth, like my machine prints perfectly in that area that I needed to, and if everything works perfect, I'm gonna take it to him. So as soon as I started, it was smooth. Like everything came apart because I had to remove the glasses. You know that what is it? The
Pins.
little legs.
Yeah, the pin.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And I had the screwdriver. I have a screwdriver in the back, and I'm like, does this fit? And it fit perfectly because they're so small.
Yeah.
The screws.
Yeah, very small
Nothing
screws.
broke. Everything aligned so perfectly on the machine, and I was like, oh, that's it. I'm going. So I called her. I'm like, I'm gonna go. You guys want to go with me or not? So my daughter and my wife, they got all dressed up. So we went out to Monrovia. They're like, we're gonna wait for you here and outside because there was no parking. So it's the brewery, so the entrance was in the back of the alleyway. I gave it to him and everything, and I just kind of hung out a little bit for like 5 minutes, and then I kind of walked away slowly without like being a jerk. Just disappeared. And then we went to eat out there. We had some dim sum. What is it? Dim sum? Dim sum? Dim sum, right?
Dim sum?
Yeah, out in Pasadena.
Isn't that just with a soup or something?
No, dim sum is they're like little, I don't know, rice. I don't know how they're made, man. It's my first time having that.
Oh, okay. Was it good?
Well, it's because my daughter ordered those for my wife. They were good, but I ordered barbecue pork with steamed rice. That was delicious. Yeah. So, that's it.
Well, I hope you have an opportunity to hand over those glasses over for the Passover. The glasses from you to him. That works okay. Yeah. I don't know what to call it. The exchange.
Yeah,
you're not even exchanging anything. I don't know. So how are you gonna get close to him?
No. That's kind of gay.
Well, I mean, are you gonna buy another VIP pass?
No. So this is. So I didn't look. I had an Instagram, but I only had like one picture on there. All this time, just one picture of my 3D printed turntable. And then now I've been posting because I don't know how to use Instagram. I have no idea what's story, what's a reel. I have no idea. There's so many options. So then I took pictures and I started posting them, and then I started following these DJs, and then I followed him, the manager, and then he followed me back. That's the whole point. He has to follow you back. You follow, okay, big deal. But if he follows you back, then you have a better connection with him.
Yeah.
More, So then I posted, and he right away he thanked me. Oh man, these are cool. Thank you. And then I said, I'm glad you liked them. So from there, we'll see where it goes. But then from there, I started seeing all of the other people that I knew from back in the days, the other DJs. So I started following them. They're still DJing. It was just me. Life happened, and I just stopped DJing.
Did they remember you?
Hopefully. Tony B did remember me. I'm sure he's just saying, yeah, I remember you by being nice.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know if he remembered me. I'm sure some of the other guys remember me. Like Jungle George. That's a DJ name. Jungle George. We'll see.
Huh?
I gotta start from I gotta start from the beginning again. So I can't. Yeah, Jungle George.
Jungle George. He likes it swampy.
I think you'd be. I think you'd be a cool DJ. You can spin your own rock and roll. Or
me be a cool DJ? I would be very no. I would be terrible at DJing.
No.
Y'all gonna love both of these. These what? These nuts. No, I could never. How come you didn't say what? Yeah, I didn't get you. Man, but no, I don't think I would make a very good DJ. That would not be my thing.
Ah, man. Maybe. What about a radio host?
No, I really just don't. No,
You just don't. You're fine, right?
it's not my cup of tea. I don't. I mean,
you're a great host here. I mean,
I wouldn't mind interviewing people, just for fun of it, because I don't know. I think it's kind of fascinating to hear about like people's lives and what they're involved with and how they got to where they got to and just kind of like digging into like their life story and stuff, because I think it's absolutely fascinating. Like, every single person out there has like an amazing story, even though they may just seem like a plain Jane person. Some of the stories are just amazing, and so I do like that aspect of of interviewing people, I guess, but I don't know if I want to do that for a living.
You should interview the foo.
The foo?
What? I'm bored.
The foo dog.
You know who has really interesting...
The intimate stories.
What's that?
Who?
The intimate...
I was gonna say the intimate stories behind the foo.
Oh no, you don't want to hear those.
Who has good stories, Casey?
Tons of people, man.
You're gonna say Ants Trade?
You have to just be willing to listen and hear what it is that people want, because people love telling their story in life, and you just have to be willing to listen to it and hear it, because not everybody is great at presentation of a story. In fact, I'm probably a great example of how I'm a terrible person at presentation of a story. But if you take the time to listen to what it is the person is telling you, most people have amazing stories in their lifetime to tell, and you just have to listen.
Well, it seems like Angelina ATF, she says she has crazy, amazing story.
She should come and tell it.
Here.
She should come and tell the story. Yeah. I used to do this at work all the time. How like in the last 30 minutes of work, like nobody ever really gets work really done. And it's just kind of like I don't know. I feel like people just kind of like, I don't know, slack a little bit the last 30 minutes of a day. Everybody's kind of winding things down and kind of wrapping things up a little bit. I don't know. Some people are probably sitting here going like, what the hell are you talking about? That's the busiest time of my day. But sometimes I feel like there's that like last 30 minutes of the day, and maybe it's an hour before or 2 hours, who knows when it is, but there's like the 30-minute window. And I used to do this all the time at work, as I would, with my coworkers, I would always say it's story 30. And so everybody was always required to tell a story at story 30. It didn't matter what it was, but you had to tell a story because it breaks up the day a little bit, and it's fascinating to just listen to somebody tell a story about their life and something about them that's interesting or different and exciting, or maybe not even exciting at all. Maybe it's really, really super boring, but it's still a story.
You're right. It seems like we've lost 100 people since I showed up.
What?
Wait, say that again. What did you say?
I said it seems like we've lost 100 people since I showed up to the back of the tram.
Oh, I don't think that's the case. Who cares? I don't pay attention to numbers.
Looks like a protest to me. I think it's a protest. Clear and simple, big protest. Anti-yucca.
Gained ATF. Angelina says we gained 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wolfie says 100% people. Yeah. And I feel like it's kind of a lost art too, the telling of a story. Wolfie's actually really good at this. We've all heard Wolfie talk before. He's great at telling a story. But the art of telling a story is lost, and I feel like sometimes you got to just kind of get people back into the art of telling a story again. because I feel like in general in society, we've just kind of lost this idea of normal, what used to be normal communication, right? Like everything's all LOL and let's see, FAFO, all these different acronyms, it's like texting and all this other stuff. And and the art of telling a true story is kind of disappearing a little bit. And it's a new way of telling stories now. So I'm interested about the future as to what that holds for the future. Is there going to be a place for people who tell epic stories, or is there going to be or is that going to be a thing of the past? I don't know.
If Wolfie narrated a book, I would buy it.
Right?
Wolfie can talk. I can listen to that guy all day long.
There's a skill set to telling stories, at least telling them in a manner that makes people want to hear them.
Absolutely.
If you fill it with too much detail, it becomes boring, drawn out, and you lose people. You don't put enough detail in. You don't develop your characters well enough for people to be interested in them. So you have to thread that needle. And you're right. It used to be a way for people to entertain each other, and it's becoming a lost art.
Mm-hmm.
Wolfie's like Johnny Cash. He's the Johnny Cash of investing. I can listen to that guy talk all day long.
You guys, you keep up talking him, and he's going to feel like he's got to come in here and say something. Wolfie, don't do it. Don't do it, Wolfie. I'm just teasing.
Now, Pantheon's got the pipes.
Yeah. Does he? Have you heard him sing?
Have you heard him fart? He has the
No.
pipes, all right.
I think Pantheon's got the pipes, but Wolfie's got that storyteller voice.
Mm.
He fills the gaps. Oh, wait a minute. We're back at Big Tram. I'm picking up the gap.
Wait. I got something for this.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that means, but woo.
I got people staring at me. I'm in the middle of the JW Marriott parking lot here, and they're looking at me going, "What are you doing?"
JW. Jehovah's Witness?
Just tell them
No, I'm in Austin. Hey, Casey, I'm not sure what side of town we are. I'll hit you up on the DM if I'm on the side of town you're at.
Sounds good. I'm on north side. Way north.
I have no idea where my buddy's from. No FOMO. I think he may be down by the track on the south side. I don't know yet.
Oh, the good part of town. Casey, what about that ape short interest?
No, don't you start with me. What do you mean by the good part of town? What? Explain yourself.
I didn't say that.
No. I know. I know it wasn't pirate. It was Foo. Foo said it, and I want to know what do you mean by
Why are you thrown under this bus, man? I've been a good boy all morning.
He said he's on the other side of the tracks, and I was like, oh, he's on the good side of town.
Oh, you don't know Austin very well, apparently. Okay, all right, I get it. Okay, that's cool.
Never been.
Yeah.
I know one thing about Austin. It is hot.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna really enjoy Florida because it is. What are we at today? Did we finally hit 100?
I landed. It was 96, and that was an hour ago.
I'm actually not showing anything because my internet sucks where I'm at. We're hot and no internet. My phone doesn't want to do internet right now. It just decided, nope, I'm done. I don't know how hot it is, but it's just too hot. It's so hot, my Weather Channel app won't work. That's how hot it is.
You don't have
It's so hot. It's dry heat, and it's still hot.
It says here 99 degrees. It just pulled up. It says 99 degrees. It feels like 104, and the high is supposed to be 102.
I believe it.
Yep.
99 in the shade, huh?
I'm sitting in the shade right now under the trees, and it's hot.
I will be happy in Florida at 92. It's like 10 degrees cooler than what it is here. That'll feel like a wonderful, nice winter vacation. You would be surprised how much 10 degrees makes a difference. In Phoenix, Arizona, I remember I used to ride my bike a lot to work and stuff, and I would leave my house sometimes with temperatures as high as 114 degrees out, and the difference between 114 and 124 is massive. The difference between 114 and 104 is 10 degrees. When you get to those kind of temperatures, is the difference between hell and a nice oven. that's what the difference is like, and it's crazy. But yeah, send me a DM and let me know, man.
Slip into my DMs here.
Yeah, I'm like I said, this is the first, he moved down here a few years ago, and I haven't been to his house, so we're it's actually worked out that I got this trip.
Is this a flight you made, or are you just flying as a passenger?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working right now. Well, sort of working.
Okay.
I'm at the hotel, but he was my my first, and we both fly for the same airline.
Are you
rhymes with Delta?
Yeah. Are you
Smelter?
Are you
Timmy just called me.
Are you going back out in tomorrow? Are you flying back out tomorrow, or?
Yeah, I got a early pickup tomorrow. Austin to Atlanta tomorrow.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, I'll DM you. He's trying to get in touch with me right now. I'll DM you and tell you where we're at.
Sounds good, man. Take care.
Have a safe trip. Yeah.
See you guys.
See ya. Take
Later.
care.
Take care, man.
Oh shoot! I was gonna ask him. You know, that's exactly what we want to hear, that our pilot's working, kind of.
Were you gonna ask him if the Earth is flat? He knows.
He knows, huh? Can you imagine your pilot? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're at 37,000 feet. I'm kind of working.
Who's back here?
It's the last 30 minutes of my day, so I'm not going to be doing
Wolfie's back here.
We're going to tell. We're going to be telling stories for the last 30 minutes of this flight.
Or imagine, or he's in.
Today's story is Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
You want to send your young children to the cockpit?
Or he could just, you never know, he might just say, all day today we're going to be streaming Casey's channel.
Can you imagine people on the plane? What the F is this shit? Why are we listening to this? That would be really funny. He would probably lose his job. That would not be funny. Well, it is 1:03, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Shall we do that? Who else is in here right now? We got Pirate Pro Julia Rex, Wolfie. Wolfie's here. Wolfie.
Yeah, I said that.
Welcome.
He's got story for us. A bunch of stories.
Very kind people, very kind. 4 people said something really nice. Normally I only wait for 2 to say something. But there was 4 today, so I thought I'd say hello.
It's good to hear you, man.
Goldie had a lot going for her, you know. That's the only time I've ever wanted to be a bear. Over to you, Casey, with the numbers. I'm here all night.
I'll skip numbers for if you got these kind of jokes all day long.
I'll probably set the standard a little bit too high to continue.
Well,
it's
good. It's good to hear from you again, Wolfie. I'm glad all things are good for you. I'm hoping all things are good for you.
Everything's great. I took a bit of time off, and I've been very fortunate. I never get any hate. Maybe 4 people in 2.5 years. I block a lot of people. I don't spend too much time, placating people, but that's only on Twitter. Everything else is what it is, but I guess I don't get into conversations or topics that create that sort of possibly that generate that response in people. I talk too much, that upsets people sometimes, but those who tend to listen seem to appreciate it. So I didn't leave for any other reason. I didn't sell anything, or, you know, I'm as diamond hand today as I've always been. I'm here till the end, genuinely. But I wanted to come back in, just say hello to everyone, let everyone know I'm alive and kicking. It was just a break, 2.5 years every day, 24/7. You know, it just needed a little bit of refresh, a recharge, and that's what I did. When I played golf, spent time with my kids, just enjoyed myself, got stuck into work and learned what I needed to and stuff. So it was just like a holiday. So I ditched the Twitter account I had. Thankful for the people that did follow me, but as I've always said for 2.5 years, for anyone who did listen, I weren't on Twitter for followers. I was on Twitter to try and generate conversation or bring people's eyes to this play or all the bad things that have been going on in the market for decades. It was never for likes and stuff. I am back on there now, but I'd actually prefer it if people didn't follow. I'd like it if people read every now and again, put the Twitter handle in and had a look what I said and stuff, and then add their bit on their Twitter and try and generate a conversation or a spreading of some messages people think might be relevant. But I've always been good. This play doesn't get me down. It was just a break, simple as that. I know a lot of people might have had alternative ideas or thoughts or worries or concerns. So for anyone who's generally worried for my good health, mental health, etc., I appreciate it. I probably should have said a little bit more before I decided to disappear the way I did, but that's all it was. It was just a break. So I wasn't struggling. I weren't in a bad place or anything like that. And for anybody who is, reach out. There's plenty of people in the community that would like help. It's just good to be back.
Yeah, man, I'm with you, and I think that is probably one of the best things you could possibly do is when you feel like you need that break, you just take it, and everybody else will just fill in the gaps, and it still just continues to be a good community, and don't worry about taking breaks. That's okay. There's nothing. I'm going on a break this week, so breaks happen. It's life. It's part of life. Nothing wrong with it.
Nothing at all. So it's good to be back. I'm here all night. So if you want to carry on with your numbers, it's one of the highlights of my day. I don't often comment because it's nice I get a response, but I tend to just listen. Chuck a like. But yeah, where are we with the numbers?
We'll do. I'm moving on to numbers, and thank you for stopping. I never want you to feel like you're pressured to come here. So, thank you for coming and just stating hi and how you're doing. So that's good. Thank you. And I know there were a lot of people who were worried about you, and I know I'm pretty sure I think I even reached out to you at one point and mentioned like, hey, everything okay? Everything okay? What's going on? And yeah, so that's good. I'm glad everything's good. So. Let's take this. I took everybody over to the other screen already, and it's time to take a look at the numbers, so let's do that. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing in the back or in the chat, so until you see the big tramp back up on the screen, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me specifically until you see that again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here, and that's starting with off exchange and EDGX. Off exchange, we've got about 60.37% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.06%. The combined total, and that's 67.43%. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64%. So we're about 3.43% higher than what we should be seeing. So you're starting to see this like narrowing of the gap between what we should be seeing and what's actually going through those off exchanges here. So where they might align up here in the next hour or so. CHX volume for the day today is 2.18% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.46. Excuse me. That's 608,000 shares. That's double the amount that gets me excited at 300,000. That's quite a bit of volume going through there. Remember, I mentioned to you guys yesterday for quite a few days now that they have a ticking amount of volume that they need to push through in order to return shares. And today's the last day for that amount, and it's 1.52 million. So I do expect to see that number continue to increase throughout the day. In regards to APE, 47.71% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.23. The combined total on that's 53.94%, or about 10.06% less than what I would expect to see. There is a fair amount of volume today on CHX, but due to the fact that the overall volume traded through APE for the day today is pretty low, it's only coming out to about 13,500 shares. I usually think anything over 30,000 shares is exceptional, so it's kind of like almost halfway there. On GME, for the day today, CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual happening there. On Ortex, as of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 597,000 shares having been returned for the day today. We are currently showing at 936,000 shares borrowed, and that's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.54%. Cost borrow ends at 1.04, average is 308.93, and max is 356.8%. Taking a look at APE. As of an hour ago, there was 1.74 million shares having been borrowed. It has not changed in the last hour. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.55%. And the cost to borrow, max, min, and average have all remained at the same number, even though there's been multiple borrowings at 7.26%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.74 million shares. That's about 1.18 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And I think I forgot to mention this to you on APE. The amount of shares on loan today is at 184.3 million shares. That's 1.3 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 415,000 of that was in new short interest. On options, highest amount of volume for the day today in options was on a $5 strike for calls. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 28.9 thousand contracts. It's now 30.1. And on puts, we had highest amount of volume is at $4 strike. It went from 49.1 thousand contracts to 53. Market still suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $4 and $5. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.84. Let's see. That's about 36 cents. No, sorry. What is it? Yeah, it's about 36 cents lower, or higher, I mean, than my expected prediction for price for the day today. You can see here as I take you, I did already take you guys to the other page. On the other page here, you can see that prices moved very nicely up throughout the day today with some levels of resistance where it consolidated a little bit and then took back off again. And it's consolidating currently again here. And oftentimes when you see these kind of patterns like this, where you see price moving up in a short period of time and then consolidation and then a little bit more of a run and consolidate, they start to get shorter and shorter and shorter until finally they just don't really do the same thing anymore until maybe at a larger time interval. Say, for example, we were to go like at a 1 hour. If I went to a 1 hour on this, it might look like a couple of lines going up still. And so you might see a little bit period of time where there might be a little bit more consolidation followed by another break to the top side. So we're probably going to have a little bit longer period of consolidation going on now. And that's kind of normal. RSI is kind of hot right now. Even on the combined ticker, RSI is sitting at about 63.28, which is above average. Volume is doing pretty decent today in contrast to last Friday. Looks like it's about the same. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. AMC made it back on the list again here, but we have a 48.05% buy and a 51.95% sell ratio. Oftentimes where we see a price run like this for a little bit, we do tend to see some short-term investors selling out, which is why your buy-sell ratio might be more heavily towards the sell side. And then usually after a day of that, a day or two, depending on how heavy the selling is, then you have your diamond hands that are taking over and holding the position. And that's when you tend to see a little bit more favorable buy to sell ratio, which is what you want to see. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.18 for AMC, APE at 1.62. It's currently showing about 250,000 shares available to borrow. Those were returned shares from earlier, and fees are at 158.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.05, Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the SP 500 is down 0.06. We have 3,979 advancers to 2,283 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at some of the banks that are out there right now, I'm only going to be looking for banks that have moved plus or minus 2.75% or more for the day, as we may be looking at additional bit of a credit crunch going on based off of some of the bond purchases occurring in Bank of Japan. So for the day today, right now FRC is down 2.94%, Silvergate down 5%. Other big movers, some are teeter-tottering on the edge of call-outs here, but not everything. I'd say there's more red on the banks right now than there is green. Ethereum Classic is currently down 1.53%, and I'd say it's kind of consolidating a little bit. The current trend is down, but it really kind of looks to me like it's kind of consolidating. Obviously the current trend's down. DXY is up 0.17 and trending up. Oil is up 2.1% and consolidating after an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities, we got anywhere up from 0.16 to 0.17 and trending down. SPY is up, or down rather, 0.05 and trending down. VIX is up 3.45% and starting to trend down. It was consolidating most of the day. I would say there's a little bit of a downtrend now. VBR is up 0.32 and consolidating. VB is up 0.58 with a slight uptrend. Tesla is up 0.59 and on an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.9 and on a very slight uptrend and maybe a little bit of consolidation as well. Cinemark is down 0.27 and trending down. Doge is up 0.15, and like I said, this is kind of the same thing as with like Ethereum Classic. It looks like it's kind of consolidating, a little bit of ups and downs that are kind of happening throughout the day, but mostly just kind of consolidation across. Bitcoin is down 0.29 and on a slight downtrend. GME is up 1.14 and I'd say consolidating. HYMC is down 0.11, consolidation. NCMI is down 0.74, consolidation. HOOD is up 0.51 and on a slight downtrend. APE is up 1.94 on a downtrend, and AMC is up 7.11 and starting what appears to be a downtrend after reaching a little bit of a peak again at 5. This is kind of a little bit of a second run up. Today we had 508 earlier this morning. Test right off that Fibonacci retracement level that I've got from the past there, falling down to about 488 and then driving back up to $5. So I have not ran these numbers through synthetic price failure yet to see where we're at, but I don't think we've reset anything just as of yet. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow. For the day today, we've got about $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 28.94 million shares traded so far. After 290 minutes, close enough. We are on pace for about 38.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. So this is a little bit higher than I would have anticipated. I don't think that I'm going to be right. I'm going to be a little bit under on the volume prediction for the day today, but I did kind of, I don't mind being on the low side. That's fine. I think it's okay. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 53.91, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 66.46. which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.87, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.75, which is slightly above average. On APE, there is approximately $200,000 more, actually about $250,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.47 million shares traded so far for the day today. After $291 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.49, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.66, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.97, which is above average, slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring within the last 10 minutes. RSI at 41.75, which is below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Bob says, how about that Heartland Bank? Wait, what happened with cities? People are writing stuff about city. What are they saying? Investor Turf. City closes downside catalyst watch call on AMC. Interesting.
I doubt City actually believes anything that they say, but that's what they've put out. They're like politicians. They're talking, but they know they're lying. But they just feel like they need to talk.
Oh, yeah. Bob's saying Heartland Bank went down Friday. FDIC took receivership of the bank. And then we also, you also told me about the other one. It was the Bank of California took it over. And I can't think of what it was, though. Hold on a second.
Pulse VB? Oh, that's a different.
No, it was a different one. It was
There were two that went down.
Hold on a second. I gotta find it here. He'll probably remember before I can find it, but or maybe it was Heartland Bank. Yeah, it might have been Heartland Bank. I don't know. I felt like there was somebody. I felt like somebody, Bank of California took over or something, and I can't remember. No, I'm just so bad with. Oh, nope, that's not it either.
Republic? No, that's not.
No. I really need to write this stuff down. Somebody was saying Pac West. Maybe it was Pac West. I know it was on my list. I thought I wanted to say Pac West, but I felt like that wasn't the right answer.
I think it was Pac West, PC.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And Pac West was on the top of my list too.
Yep.
And I've put Bank of California up pretty high on the list as well, because if they lost half their value, I think they would start. And we've seen that. We've seen some of these banks lose half their value in a single night. So if they were to lose half of it.
And we've seen that. We've seen some of these banks lose half
Live
their
mic.
value in a single
Hot
night,
mic.
so they were losing half.
Parrot, maybe?
Yeah, pirate, we hear Casey from your speakers.
Let's see here. Give me a second real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I was just sorry about that. I was just discussing plans after the live stream today. We're trying to get everything in order for heading out of town here, so we got to go figure out what we're going to grocery shop for. Make sure we leave the kids food. It's not the Lord of the Flies over here.
Don't they have bowls? You just pour food in it, or is that just like
cereal dispensers? No. They're like, just give us Egos, we'll be good. I had nothing but Eggo eating the whole time. Savvy, would you be down with the Egos the whole time? Yeah. She just said yeah. Strawberry though, guys. I have to be very clear here. It has to be strawberry. It cannot just be plain Egos.
they're finicky?
No. It makes a difference. There's a difference in flavor. Believe it or not.
I'm just
Alpo.
I prefer the plain ones myself. Just throwing that out there, just to be clear.
You don't just leave them a credit card and tell them to go eat stuff?
No. No.
No.
No.
No, Foo, we don't do that.
How about no?
$1 million.
I think. Yeah, never mind. No, I would not do that. And Angelina says fresh strawberries on top. They do. We usually have strawberries in stock here at the house all the time, so I don't know that they ever do that though. I could be wrong.
So the banks would rather crash than ask for margin. That's amazing.
I don't see. So here's the deal, though. Like, think of it from this perspective, right? Like, let's say you're a bank and you're hiding exposure, right? Maybe you're not necessarily reporting exposure that you may have, because I mean, we certainly found that out with some of the more recent bank failures. That's exactly what Bill Barr said, is that their compliance departments were not set up the way they were supposed to be. And they literally just didn't even have anybody in the positions to regulate the banks the way that they were supposed to manage risk, right? So if they're not managing risk the way they're supposed to, and the Fed finds out about it, and then the Fed has to say like, okay, well, then we need to do something from our end in order to make sure that they have as much possibility of success that we don't see like a major economic crisis on our hands. What can we possibly do to allow that to occur? And that's where you would sit there and say like, okay, we're going to ease margin requirements. We're going to allow banks to perhaps allow there to be some easing of that financial stress. But if the financial stress is still there and the banks don't have the money and they experience, what's the word I'm looking for? A financial hardship of some sorts or another from income, then they're gonna fail, and there's nothing they can do. And even though there were supposed to be checks and balances there, they just didn't happen.
sure that you'd think they would say, all right, before you fail, we need to get this margin back.
They can't. They know that if they do that, the whole thing's trash. The whole market. This is letting a few go to save the many. But the problem behind that is that in the idea of save the few to help the many is essentially going to cause an even bigger problem down the road, right? Like it's not really going to save anything. It's just going to make a bigger mess. So instead of yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they're filling the can full of concrete and still trying to kick it down the road.
Yeah, let's break our toes while we're at it. Our toes and ankles. Instead of looking at the fact that you got bowed legs and breaking your knees when you're young and early, you wait until you're nice and old and you start trying to kick cans of concrete, and it's like, that's not going to work out. So yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it is. It's an attempt to survive.
Okay.
But
I keep watching that $1,000 sell wall on Ape, and it goes away, and then it comes back. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
At $1.87? That's because they know the price runs at $1.88. At $1.88,
it went away for a while.
Yeah, at $1.88, the thing's going to start running, and they don't want that, so they got to put up the sell wall there at $1.87. Sam says the Credit Suisse stock is legit for those who have not watched it. Crazy. But Bob's saying banks will become even more too big to fail, and we will be stuck bailing them out. Yeah, more than likely. Or they just print more money. One of the two. Or maybe a combination of both. There you go. Now Bob's on. They're limping the system until they can start the CBDC and start the whole scheme over again. Essentially, that's what it seems like it's coming down to. Both. I have no idea where that came from. I don't know why I say it like that. It's not like I have like an accent. I just have a speech impediment. That's what it is. Shimmer says,
my mom and my aunt
go ahead.
lived in they were raised in Ohio, but then they all moved to Florida, and they were just the Ohio never left them, so they have all these weird colloquialisms that they say, and then of course my grandma, my God, she would spout off with whatever. It was just hilarious all the time.
Shimmer says, my wife just came back from watching Barbie with a girlfriend and said the movie was great. What a terrific movie, she said. And so did her friend. They went to the 10:30 showing. And then Sam's got a joke in here saying, why was there never been a pregnant Barbie doll? I'm not saying the answer because there's kids around me. Somebody else say it for me, please.
No.
Please.
Because Ken always comes in another box.
pretty funny. That was a good one, Sam. I enjoyed that. Thank you. I'm gonna give you a point for that. That was pretty funny. I like that. I'm gonna have to tell my
Yeah, that does. Point.
I'm telling my wife that one tonight.
I didn't expect that.
Not everybody can read what's in the chat section, so it's funny. It's funny when they get to hear it. So thank you, Fu. I appreciate you filling in for me there. Oh no, Roseanne's trying to get cheap points now.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh, Roseanne, you don't mess with Santa. You can't go there. Come on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, Roseanne. No. Oh man. Roseanne's telling the jokes today. All right, I can say the first part. I can say the first part if you want to finish it off, Fu. Do you want to finish it off? I know you do.
Sure.
Why doesn't Santa have children?
Because he only comes once a year. When he does, it's down the chimney.
All right, Roseanne, I give you a point. Unwillingly, I will give you a point for that one. So bad.
He comes down the coal chute.
This is not. I am not rewarding this behavior. That's not what this is.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Now they're piling in.
Roseanne says my husband made me do it. And then she said sorry. Oh man. That's even funnier. Oh boy. You know, Roseanne, I kind of expected that it, you know, when you said it, that your husband said it, or he made you do it, it kind of felt like that might have been the case, but I would have never said anything except for, you know, you told, so it didn't seem like it was a Roseanne original. Not trying to say anything bad, just I feel like that's a little out of character. Oh my gosh, here we go. It's joke day. It's joke day. It just officially became joke day now.
Not just any jerk day. Joke day.
What's
dirty joke day?
What's blue?
Dirty jerk day.
What's blue and not all that heavy?
Yucca's D's?
There's no way I'm giving a point for this. Light blue. Oh, wait. What's light blue and not all that heavy? This is it. This is the last joke. I'm leaving after this. I'm leaving out. You have to read it. I am not reading it out loud.
All right, but he won't say it.
I know, right? I should have waited until I put the whole thing in there. You're killing us, AMC customer support. Come on. He just leaves it blank and never says anything. We're all sitting here just trying to guess, like, what the hell is light blue? Censored content says so much for spring cleaning. We need to go wash our mouths out with soap.
He just left us hanging.
He moved on to another joke. Oh, wait. No, the answer was light blue. That's the answer. It's light blue. What's blue and not all that heavy? Light blue. Wait. Hold on a second here. That's definitely...
Bud. That's a 2 point.
That got a double horn. That was so bad. It was over the top of all of our heads. We're sitting here like waiting for the kick, the punchline, and we're sitting here going like, what the hell? All right. Yeah, there's no point on that one. All right. I'm going to break here, guys.
All right, go break one off.
Another break?
Yep, another break.
Supervisor Yuck.
No kidding, man. What is this? Are we trying to slave labor me now or something?
Child labor.
You can't go before I drop one more joke.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm ready.
I once made the mistake whilst visiting in America and getting friendly with a young lady asking if I could come in her house.
Okay, keep going.
Whoa!
Is that the punchline?
I won't make a mess. I'll be in and out before you know it. I'm a tidy person. You want to come in my house? I want to come in your house.
That topped it. That topped it, man.
I'm looking for the right sound to play. I don't even know what to play here.
You don't have a squeaky one?
He said butt.
I was not invited back.
The question is, did she like wearing white pants?
Oh, wow. Whoa! It's break time. Wolfie, it's great to have you back.
Enjoy that break, Casey.
It's great to have you back, Wolfie. I'm glad you're here.
Great to be back. I couldn't resist. Apologies to all of you.
It's a good thing this is this is the back of the big tramp. I mean, it's all anything goes. I guess it's all good.
It does now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who am I to judge?
Enjoy your break, sir.
Thank you very much.
I better get a point for that, by the way.
You what?
Yep.
Oh, wait, Wolfie for a point. Hold on.
Wolfie for a point, or 0.5, maybe.
It's a hell of a day today. I'm not only am I now a mod, I've also got my first ever point in watching KC over all this time. It's a good day. And AMC went over $5 just for a second, but it's a good day, people. It's a good day.
I can see Kenny and the boys over there. What are they doing? I'm doing a terrible Kenny impersonation. What are they doing over there, boys?
That was good.
They're talking about. We can't say.
I don't know. We got the people working on it. You can make heads or tails out of it. You wouldn't think the words coming out of that place.
Someone's saying to Kenny, just be glad you got a condo.
I think since this isn't movie trivia week this week, I think somebody kind of is bringing up what's the movie for today. Preacher, I think that the movie for the day is going to be Joke Day. Since we've already started down that road, we might as well finish it because there's no sense in not beating a dead horse if it's already dead. So today, tomorrow, and maybe even the portion of the day that I do stream on Wednesday, we'll just do Joke Day because why not? Everybody can have their moment with their joke, and maybe we'll just hand out free points for best jokes. All right, because why not? Laughing is a good thing. It's great for the soul. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head out of the back of the big tramp, and I'll be back here at about 2:10.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Later.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and put up some music for you guys and the message. Currently, Ape's price is at 1.835, up 1.94%. AMC's at $5, up 7.65% for the day today. Let's put this message in here. 210. And I will see you guys back here at 2:10.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright guys, I'm back, and it's time to take a look at some of the numbers here and see what we get going before I go back to the back of the big tramp, and then we do a little joke, and end the day with a joke day. Why not, right? Like, if we're not going to do movie trivia, we might as well do something fun. So let's end the day on a good note with some jokes, and in order to do that, we got to start with these numbers, because they're a joke. It's no fun. It's really no fun to laugh at myself. I just realized that. I just started laughing. I was like, I'm laughing, and nobody else is laughing with me. It's funny for me, and then I gotta wait. I don't hear any laughs back. It's weird. It's a weird sensation. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here. Let's take a look at what we got going on for these numbers. I've always said if it makes me laugh and smile, then it's okay. I don't care what anybody else thinks because it makes me laugh and smile. I don't have to care. So we'll just go with these numbers, and since they do make me laugh and smile, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% combined between off exchange and EDGX going through those exchanges. On AMC, we have 59.61%. EDGX at 7.09, the combined total on that 67.7%, so it's 0.7% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is at 2.65% of the total daily volume, or about 2.47% higher than I would expect it. Not 2.47 higher. It's about 0.2 higher, not quite, almost 0.2% higher than the 30-day average. It's 816,000 shares so far for the day today. That's not the 1.52 million shares that they needed to have delivered before the end of the day is over, so I still expect to see that to continue to go up. As far as I can tell, they're behind on the delivery of shares. On APE, let's see what we got going here. On APE, we have 49.37% going through off-exchange. EDGX is sitting at 5.93%. The combined total, and that's 55.3%. That is short by about 10.7% from what I would expect to see by the end of a day. CHX volume is 0.23 with a 30-day average of 0.05. There's about 13.6 thousand shares gone through that exchange. 30,000 is what I need to see in order for me to kind of go like, wow, that's a lot of volume. Not there yet. CHX volume on GME, 141 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. Taking a look at Ortex numbers. There it is. That might be the number. That's really darn close. Wow. That's exactly the number right there. This is insane, guys. Borrowed change amount for the day today is 1.52 million shares. Borrowed. The number that they need today to return is 1.52 million shares. That's the number. I literally read it off to you this morning. 1.52 million is what they had left to deliver on. Borrowed change amount for the day today is 1.52 million shares. As of right now. That's insane. An hour ago, it was 936,000 shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to go up to 29.58%. The cost to borrow min is at 1.04. Average is 312.512. Max 356.8. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.3 million shares. That is 1.3 million shares more on loan today than there was previously, and 415,000 of that was estimated to be in new short interest by Ortex. Taking a look at APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately actually as of 2 hours ago, I think this is like the third hour now where we've seen 1.74 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That has not changed. We've seen multiple borrowings of the same, of different quantities today, but the cost of our average maximum has always remained the same, so they've been getting the shares at the same rate at 7.26%. And short share interest of the free float is staying at 18.55%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.74 million shares. That is 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was last Friday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. Let's see here. An hour ago, at a $5 strike, there was 30.1 thousand contracts. There's now 32.2. On puts, highest amount of volume as of an hour ago was at a $4 strike. There was 53,000 contracts. There's now 56.4. Estimated, what am I trying to say? The total price of AMC and APE together is at $6.84. We've been consolidating at that level for a little bit here. Did have a little bit of a dip down in the middle portion of the day today, and then we're starting to kind of consolidating right now on this 684, which is right between the two Fibonacci retracements that I've got here at 667 and 703. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three that we're looking for on this list. AMC second in the last position here with a 47.07% buy to 52.93% sell ratio. That is not what I want to see, but I do expect on price movement upwards there is always an initial sell-off of short-term investors. I would expect that to clean up by tomorrow if we saw a continuation of volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $4.18. APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow is at 300,000 shares. They have not borrowed. Actually, that's not true. They did borrow some shares out of the ETFs here in the last hour, or no, within the last couple minutes. Fees are at 150.3% reported. NASDAQ is up 0.02, Dow Jones is up 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.08. We have 3,924 advancers to 2,375 decliners. The market's slightly more declining now than it was an hour ago, but not very much. It's really close to the same. Taking a look at the banks, let's see what we got going on here. I'm only looking for plus or minus 2.75% or greater on the change of the price for the day in order for me to read off these banks. And for some reason, I mean, that's not for some reason. I know exactly why it's taking forever to update. It's because I just haven't updated the software. If I did that tonight, I probably won't have this problem anymore. Looks like we've got FRC. It's not changing. I'm just going to read off what it says right now. FRC is down 5.29% for the day. Silvergate down 5%. Other big movers. None. Ethereum Classic is down 1.64% on a downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.22 on an uptrend. Oil is up 1.98 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.09 and on a downtrend. SPY is down 0.04 and on a downtrend for the most part. I don't know. It's kind of consolidating, honestly. I feel like it's mostly consolidating since probably around like 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Let's see here. VIX is currently up 2.85%, and having been on a downtrend. VBR is up 0.34 and consolidating. VB is up 0.62 consolidating. Tesla up 0.22 consolidating. Maybe a slight downtrend. Amazon is down 0.79 and a slight downtrend in consolidation, mostly consolidation. Cinemark is down 1.33 and on a downtrend. Doge is up 0.01 and on a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.29 and also on a slight downtrend as well. GME is up 1.46% on an uptrend. Maybe a little consolidation going on right now on the current price point. HYMC is up 1.41 on an uptrend. NCMI is down 1.18 on a downtrend. Hood is up 0.9 on a and it also looks like consolidation there as well. Yeah, maybe on a slight uptrend right now. APE is up 2.78 and consolidating, more like barcoding. Do note the $1.87 sell wall, 543,000 shares is still sitting there. Even in the pre-market this morning, that wall was there. I mentioned to you guys, based on the technical analysis that I see, hitting 188 or greater and maintaining that would likely set in a buy signal by short-term investors. So this, they're throwing up the wall of we don't want it to cross that threshold point. Yeah, I mean you can see it right here. That's one hell of a wall. AMC is up 7.65%. I'd say consolidating right now. We have currently $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 31.65 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after, let's see, what are we at now? 352 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 35 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's actually dropped. The volume levels have actually dropped off way more than I thought. I thought there was a chance we might see 40 million. But 10 to 30 million was my prediction for the day, and we're already over that amount. So anything over that is way more than I would have anticipated. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.55, which is slightly below or slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.55, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI at 58.89, which is above average. On APE, there's approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.07 million shares traded so far after 353 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 6.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 20 million, so it looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour chart, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 55.09, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure. Sorry, the numbers changed here. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.07, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, maybe just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure, but it could be equal amounts. It's hard to tell. RSI at 60, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence of the vortex indicator occurring within the next 5 minutes. RSI at 55.58, which is slightly above average. And with that, take you guys back to the page here. I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp. Let's see here. Gentlemen, I'm back live. Just want to let you guys know.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Yucca.
Could get that 5-person applause.
At least I don't give them kids booing them. Do you guys?
It's real rugged DIY's birthday.
Nuh-uh, get out of here. What?
It said so.
Dude, DIY, man, you don't give me any chance to all right, well, toasting to, I don't have anything to toast with right here in front of me.
Just get some toast.
Toast to toast with? Give me a second. Let me go get some water. I got to do water here. Hold on a second, Real Rugged. I'll be right back. I'll let everybody else talk to you while I'm gone.
Look at what you've done, Real Rigged. Real rug pull. Oh, shit. You guys are too funny.
I'm not saying. I just want to be very clear here. I'm not saying that I have to toast DIY's birthday. I'm upset that I can't have an alcoholic drink, and that's what upsetting me. So I mean, I can. It's just I'm trying to stay away from it as much as possible. And I already know that Hayden wants to hook up tonight, possibly, and go get a drink together. So I got to be careful about
Wear a condom. Wear a condom.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do. You know, those pilots, they like to get high. Yeah, they fly. Get it? All right, let's see here. So DIY rugged. You've been around here for a long time, man, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday. It's good to see you around, and I hope that there's wealth and fortune in your future and good health. So to another strong year ahead of you. Happy birthday. Cheers.
Cheers.
Rock strong.
You don't know how much I wish this was alcohol. I say hook up, but I mean like, get together. I don't mean like that kind of hook up. I'm a freaking married man. You don't hook up anymore. It doesn't happen.
I mean, if you're in the closet.
Not happening.
Grab a Bud Light.
Nope. Not happening.
We call it hanging out.
Yeah, whatever. What I mean, it's probably, I don't know, whatever. Mincing words, I guess. It's whatever. Nana says I'm toasting with soda. I opened up my fridge, Nana, to grab the water, and I looked over and I had a Red Bull sitting in there. I was like, ooh, I could toast with the Red Bull. That would be so great. But I'm trying to stay away.
I like Yukon's toast.
Let's see. May there be many hedgies screwed in your future. That is a good toast. I'll toast to that. Cheers.
Great toast. I like that. Cheers. Here's to you, real rigged.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, rugged.
Did you say real rigged?
Hey, Casey, can I ask a question?
No. Yes, please.
When you talk about printing off your, so are you talking about like the monthly statements that your brokers provide?
Yeah, I mean, so you can pull a statement anytime you want to. Like, you can request a statement, but yeah, it would be it's whatever. So like, if you go into your broker and you just request to see your last statement, then whatever that is that's what you want to pull. Because I think you can pull for current period, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go in here and check mine, but you should be able to. Let me pull mine up real quick here. And of course, I don't want to make any assumptions because I don't know what everybody's broker does or what they allow them to do. But I'm pretty sure with my main broker, that all you have to do is you can go to like portfolio. I wonder if there's an actual statements button.
Because I'm looking at Weeble. And it's got like a documents thing, so it gives you a new statement every month. But
yeah,
I was wondering if there's a way to do it like mid-month or whatever, or weekly or whatever.
I mean, there should be a way. Yeah.
You buy more.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, let's say you buy more shares in a month, and you're like, I want to make sure I have documentation of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I go into my account on the broker, my main broker here, there's a summary page for the portfolio, and then for the account, I can go into like the positions, and I can I can get a copy of that, or I can go to documents and see if there's a document that I can print out through there as well. Either one of those two would be probably acceptable, and there is a download feature or function that you can click on to receive a copy of that, and you can also print it out as well. But that's with my broker. I'm not sure how every single one. I'm not. There's so many brokers out there for me to. You're gonna have to kind of experiment around. At worst case scenario, what if you're having problems, you can call them. You can call them and ask them to get a current statement of what it is that you're holding. Ask them how you can do that, or you can just look it up online and see if there's a way online to get it.
All right, because it unnerved me a little bit that I can only get it monthly, and then like I was thinking, like you just have like screenshot, like if you take a screenshot, that might not be as official, maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah, you can download a file though, like the one that I just looked at, I just pull it up on the links that I told you. Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
Yeah, it's not working for my Robinhood account. I can't download anything.
Oh, I'm not gonna laugh at you, but like fool over here.
I'm locked out completely.
But I mean, I'm sure there's a way.
Yeah, it's now. I keep requesting help, and it's sending me to Melvin Capital's website, which is a bit shady, but
I mean, they're totally legit.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I know. I just thought about it more. I was like, that really unnerves me. I'm thinking like, if you like, how do you politely fight for your stuff without? I mean, getting lawyers involved. I don't know. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
so is this the case? Is this a fight right now? The 501 fight they all talk about? The battle of 501.
Max Payne is 5 for the day to day. I don't know if it's a fight for 501 or not, but I mean,
yeah, there's people. That's like a new thing. The battle of 501. It's like the March 3rd. The March 3rd. What was that?
That was 801.
801.
Yeah, that was 801.
That was 801.
We've
So
had
501, 801.
There was an 801. There was a 1201. I think there was a 1201, or it might have been 1401. I don't remember which. Maybe it was 1401. I feel like there's a couple different 01s out there.
Well, then you gotta combine AMC and APE together.
Which right now is at $6.84 still. So we're really just hovering all over that 684.
I just find it hilarious that the sell order is $1.84, and the buy order is $1.86 on APE. And what happens? They pretend there's a market, so they create a line. It looks like a barcode. It just cracks me up.
Yeah.
Come on, nobody wants to sell at $1.85? No, we don't. No, I'm sorry.
Well, they keep selling shares at $1.85, but they just keep populating more shares into that field at $1.85. So they just keep popping up more and more and more. Yeah, man, it's pretty gross. This whole market, man, it's messed up.
I see.
Yeah, guys, curious. Anybody? When I wasn't around when the GME like partially went, squeezed partially, whatever. Did anybody hear about those kind of broken things happening then too?
You're kind of cutting out a little bit. Did they hear about what now?
Oh, I'm saying like when GME ran up, I wasn't in the stock market during that time. I'm just curious if anybody like heard anything about people like brokers losing their information and crap like that,
The only reason that I say what I say is because yes.
Okay.
The only reason that I say what I say is because I heard stories of that happening, of people having accounts showing up with different numbers and stuff. So that's the only reason that I'm literally taking from past history and providing you guys information that I think will help you going forward. because I've done a lot of research on what happened in the past to people when GME was running, and so I'm trying to prepare you guys for what the possible outcomes are ahead of you as best as I can.
You know if they got lawyers involved, or
I have no idea about the end result on any of that. I really don't.
Okay.
I heard some people were locked out of their accounts, couldn't even get into them.
Yep, I heard some people were locked out of their apartments, all types of shit.
Locked out of their cars.
Yep.
So yeah, I expect the unexpected for sure when things do pop off, because I'm sure we're going to see all kind of crazy shenanigans. It's going to be a little bit of a cluster F.
Yeah. And that's how they want it. They
Yeah.
want a big bomb.
Yeah,
They're going to want
through that. Yeah.
They want people to panic. They want people to have a ton. I mean, it's going to be. That's why I keep saying, you think it's hard holding through this now? This is the believe it or not, guys, this is the easy part. This is really superly the easy part, because we're going to be getting all kinds of crazy stories and news and stuff that's going to tell us like, oh, it's all over, there's nothing else left to happen, and you just name it. Everything in the book is going to get thrown at us all at once, and it's just going to be like, no. I know what to expect. I've seen what happens with the numbers. I know where it's going to move to, and just wait for it to sell when the market's going to tell me when it's over, not necessarily everything else when the numbers tell me it's done. And I'm just going to sit back and be calm and relaxed. I'm going to be happy. There's no way I can't be happy, but yeah, see what Kelly Boy is saying right there is not what I mean. You could do whatever you want. It's your choice. It's your money. You decide how you want to make your positions. But the idea there is that's what they want you to do. They want you to sell early as possible to prevent the need for a continuous amount of to meet margin requirements, right? As soon as they meet margin requirements, then they don't then any kind of squeeze in price movement is over. So and unless we start getting news media reports saying that there's employees of companies like Citadel that are walking out with all their stuff in their boxes, and then it's not over. It's still an on game, and there's so many people out there is like, oh, you need to collect profits on the front side, and it's like, this is something entirely different than what you're thinking it is. This is not one of those quick, fast run-up things that you got to get out before everybody else does kind of stuff. So, and if you go back, Kelly Boy, and you actually look at historically what happened with GME, it didn't just come crashing back down right away. It took days.
Did you say what? Did you say Kenny Boy or Kelly Boy?
Kelly Boy.
Oh, okay.
It took days for price to come back down. So, this is not going to be a rushed thing that you need to go through and just quickly decide like, oh, this is it. This is the moment. When the moment does hit, it will be probably rushed, but not necessarily the whole, through the whole process. Let's see here.
Yeah, Derek Wethington has a question for you.
Yeah, he says, Casey, didn't VW take a week? It did. It took like 6 days. 6 days. And it's funny because if you go and you pull up, this is the crazy part here, because this is the image that everybody tries to show everybody, and it's like I laugh when I see it. Because it's extremely laughable, because when you look at the chart, the initial thought process, like you can just Google. I'm going to pull it up here real quick for you guys. You can just Google VW squeeze, right? You get all these pictures. They all look the same thing, right? This is just one big massive spike in price movement, right? It doesn't matter which picture you click on. It's always the same thing where it's just one big, huge candlestick and everybody tries to make this claim like it'll be over before you know it. And it's like, this is the claim that they're trying to make, that it's, they're like, oh, it's going to be so fast. You got to get in and out. But the problem is that when you go in and you actually look at these charts, and you start to realize, if you actually go in there and see what actually happened, right? You see, hold on a second here. Let me get to it. Oh, that's his video.
It's laughable.
Look at this. Look at the time frame on this. October to November in here. That's an entire month's worth of trading that's going on in there. An entire month worth of trading.
Yeah.
The candlestick that he's got on this, these are one-day candles, right? That's what he's. Oh man, did I put you guys on the right page? Oh, I did. Okay, these are one-day candles that he's got set up in here. Let's see here. This is not even accurate on here. Because I can take you back and actually show you the chart here. Hold on a second, I'll show you.
Oh, which one is this? It's Casey's laughable.
Let's see here.
I'm
laughable. I laugh.
Laughable, man.
I laugh.
Laughable, man.
So I'm gonna put this on a. I think I have to go to 1 month chart on this, if I'm not mistaken. We'll try 1 week and see if we can get away with it. We can, okay. You can go to a 1 week on this, and it's not a problem here. So remember, each one of these candles is a week-long candle, right? This is VW's squeeze. Weeks. Each one of these candles is a single week, right? There's plenty of time for you to make a position in here. I don't know if I can take this down any further. I don't think I can take it to a daily and go back that far back to 2008. But, it is not something that happens super quick. Even though there's going to be people out there who try to convince you otherwise, it's not the truth.
You're right. You know what I got to say about that, Casey?
What's that?
What's this yellow red shit? This bullshit. I fucking care. It don't matter to you, but you're not fooling me, man. You might fool the fucks in the league of it, but
You know where that's from?
No, I don't. What is that?
Really?
That's from the Big Lebowski, man.
I don't remember it.
Saturday.
No?
Oh, Saturday.
Yeah. Because you said laughable. So that's the first thing I thought about. He says, that's laughable. Man, it's going to be great. I wonder how many people are going to have heart attacks. I mean, like the hedge funds.
I don't know, man, but I know somebody who sharded themselves when the June thing happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for real.
Personally, you know somebody?
Yeah, I do. I do. I personally know somebody who sharded themselves.
Is he in here? Is he in the back of this?
No, of course
KC,
not.
I shared it with you in confidence, man. That was between you and I, KC. I'll never share anything with you again.
I knew it.
It is so. Thanks for covering me for
I
pirate.
wonder they got a report of a massive order of diapers from Amazon.
No, his name is not Casey. Sam says it's his name, Casey. No, it was not me.
Zern?
No.
After hours?
Nah, Zern is clean as a whistle.
Oh yeah, definitely. You would know. Do you take her temperature?
You know, when
I never should have told you that story. God damn.
Uh-oh. Somebody's saying prayers going out to
Yukon
Mike.
said we're going to have to call the run-ups now. We're going to have to call them shard attacks.
Shard attacks.
when AMC runs up, instead of shark attack, it's going to be called a shard attack.
Wait, what happened to Dynamite? I'm reading back here. What did he say? I have stage 3 kidney disease, silent killer. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear about that, Dynamite. I had to go scroll way back up find that because I saw somebody said prayers out to you, and I was like, what's wrong with Dynamite? That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. By the way, I was reading up on Pee Wee Herman, and apparently he was battling cancer. Fuck cancer, man. I hate cancer. I really hate it with a passion.
Yeah, cancer sucks.
Yep.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
What? My mom's on here?
Oh, it's on now.
Hi, Mom. Careful, it's joke day.
Rusty Casey said the F word.
I did. I said it. Fuck cancer. I hate cancer. She knows. She knows how I feel about it. She won't say the F word, but she knows how I feel about it.
I had cancer.
Yeah.
How is China?
Well, part of it was great. Part of it was, and part of it was really bad.
Oh my.
It's interesting. A lot of people, not my friends, thank God, but a lot of people over there are very anti-American right now. And I can't tell you how many people said to me, aren't you afraid with all the drug guys and all the people with guns? How can you even go out at night? And Josh, the kid that I went over there to bring back with me, that's been with me since 2016, I think, decided he didn't want to leave China because America's too dangerous.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Well,
A bunch of us decided to go to a theme park, and I was so excited because they said, oh, you're in luck because anybody over 70 doesn't have to pay to get in, which was great. And we went to a ride, and they said, how old are you? And I said, well, I said 72, and they said, oh, you can't ride. Anybody over 65 can't ride.
So it's free.
And that was a kid's ride, yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, it was very hot most of the time.
So you broke off the engagement with this guy? Is that
No,
Casey's not gonna
no,
get
no,
in?
no, 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 no. He was my brother.
I'm just kidding.
His birthday will be October. He'll be 22. He's my kid.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. We like to kid.
I know. I'm a kidder. I'm fine.
Yes, you are.
But anyway,
Interesting that they feel that way about the United States because, wow, they have so many draconian rules there, and yet, oh, the U.S. is so bad. I mean, it's kind of bad now. Well, I'll give them that.
yeah, it is kind of bad. I understand at least one, maybe a couple of are listening to Casey now quite a bit.
I got a question for you, Mom, and this is like totally off topic here, but somebody was mentioning Escondido earlier this morning. How's Escondido looking these days over in that area, San Diego area?
What about it?
I don't know. Is it still nice or what's it? It's nice.
Yeah. Well, that's where that's where I get my car washed. That's where I get my dry cleaning done. That's where I go to a couple of doctors. I think it's okay.
Okay.
It's San Marcos is exactly right the next town over, and I don't know. Escondido is Escondido.
Mm-hmm.
There are some rough parts, and it's an older town. San Marcos is really mostly new, but Escondido it's more of a hub because it's right at the intersection of 78 and I-15. So they've got a big like transit station or something.
That's why I tried to call it a trolley earlier this morning, and I couldn't remember what they called the train thing that they got now.
Well, they have a train that goes through there, but I'm not sure exactly where.
Not that, like the shuttle. I don't know. I want to call it subway, but it's not underground.
Yeah, I always think of it as the Tijuana trolley because that's what they were gonna name it. Then they named it the San Diego trolley, which I thought it was cool.
It is still.
It goes down to Tijuana.
Oh, it is still called the trolley then. It is a trolley.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a trolley.
Okay.
But it's also connected to some fast train. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Misty, are you picking up Chinese? The language? I'm not being stupid.
Well, I was there for 12 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I learned a little. I don't speak it a lot because most people I was around they wanted to practice their English with me. So I got to use Chinese in restaurants and with taxi drivers. And then sometimes on the bus. I took the bus a lot.
When you say Chinese, you mean Mandarin?
Well, in China, Mandarin is the only thing they call Chinese.
Okay.
So, yeah, Mandarin is Chinese.
Okay.
But then there's dialect. Even from the mainland, there would be kids in the same dormitory room in the universities that couldn't talk to each other unless they were speaking Chinese because they all had their own individual dialects from their towns. It's kind of interesting.
Do you know how to cook Chinese food?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ever since I was a kid.
Wow.
That's one of her favorites. And then we're not talking Panda Express either. Right, Mom? No Panda Express.
Yeah.
Isn't that authentic Chinese food though? Panda?
No, not at all.
It's like calling Taco Bell authentic Mexican food.
Mexican.
It's similar, very similar.
That's one thing I did have while I was there is because I visited a lot of friends, some of my former students from 10 years ago, even 10, 11 years ago, and everybody wanted to go out to eat. So I had some amazing food. I mean, we had feasts that were just fantastic. But I didn't gain any weight because I was really careful.
Well, you waited to show up today until the very end, and now we're getting like really close to the end of the day here, and so now we can't sit here and tell your story. But it's not yet. It's still got a few more minutes here. But I was just kind of sitting here thinking to myself, like, man, we can't keep on talking forever now.
That's okay. I've actually been on for about 20 minutes, half hour. I don't know, a while.
What's your favorite Chinese dish? DM wants to know. Or what's the best Chinese dish? Not your favorite, best. What's the best?
Well, I like everything. I mean, except I don't eat spicy stuff. So when I go to Sichuan, I'll say no spice. I have this regular little thing I say, Bu yao ji jing wei jing hua jiao, la jiao. And
you just made that up, didn't you? Yeah, I totally know you just. I can do that. I can do that too.
Beijing is MSG. Jijing is what they call China powder, and it's 80% MSG. And then La is spice, pepper spice, and then the other La is a different kind of pepper. It's two kinds of peppers. Because I don't eat hot stuff anymore because I burned out my gut. So, anyway.
Did they ever serve bat soup?
Oh, no, I'm not stupid. That would be.
I mean, they could serve it to you. I didn't ask you if you ate it, you know.
No, I got tricked into eating dog a couple of times, but there's no way I'd eat bat. So I also rescued my dog from a place where they were raising dogs for restaurants. So that will me. The bat. If you'd been to the places where they sell the dried bats and dried rats and cockroaches and all that other stuff, you probably wouldn't want to eat them either. They don't look too good.
Well, that kind of sounds like KC's house. Dried bats, dried rats, and roaches. Everywhere you look. Oh, no, this is the wrong channel. I thought I was on the Toothless Investors channel.
Oh, Halloween time.
Well, unfortunately.
I'll get back on again. But I've been sleeping during the day, so I'm having trouble getting back. Like, I fell asleep yesterday pretty early and woke up at 11, and then I stayed up since then, and I'm probably going to accidentally fall asleep about 4 this afternoon. But I'm trying to get back on American time.
Hey, Casey.
Can
I ask you one question quick?
Go for it.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah.
So I was just scouring over Roaring Kitty's website, you know, his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And do you know? Are there any videos after Jimmy went up to $65? Because that's the last one that I can find.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure there were some videos after that. I don't remember the last one I remember that he had. He was. Man, I'm trying to remember. I have to go back and look and see because I think I have some notes on some of them later videos. I have to go back and check and see, but maybe some of them have disappeared. It's a possibility.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was. Yeah, I would just be curious just to see the videos after 65 and stuff. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a great day.
Yeah, no problem, man. So, unfortunately, guys, it is that time, and I need to close out the day here. So, thanks for being in the back of the Big Tramp, and tomorrow we will. I'll come back here after I'm done streaming, just for a few minutes. If you guys are still here, I got to go shopping with the kids after the market's closed here. So, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
I want to say hi to everybody. Just want to say hi, Mama Shaw. How are you? All right,
hi.
Later.
All right,
I'll be here for a bit.
I'm gonna back out. As usual, guys, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie at AMC, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
We feel no
favoring sides. I'm tired of hearing it. It started a fire. Don't let the devil take you alive. Evil is legal, everyone's blind. I see a land divided and conquered. It's all a plan, just follow the dollar. I know the wounds that we gotta heal. Yeah, we talk conversation, but we keep it real. Don't get fooled by the dollars. The separator make us all heartless. Wanna talk about love, but it just one blood drown you down in the darkness. I know that they dig in the trenches. Hashtag raising the tensions. All the trolls on the road, but they go for the gold, cause I know what's trending. I know that the pain is real. The streets like a battlefield. America's bleeding down on the knees. They wouldn't know how it feels.
We need a new kind of light, something to break this divide. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run. Then we will live through the times. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. We fear no
chaos, it's no easy ride. So who's gonna save us and turn on the lights? Negative minds thinking alike. We're on the edge, so losing the fight. Nobody's winning, but those out of sight. Lies are spinning, innocent dies. I know those issues, but we gotta talk. Yeah, history spoken, they come with a cost. Yeah, don't fall for the deception. They get used like tools of aggression. They wanna shake your faith and escalate, exploit all the hurt and oppression. Yeah, breaking the silence now. Hearing the sirens loud, while the birds in the wild preach to the choir, can't find calming down. I know that the trauma's rough, but we need a higher love. I say that I know, but I don't know enough. I don't know enough.
We need a new kind of light, something to break this divide. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. Just need a reason to run, and they will live through the times. We fear no weapons. We fear no weapons. We fear no
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.